have a Soviet-made BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicle. It has a gun that can fire when the vehicle is stopped, not very accurate. The vehicle is very lightly armored, so you better not get hit by anything because the crew inside will get killed. You need to go to like 800 meters to a kilometer to a target with that, drive up to it to efficiently use it. So you develop a doctrine based on the specifications of the vehicle that you know how to use it. If you get now a Swedish CV90 in the C version, a much more powerful gun with airburst ammunition, much more precise, much better armored, much more capable of networking with other vehicles and, you know, combined arms warfare. You need a completely new doctrine how to use it, because you don't need to have to drive so close. You can even go up against an enemy vehicle because the armor is thick enough to survive. You can even shoot down helicopters with that. And with the airburst ammunition, if you know where the enemy trench is, you can just program it to detonate after 5 milliseconds. And these grenades will detonate exactly over the enemy trench and spray it with hundreds of pieces of hot metal shreds, killing everyone inside. You need a new doctrine. So NATO has already doctrines for each of its vehicles. The Ukrainians have to learn that. So you can tell someone, you drove a BMP-2 until now you drive a Marder A3, different vehicle. And you tell them what the doctrine for the German use is. But that also requires that the infantry knows this doctrine. So a German Panzer Grenadier soldier knows how close he can be to the vehicle, how close he needs to be to protect it. You will never see NATO soldiers walking behind a armored vehicle. Why? NATO vehicles drive backwards with 30, 40 kilometers. If you're walking behind and these vehicles reverse, you're going to get crushed by the tracks. Soviet vehicles go back with 3, 4, 5 kilometers per hour. That means if you walk, you're walking faster than the tank that is reversing. So you can walk behind the tank, because when he starts to reverse, you will be faster than him and out of the way and will survive. So there's different doctrines, and the problem we have here is that the Ukrainians need time to master them. Giving the Ukrainians the equipment at the last minute is a problem. Yes, and I hope that the Ukrainians will master Western doctrine very quickly. So far, the Ukrainians are super smart, and we have seen them do excellent stuff with Western weapons. One thing, the only time when Ukrainians angered me, I saw them make a fire under under an American howitzer, an M77, because they had left the howitzer too long in the mud, and the mud got frozen, and they couldn't get the howitzer out of the earth. And their idea was to make a fire, which is going to make the metal of the M77 brittle. That's the only time that the Ukrainians disappointed me. All the other times, I was like, damn, we are learning from the Ukrainians. We gave them equipment, and they are much, not smarter, they are extremely creative how they use it. So given the time for the Ukrainians to explore their vehicles and their equipment and learning the doctrines we have, they will be very, very, very good at using this stuff. The questions we don't know is, do we have the time?
Well, you just provided the example of the third battle of Kharkiv. And there, the preparation time with the whole movement was 1.5 months. And the decision by Ramstein to operate in the way as you described came after significant opposition, fear, and of course the utter despondency of the manichaeal leader there in Berliner and the Wolfschanze, but purely militarily, he had actually done the planning with the logisticians very early on. The Ukrainians have known about the potential for a Russian offensive now also for about 2 months. They should be aware, should they not?
They definitely are aware. And since the entire Russian military network, computer network, is compromised by the CIA, I'm sure the Ukrainians know exactly where the Russians will attack. So that's why I said the Ukrainians likely will let the Russians pass and then try to channel them in some area where they can be defeated from the flanks. The thing where I see the problem is with the logistics, with the new equipment. You know, when you get 50 CV 90 and you get how many, 110, 120 Bradleys, you have a different logistics package that you have to bring along for these than if you have some BMP or some MREPs or some BMDs or some T-72s. So the question is if the Ukrainians can move around these Russian formations in time with the new equipment and use it usefully. I would have wanted the Ukrainians to start training on Western systems last year. Then we wouldn't have this discussion now. Then we would know that the Ukrainians by now are masters of using this Western equipment and have already found creative ways to improve on our Western doctrine, you know. I give you an example. Western doctrine says howitzers should be under nets to camouflage them, camouflage nets, right? And someone in the Ukrainian army thought, you know, we don't just take camouflage nets, we take some chain link fence and then place the nets on top of that. Result, every Russian Lancet suicide drone that attacked a Ukrainian howitzer under chain link fence camouflage net did 0 damage to the Ukrainian howitzer because the chain link fence defeated the Russian drones. It's the simplest and cheapest solution imaginable. And the first time I heard about this was from the Ukrainians. And there's like 30 NATO armies where no one ever thought about chain link fence. It's the easiest way to defeat a suicide drone. The drone just can't smash it. True. Just park your howitzer under some trees and put some chain link fence up there. That's it. The drone is defeated. So time to learn a doctrine and improve on it to your needs is the only, I come back to this, that because Western governments always thought that Putin would get to his senses and stop the war is why we are having now this discussion if the Bradleys come in time. The Bradleys should have been delivered last September, and the Marder should have been sent last spring, and the Leopard should be already in Ukraine, and so on.
Has the training cycle not already begun some months ago, though? I mean, talking about these Challenger 2s that are mysteriously in Poland, apparently to take pressure off the Poles for their delivery of T-72s, T-90s to Ukraine. It seems to me a lot of this has already been happening in the background, right? Even before the announcement of system delivery.
Yeah, in the background, someone is having a discussion here.
Yeah, sorry, I'm in a noisy bar.
Are you in a bar? Okay.
Hotel bar.
In Zaporizhia. You will like it, Thomas. He's actually on a big epic documentary trip for us through Ukraine. So
I have fond memories of Zaporizhia, believe me. It's a fantastic city in summer. In winter, it's just a bit cold and windy. But in summer, go out to Kortitsa, have some picnic with some friends. It's a historic city. It's just the old Cossack capital. It's the heart of the Cossack nation, but the Russians then completely destroyed and perverted. So if you can go to Zaporizhia, visit it. And the thing is, I met so many Ukrainians in 2009, 2011 in Zaporizhia, and they were all speaking Russian, and they grew up with Russian language, and their families spoke Russians. And now, if you speak to them, their only desire is to kill as many Russians as possible, because they can hear the sound of the front in their city, and it's a million people city. And so I have sort of friends there. If you need some contacts, I can give you later some people there that are Russian speakers, but by heart completely Ukrainian. And some of them are fighting, but the wives and the children are at home. So in Zaporozhye, you can see how this idea that if someone speaks a language, a certain language, he must be part of that culture. And it's so not true, and the Russians can't understand that. But no one in the United Kingdom, in England, would assume that the Irish are British anymore, because they speak English mostly. Okay. And no one in Canada thinks that Canada is bad, because Quebec, the French still think that the Quebecers are French, which they're not. They're Canadian. It's a different thing. But in Zaporozhye, you can feel this, how this has changed, because in 2009, these people I met there were friendly towards Russia, and in 2004 they were critical of Russia, and in 2014, and now they're hating Russia with the fire. I can't describe it. It's kind of like, what you're going to do when the Russians come? And the answer was stab them, kill them, bite them, strangle them, drown them. What else are we going to do? And I'm like, you're an English teacher. Yes, but if the Russians come to my town, I will. And then came the whole list of things this little girl would do to this. Now it's a woman, but she's like 162. She would do to the Russians. And she and her parents spoke their whole life Russian, seeing their husbands speak Russian. So in Zaporozhye, you can feel how Putin turned this once friendly nation into an absolutely Russia-hating nation. And I like the Ukrainians who hate Russia much more than before, because I saw Russia for the last 10, 15 years as drifting towards fascism and then raising towards fascism. And finally, everyone in Europe has caught up that, yes, the Russians are a fascist country. And with fascists, there's only one solution. Fascists have to be fought. There's no other way. You don't make deals with them, you don't negotiate, you don't make temporary ceasefires, you fight the fascists. Anything else, and their appetite will never stop. You think that you can deal with the fascists? You're getting Dunkirk, you're getting Pearl Harbor, you're getting that stuff, you're getting 9/11. Never forget, fascists have to be fought. And I'm quoting the British Parliament here, which had a debate about that. And I remember that fascists have to be fought. And in too many European capitals, they ignored that Russia is a fascist nation for years. I went 2020 to Berlin, to the Berlin Film Festival, and 90% of the Russian movies were absolute horrific fascist propaganda about how beautiful it is to die for the nation, how evil the West is, how beautiful it is to die for Putin, how beautiful and heroic it is to die fighting the West. Abstruse fascist propaganda. Nobody wanted to see it. It was shown at the Berlin Film Festival because, the Germans have absolutely no idea what fascism looks like, obviously. And Russia is a fascist nation. The leadership are fascists. It has all the hallmarks of a fascist, militaristic, aggressive, expansionist regime. Like Mussolini, if you study him, you will see all the parallels. Like Hitler and his regime, you will see all the parallels. You go to Japan, you see all the parallels. You go to Milosevic, look at his speeches and his behavior. It's the same. And fascists, look at Milosevic. Until you fight them, they will always start new wars, and every time it's worse. We are fighting Russia now. There are still some people who want to make deals with Russia. And we can always, if someone you meet tells you we should make a deal with Russia, you tell them so, you're for the fascists. because they haven't understood anything from history.
Hear, hear is what they would say in British Parliament in the House of Commons.
But it's more like
Right you are, Tim, but still. I think the good thing is that, of course, in Britain, the understanding that the locust economy, the locust regime of a fascist enemy from the East has to be fought is more viscerally and more historically vested in than seemingly the ones who were once themselves under fascist control. Thomas, I'd like to switch gears a little bit, and we'll come back to Zaporizhia later, and I'll give you the details of Tim also separately, so you have them, because my friend and colleague is traveling through the whole southeast at the moment, and I'm quite sure you would benefit from more guidance, albeit that he has already done a couple of cool things, which, by the way, Tim, maybe you want to highlight this. You've done a little bit of video and the likes as well, right? Just briefly.
I have indeed. So, Thomas, to fill you in, I've been in Ukraine having a little road trip for the last two weeks. Been meeting various people and interviewing them on camera. So far, I've hung out with Alexander Kamyshin of Ukazaliznytsa, Igor Smeliansky of Ukrposhta, Boris Johnson of all people, who happened to be in town. Today, I met Ivan Fedorov, the mayor of Melitopol, Natalia Andreeva, the journalist, and I've done a couple of tours of places like the port of Odessa, the refugee center in Odessa. I'm going to be heading to other places in the next couple of days. Hopefully, things are going to get a little bit more crunchy, or hopefully not a little bit more crunchy, depending on how you look at these things. But yeah, if we could touch base in the DMs, that would be great. I'm sure Axel and Derman can put us in touch. Any ideas you may have would be appreciated. And if you're in Ukraine, perhaps even a pint.
I will be in touch with you and give you some contacts, and you tell me what you need. And I'm not in Ukraine for the foreseeable future because we are planning to do a documentary here in Italy, and it's a long, slow, and hard grind. And yeah, so not able to go away for the next few months from here unless our main character dies, and then obviously I'm absolutely free the next day.
Well, as Machiavelli said, you have to pick your prince. In your case, if you're making a documentary, you have to pick your country.
Oh, okay. Let's go back to war, because that's a topic that I rather talk about when when I'm on MriyaReport, because I think most people come here for details about artillery or weapon systems or missiles or ground-launched small diameter bombs, which needs a better name. Come on, ground-launched small diameter bomb is such a mouthful. Can't they just call it?
Because I've been,
I would just call.
I've been very much on this, and I've been pushing the name Dagger for months.
Oh, I would go with the name Rusky Burner, but you know, that's me.
What about sprinkles?
Smarties. Anything.
Let's talk about the Glizdip and tell us how important it actually is that we now have this in theater, and what kind of reach it gives the Ukrainians.
The ground-launched small diameter bomb gives the Ukrainians the ability to hit any kind of Russian position and ammunition depot and whatever up to 150 kilometers behind the front. For that, the Ukrainians have to drive very close to the front, so maybe just do it in the night when the Russians not really can hit back. And what the system allows, it's basically a GMLRS rocket with an extended range that is not really a rocket, because in this case, the rocket just lifts a bomb into the air, and then the bomb detaches and glides on winglets to the target, and above the target goes into a steep dive to avoid anti-air defenses, and then strikes the target. Now, these are standard American aerial bombs that you drop from F-16 or F-15 or F-18. So they do nasty damage. The Americans have 3 kinds of missiles right now for the HIMARS system. GMLRS that the Ukrainians got and have been using very effectively with a range of 84, 90 kilometers. There's ATACMS, the 300-kilometer missile, which supposedly the Americans haven't given Ukraine, and no other country supposedly has given it to Ukraine. And then there is the extended range GMLRS, which has a 150-kilometer range. I suspected that the Americans don't want to give Ukraine extended range GMLRS rockets because production of those only began last October. So that is the newest and most advanced American technology. And I doubt that the Americans want one of those missiles to misfire and fall into Russian hands. What the Americans are giving now the Ukrainians is the ground-launched small diameter bomb, which is an M26 rocket from the early 80s, paired with a bomb from the Vietnam era, and some winglets and steering that was designed by Boeing 20 years ago in the early 2000s. So if one of those doesn't blow up and detonate, the Russians get absolutely no technology. It's useless for them. But it has the same range as extended range GMLRS rockets and just a little less explosive power. So if you are a Russian command post, if you are a Russian logistics hub, if you are a Russian sleeping quarter, anything that is within 120, 140 kilometers to the front will get destroyed in the next weeks. So the moment the Ukrainians get those, the Ukrainians have a target list. I tell you, the Ukrainians have a target list with hundreds of targets that are between 90 kilometers and 150 kilometers from the front. Why do they have this list? Because all the reconnaissance intelligence efforts collected this list of the last year almost. And so far the Ukrainians had nothing to strike it. Now the Ukrainians can strike these Russian positions. The question is how many of these ground-launched small diameter bombs will arrive. Is it 50? Is it 60? Is it 200? Is it 2,000? The Boeing production capacity for the bombs is 10,000 per year. The M26 rockets, there's 100, 200,000 lying around in American depots because the warheads they were carrying have been dismantled. Because the M26 rockets carried cluster munition warheads, which have become unstable and had to be dismantled. So the rockets are there without warheads, the bombs are there, but you need a connector, an interstage connected between rocket and bomb. And the question is how much Boeing and Saab in Sweden can manufacture. Can they make 100 a month? Can they make 1,000 a month? We don't know, it's top secret. So Ukraine will get finally something to destroy Russia's logistics and communications even more. What does it mean? Well, if you have a Russian logistics depot that is now 90 kilometers behind the front, it's safe from GMLRS rockets. With the new weapons that come, that depot will be destroyed. So that means Russia will lose again, like in the summer, immense amount of ammo and fuel when these depots get hit. So first thing, effect of these new bombs is Russia will lose ammo and fuel and supplies in these depots. Second effect is that Russia has now to spend all its energy and use all its trucks to drag everything out of range. So right now, let's say Russia has 1,000 trucks, and these trucks, 500 deliver stuff to the front, and 500 bring stuff in from Russia. We don't know how many trucks they have. I just take 1,000 because it's easier to calculate. The moment the first depots get hit, Russia needs to use all these 1,000 trucks to save whatever is left and transport all that stuff out of range of the of this bomb. Let's just call it Dagger. You said it's Dagger what you want to give the name, so let's call it Dagger. Of this bomb. That means Russian logistics at the front will suffer. Then let's say Russia lost 1,000 tons of equipment and supplies in these strikes, and some they saved, but that is now another 60 to 80 kilometers away from the front, which means Russian trucks have to drive much further to bring that stuff to the troops at the front, which means they can make much less trips per day, which means less material arrives at the front. Driving longer distances also means the trucks need more maintenance because they're used more. This all complicates Russian frontline operations. More importantly, if you want to make an offensive and you put 100,000 men at the front, and all the logistic supplies for these 100,000 men are 150 kilometers further back, you cannot supply these 100,000 men. Because you have to drive back and forth for every piece of bread, every bullet, every grenade, everything. And you need thousands of trucks for that. If you have thousands of trucks, you clog the roads. It's a complete traffic jam. So the further Ukraine can push back Russian logistics, the less a chance of a huge Russian offensive is there. And if the Russians do an offensive, it will be smaller because they cannot supply an immense amount of men. And the next problem is if the Russians make an offensive and they advance, let's say 40 kilometers, that's another 40 kilometers that the trucks have to go back and forth. But now in the range of Ukrainian artillery over roads that have been destroyed. So this comes all back. This bomb allows Ukraine to push Russian logistics further away, which reduces Russia's ability to prepare for an offensive. That is the importance of the thing. It always comes back to logistics.
So coming to that offensive you spoke about briefly, cutting off these logistic lines, we discussed it months ago when we talked about Kupiansk. Now there is the possibility that any offensive they start, wherever they started, the Ukrainians may outflank them and cut through to Berdyansk, cut off, therefore, shall we say, the lifeline in the south. But how would they deal with the northeast, with the weapon systems they have now? Because with these daggers at hand, they can hit exactly those logistics lines and those choke points significantly better and more comprehensively. Yes, Russians can always rebuild and refurbish and the likes, but they can hit them pretty hard. How does it fit together?
Okay, let me try to phrase this differently so I get the question. You're asking me how the Ukrainians would differ in their use of the weapons in the north, which is Luhansk, which is forested and full of swampy terrains and river.
Yes.
And in the south, where we have the steppe with no trees and it's very dry and sandy.
Yes, and how would they make use of the GLSDB, GLSDB on the one hand, and their existing HIMARS capacity to impair the logistics capacity of the Russians to support whatever offensive they have at hand?
First thing, the Ukrainians will strike the bridge that comes out of Crimea. There's 2 roads out of Crimea and a railway. Right now, the railway doesn't make any use because they haven't fixed the railway on the Kerch Bridge. But the Chongar Bridge, which is on the eastern side of Crimea, the Ukrainians will destroy it as soon as they can with the new bombs, because then the Russians have to divert all the logistics that come to Crimea or go to Crimea or back and forth to Perekop, which is just like 30-40 kilometers drive around. It's not that much, but you know, when you have to do it 10 times a day, it just means you can't do it 10 times a day anymore. So the Ukrainians will first try to damage the Russian ability to get out of Crimea. They will also likely try to hit every kind of small bridge in the south that they, you know, can, between Mariupol and Melitopol. There are some, not bridges because there's no rivers, but there's like overpasses and something like that. Because every time you destroy something like that, the Russians lose the ability to just transfer their logistic equipment and trucks over these. So, and the Ukrainians likely will try to impose a blockade, you know, from Vuhledar towards Mariupol, because the Crimean bridge, the Kerch Bridge, is out of order. It doesn't work. The Russians can't bring any supplies in there. And if you look, all the Russian supplies that come in now in the south come through Mariupol. Now, Mariupol is an important point because there's the Azov River that flows in the Azov Sea. River means bridges, bridges that were out of range of the Ukrainian GMLRS rockets until now. Now you can start to bomb these bridges. So from Rostov to Mariupol to Melitopol and all this area, the whole front, the whole supply situation, you can make the Russians suffer by starting to hit the bridges over the Azov River. And the Ukrainians will do that. So you force the Russians to either deploy, again, ferries or engineering troops or pontoon bridges that you can hit again. It's not that Dnieper, the Azov River is a small river, but you know, it's still a river that you can't ford with a truck. You need a bridge. So the Russians will soon discover that it will get much, much harder to bring in supplies from Rostov, where they have the big supply center for the southern front, which is in Russia, Rostov, to the south. And the Ukrainians will thus degrade Russia's abilities to supply the south. The next thing is the Russians have a lot of logistic stuff in eastern Donbas, inside Ukraine, which were out of range now. So Luhansk city and over there, which is out of range. Now the Ukrainians can hit that, which will force the Russians to move all that logistics back into Russia. And there's lots of bridges over there because the Luhansk Oblast, there's the Donetsk River and other rivers. There's lots of rivers and bridges that the Ukrainians didn't strike yet, but now they can strike because the ground-launched small diameter bomb will destroy these bridges. Not with one, but you need like 4, 5, 6 hits. But you know, if you get 50, 60, and HIMARS can fire them, you can just go out there and smack them and destroy it. Every bridge that is destroyed and forces the Russians to divert engineering units to fix the bridge or to divert their trucks to some other place to go around the destroyed bridge. So the Ukrainians are going to do what they did in Kherson. They're going to make Russian logistics extremely complicated. What means that the Russian capability of an offensive down there gets every time degraded. If I can properly supply my units with fuel, ammo, food, water, and in winter some heating material, they can go on the offensive. And the next thing is, if they go on the offensive and I basically have to bring the ammunition and everything 150 kilometers by truck around 6 destroyed bridges, and then over 50 kilometers into the territory my troops have advanced into, where everything is destroyed, every bridge, one truck a day can make one trip a day. That's not enough. So the Ukrainian will face a Russian attack that will run out of steam, basically out of fuel, out of ammo, out of food, out of water, very quickly. The further these bombs can glide and destroy and attack Russian positions, bridges, and logistics depots, the better for Ukraine. And I assume, like with every modern American weapon that comes from the air, the attack angle is vertical to minimize the risk of interception by air defense. But if you fire at a 45-degree angle, so the attack angle is not 90 degrees top down, but 45 diagonal, that these bombs have a much increased range than the 150 officially. I am quite sure in betting that actually the ground-launched small diameter bomb can reach targets 180 kilometers away.
By the way, agreed. I understand this. We have tons of questions as to exactly these items at the moment, Thomas, but we also just heard that the microphone had a little protracted issue. If you want to check that, maybe somehow the cable, I think, was rubbing somewhere. Would you mind if we open the floor for a couple of questions in the meantime? Because I think there's many people who would really like to follow up with that.
Please,
okay?
the questions. I think the cable was rubbing. Yeah, I think because I'm using headphones, I think the cable was rubbing. Sorry, everybody.
No problem. It's all right. Okay, Dominic, I think in terms of the order, I think William has something which is very pertinent to that question, and then we should probably go to Rayla, Ming, and Nick thereafter, right?
I think we should go to Nick because I think he's been waiting for like over an hour now.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't see that. I apologize, Nick. Please shoot.
Regarding the relative capabilities of any particular variety of Leopard or other Western tank versus the Russian tanks, given the relatively small number of the Western tanks and also the Russians, we're not seeing Battle of Kursk type numbers. How relevant is it that a particular Leopard would defeat a T-90? How many battles do you see taking place which are kind of literally, latest West or the best Western tank that Ukraine has available versus the best Russian tank available and may the best man win, versus just the fact that the extra mobility and on this enormous front line, how likely is it that they're actually going to come into confrontation with each other, that the Ukrainians are going to, hold back the MBTs and then sort of deploy them against the Russian armor in some kind of pitched battle, versus simply that the Ukrainians will have tanks that just work better in the infantry support role, etc. I don't know if you see the question I'm getting at. It's like it's great that these tanks would beat a T-90 in a straight up battle, but I wonder how often that's going to be the scenario. Tank on tank action, as we might say.
I see it like this. If you have still T-72s and T-64 and T-80, parcel these tanks out to the infantry as support units, as support tanks, because they're weaker and they are very good at supporting Ukrainian infantry, and you can do that. And if, as it looks like, you get Leopard 1 tanks, parcel those out to the infantry, and if you get the new tanks like the Challenger 2 and the Leopards, I assume that the Ukrainians would keep those behind the front, safely out of range of Russian artillery and drones, because parking a Leopard behind the front and losing it to a Russian artillery strike or a missile strike would be a horrific loss. So I think the Ukrainians will keep them back and wait to see where the Russians attack, and then direct these best European tanks there to blunt the Russian attack. So I don't think we will see Kursk-like or Kharkiv-like or El Alamein-like tank battles with 1,000 tanks having a go at each other. But I believe we will see something like Ukraine will have, let's say, dispersed 3-4 tank companies behind the front in Donbass, and when they know where the Russians are going with their attack, these tank companies will converge to blunt the Russian attack, the spearhead, to slow it down and blunt it, with some of these companies likely going further towards the front to cut the base of the Russian attack off and encircle it. So let's put it this way. If you are Ukrainian command and you get a 14 British Challenger 2 tank and you parcel them out to the infantry, you waste them. It doesn't make sense. You give the infantry some T-72, which is way good enough for them for anything to have a platform, a mobile gun support platform or a fire support platform, or you give them a Leopard 1 A5 as a fire support platform for the infantry. As anti-tank weapons, they should use Javelin, and if the Spike missile comes, that is even better than the Javelin. That will be really fun to see how the Spike takes apart the Russian tanks, because the Spike is, as said, better than the Javelin. And if you looked at the Azerbaijan-Armenia war, the Spike was just devastating armor left and right of the Armenians. It was just incredible with which accuracy and brutality the Spike took out Armenian armor in incredible numbers. So don't waste your Western excellent tanks by parceling them out to the infantry. Keep them back in company-sized formations as fire department, basically to come to the rescue when you know where the Russians are breaking through. And don't let your good Western tanks go into trench warfare, because the moment you go into a trench warfare with a Challenger or Leopard 2, there's the risk that some Russian is in the underbrush or in the underwood, how you call this, in the brushes or in the bushes, and uses an anti-tank missile to strike at the flank or rear of your tank. So don't waste your Western tanks on that. Keep them in companies. Keep those companies safe. Have these companies fueled and ready to go at a moment's notice. It's like a quick reaction force. Once you know where the Russians are, and you say, okay, we want to blunt them, or we want to channel them in that direction, or we want to stop them, deploy these Western tanks. And then naturally, when a Challenger 2 comes up against a T-90, the T-90 blows up and the Challenger will just do circles around the Russians. If Jordan is willing to sell all its Challenger 1 tanks, which there's like hundreds in storage, every single one of those Challenger 1 tanks is better than anything the Russians have on the battlefield. And that's 400 of them. So the Ukrainians might get hundreds of Western tanks in the next weeks, months. Keep the best as a quick reaction force to your back. Wait till you know where is the enemy, and then blunt his armored spearheads with that. And the weaker ones, Leopard 1A5 and such, parcel out to the infantry units as fire support vehicles.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks very much for that analysis.
We are back to combined arms. How fitting. William, you have a follow-up on this, I think.
Well, I'm actually going to go back to the daggers, but I did want to follow up. I will follow up this. Thomas, it's great to be up here. I don't think I've actually been on the space with you, and I'm just a little infantry squad leader, mechanized infantry squad leader that really loves Bradleys and combined arms. And we've been doing a segment on Saturdays called Track Ruts, and what we're trying to do is visually show what combined arms might look like, what these units are, and how to use the vehicles. I'm really happy you talked about the idea of keeping those main battle tanks, that they don't have to be the main makeup. We have a couple cool slides where we broken it down into different vehicles, and there's a lot of crossover vehicles that can provide that heavy penetration force that I think like the CV90 and Bradley's. But along with that, you know, your answer about the Leopard 1s and the Soviet era tanks being able to become combined arms with the infantry is, in my opinion, spot on. I'm really happy to hear that coming from you too. So that makes me happy. But if we could get back to the daggers, the small diameter bombs, the one thing that I also, when you look at the ability for that to change direction and almost come back, you know, behind where you shot them from with the glide features, do you see the Ukrainians using them at all in the idea if there is going to be an offensive, you know, combined arms and offensive by Ukraine? Do you see them also being able to use that as some kind of close air support? You know, that ability to come in at a very, you know, at a level, you know, there's a lot of videos of them being able to hit caves and bunkers. What are your thoughts on that? Because, you know, Ukraine are going to need to kind of, I'm with you on the idea of how they're going to start picking targets out. And I think that, you know, what we're going to see is a real shock and awe at one point in time before, you know, Ukraine goes on the offense. But do you see that those small diameter bombs being able to help almost as a close air support in some way or another?
This is an interesting question. I never thought about this because the US Air Force uses this small diameter bomb as a close air support weapon, but they laser. They have, you know, the lightning targeting pod, and they laser the targets with those. If you look back at Libya, when NATO intervened in Libya, the Americans were lasering targets, and the small diameter bomb came then down and struck them. The question is, does Ukraine have the reconnaissance elements that could scout that far ahead of the main Ukrainian attack force? Because what I have seen now, I would assume that the Ukrainians go in an armored reconnaissance, like probing attacks and not scouting. So they would come upon the enemy positions and basically be in firing range of those, which then would be a target for artillery, more likely, I would assume. I would definitely assume that the Ukrainians would launch these bombs in the path of an offensive to take out, let's say, if you know you're going down that road and you know along these roads are 6 Russian positions where Russians sleep, you strike all 6 of those positions in the night before you attack, because then the Russians will be busy digging it themselves and their casualties out of the building instead of manning their positions to block you. So close air support, like NATO does it, where basically there's 4 or 5 F-16 overhead, they advance. The moment something is spotted, it gets hit by a bomb. I don't think so. But using them to basically destroy known targets in the path of an advance, I think that would be a very smart idea. Kind of like Excalibur. I was thinking when I
was going to add one little follow-up with the you know, the ability to laser range find now with all the new optics, the NATO optics, you know, to be able to get a 10-digit grid. You know, how do you see that you know, fitting in on the battlefield? You know, when a Bradley can reach, you know, can get a 10-digit grid of 4K, not only for, say, a small diameter bomb, but for your precision artillery, because again, you know, the optimal situation is you're not fighting a hardened target, you're not fighting, you know, the tank on tank action, because that's being taken out before you get there. What do you think that those optics, the ability to get those ranges and 10-digit grids will do for Ukraine, you know, fire support, fire superiority? Sorry.
Well, they will greatly improve the situation. I just don't know if the Ukrainians have enough ammunition, smart ammunition, because you can tell that the Excalibur and all the other stocks of smart ammunition are getting low in Europe and in the United States. So we in the West have a certain way of fighting a war. As you exactly said, in the way NATO would fight a war when our tanks get to a spot the enemy bunkers and tanks have already been destroyed by air power and precision strikes and whatnot. And Ukraine doesn't have this kind of air supremacy that NATO has. And I don't think they have enough precision ammunition for that, because I don't remember how much Excalibur shells did Ukraine get, because you can tell they fired a lot. And I don't know if Ukraine, they can make use of these new functions, but I don't know if Ukraine has the stocks of smart munitions and laser guided munitions, especially since we don't know what kind of ground launched small diameter bomb Ukraine gets, because the standard version of the ground launched small diameter bomb with this long name is GPS guided, and there's only some versions of it that can be used with a laser, and those with the laser are mostly then used with AC 130 gunships to strike targets in close air support for ground forces and special forces. So this is you are bringing up some very interesting questions where I didn't put enough thought in that yet. And I hope the Ukrainians are putting a lot of thought in that, because obviously this is some good options there.
3,000 was the number of Excaliburs they were supposed to have been given.
They used at least 2/3 of that by now, because all the videos we have seen and all the Russian destroyed buildings and tanks and artillery systems, and a few hundred Volcano smart munitions from Italy and Germany. So yeah,
they depleted the stocks.
Yes, that's the problem, because the Europeans always only bought enough to just keep the industry alive and not really fill up the depots. So there needs to be put a bit of thought in that. And interesting would be if the Europeans and the Americans can deliver more smart ammunition in the next weeks to help Ukraine with that. God, you caught me in a moment where I'm like thinking, yeah, there are some thoughts that we have to war game and think about. Thank you, William.
You're well. I mean, as I said, I've been thinking about this a lot. I'll make sure I send you those threads too. We've got 2 threads from the 2 shows, and it'd be great to maybe have you come in on one of the Saturdays also. But no, I appreciate that I was able to rouse a little bit of thought, and I'll drop down, or I'll let other folks take over from here.
Thank you, William, and I will think about seeing if on Saturday I can find some time to join your space, and send me please the threads.
This space is actually here with us. The track rats are here on MriyaReport every Saturday. So whenever you have time, Thomas.
Okay, I will just spend all my life on Ria in the future.
As does William, or as does do some of us. But thank you, and I'll send you the links William created in that regard. Shall we go to Raver, because he had his hand up as well for a long time?
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Thomas, I'm glad I was able to catch you. Going back a little bit farther than William did, going back to that chain link fencing, we can almost guarantee that Western loitering munitions are going to be starting to produced with remote fusing versus contact fusing. Do you think Russia has the ability to go to a remote fusing on the Lancet, or are they stuck with that kind of contact fusing to get caught in the net and the chain link?
I'm pretty sure the Russians are stuck with that, because they have to buy drones in Iran. They have to ask Iran to set up a factory for drones in Russia. And if you look at their Orlan 10 drones, which is some of the top of the line Russian drones, one, their optics suck. It's kind of like you get a camera from 1950. And then some of the Russian drones use actually standard Nikon commercial cameras that you buy in the shop for your daughter as camera, because the Russians couldn't get a good lens. So they had to buy a lens from Nikon and a camera from Nikon and put that into their drones. And then you have Russian drones where they used a Coca-Cola PET bottle, plastic bottle, as the tank. Yes, it's light and cheap, but they couldn't be bothered, or they couldn't figure out how to make an equally good tank themselves. So the Russians, there's no chance they can go for remote fusing. What the Europeans and Americans are already doing against the drones, they're developing active protection systems like the Iron Fist from Israel, Elbit, and they're reprogramming it so that the moment the radar on the tank spots a drone, they fire an airburst munition towards the drone to shoot it out of the air. So chain link fencing is a provisional system to basically defeat the drones in Ukraine. Future NATO tanks, if you look at them, I mean, the fourth generation of the CV90 comes with the Iron Fist system, meant to shoot down anti-tank guided missiles fired from the sides at the CV90 and meant to shoot down drones coming at the CV90 from above. Yes, there's just four shots, 2 for the left, 2 for the right now, and then you have to refill it. But in the future, they will have magazines with more shots like that. And so drone warfare is right now on everybody's mind, and the West has the capability, technology to defeat drones. The West has the capability and ability to develop drones that can defeat such protection systems. Russia has neither technology nor capability nor the brains for that, because let's be honest, every really smart Russian has left Russia. He ran away. I mean, if you're a smart Russian, you run away to Silicon Valley and found Google and become a billionaire. If you stay in Russia, you are a drunk who dies with 60 or dies in Ukraine in a trench. So the smart people have all left Russia. And what is left, they just copy. They steal ideas and technology, and they can't do it. So the Lancet drone is a really bad copy of what the Israeli drones, what the Israeli made in drone tech 25 years ago. So the Russian Lancet drones are a nuisance, and the Ukrainians have lost quite a few M77 because initially they didn't even camouflage them, and the Lancet drone could strike them. But long term, Russia cannot develop anything that can threaten Western tanks, IFVs, artillery, and so on. The Chinese can, but then the Chinese are not going to develop drones to attack tanks. The Chinese are going to develop semi-submersible drones that swim in the sea and carry anti-ship missiles to strike at American aircraft carriers. And at this moment, I don't know how we're going to defeat that semi-submersible autonomous underwater vehicles that fire, let's say, something like a harpoon at an American aircraft carrier. So Russia is just mass. A lot of humans that they throw at the machine guns and a lot of old tanks that haven't been upgraded. Technology-wise, the only competitor we have is China.
That bodes for very interesting circumstances and scenarios if and when China ever were to dare to attack Taiwan.
The thing is, as we have learned in Russia and Ukraine, deterrence. If in Taiwan there's 1,500 anti-ship missiles waiting for the Chinese fleet and 5,000 anti-air missiles waiting for the Chinese aircrafts, the Chinese will not really dare to attack because they would know that their invasion force gets destroyed. In Ukraine, Europe wasn't delivering Ukraine any weapons. So Putin was like, well, this country is weak and his army is not very well equipped. I can invade. Deterrence means you have the weapons and the weapons in the necessary mass to give an adversary the feeling I shouldn't be attacking here because this might get hairy. If Ukraine had an army with, let's say, not all the equipment, but with the amount of divisions per million people and the amount of modern, well-developed equipment like Israel has. I mean, Israel, under war circumstances, Israel would go to 10, 12 armored divisions. The United States has 2 truly armored divisions right now. The 1st Armored and the 1st Cavalry. Yeah, the 4th and the 3rd Infantry are also with armored, but it's not really a full-scale armored division capable of defeating anything on the battlefield. And the Israelis can just throw out 10 of those. So if Ukraine had been armed by the West, let's say the Ukrainians would have gotten 1,000 Abrams tanks and 2,000 Bradleys in the last 5 years, and 150 F-16s and 50 F-35, the Russians would have never attacked. Deterrence is not just having some troops, you have to have the mass. And Taiwan right now doesn't have the mass. So yes, Taiwan has some really good anti-ship missiles, but it's kind of like, you know, an artsy, fancy niche capability. They need to have 1,000 dispersed all over. And so Taiwan is a problem because the Taiwanese haven't been spending on defense like they should. The country that is the best when it comes to its own security is Israel, but it spends like 4% on defense every year. I think the Taiwanese are spending 1.3, 1.6 something, which is just not enough if you have China as a neighbor. But it's enough if China has no ill intent. It's not enough if you start to worry what China is up to. And the Ukrainians have been spending too little on defense for the last 6-7 years. That was my beef with Poroshenko. They have been training a lot of troops. They have been training a lot of men to fight and raised a lot of reservists for this war. But the amount of equipment that they had was way not enough. And that inspired Putin to invade. So for the future, this lesson has to be learned, you know. It's good enough. The M1A2 Abrams is the best tank around. Okay, and the United States has right now, I think, 15 armored brigades between National Guard and Army. During the Cold War, it was 60. So, yes, it's the best tank, but you know, the deterrence only works if you not just have the best, but you have it in mass. The Leopard 2A7 is the best tank in Europe. How much is there around? Well, the Hungarians have a battalion and the Germans have 2 battalions. And then I think of the A7,
Denmark
has a battalion.
Yeah,
so we have
exactly.
4 battalions. During the Cold War, the West had like 200 tank battalions. Yes, during the Cold War, the Soviet Union was attacking us, so we threatening us, so we had to have it. Today, Russia is threatening other countries. How many tank battalions are in Estonia? Just the one from the UK that is visiting. How many tank battalions are in Lithuania? Just the one from the Germans that is visiting. And that is not at full strength because the Germans couldn't pull together 44 Leopard that work. And then there's the French battalion in Latvia. So mass is a factor to deter. If I don't have the best tank, but I have 2,000 of the second best tank, nobody's going to attack me because everybody's like, ooh, this could get hairy. So when it comes to Taiwan, I can only give the Taiwanese one tip. Start producing missiles. Start going bonkers on your air defense. The more you have, the more secure you are. And it's not wasted money. The Taiwanese produce almost everything themselves. So what is, if you spend 10 billions on air defense and anti-ship missiles, who is going to profit? Well, the Taiwanese people who are working in that industry. To produce 10,000 missiles, you need 100,000 workers. Welcome to your big economic growth program.
That's the interesting thing. Everything you just described fits so well into what we discussed earlier, but at the same time, what has always been the strategy advertised during the Cold War that we have to be a sufficiently strong Western alliance with deterrence capacity. The reason why the Pershing rockets were established and then deployed across Europe, which many people opposed, don't forget, was exactly that, showcasing that we're there and that we can handle them. The reason why the US Army, the British Army of the Rhine, and the German Bundeswehr in full strength were deployed in that format and with that force structure was exactly that. We've taken over since, and the assumption that everything can be dealt with by air power, this may well be true, but it doesn't help Ukraine. And it may not even help Taiwan unless you have the capacity to have sufficient air power somewhere very far away and fly it in. Because if the Chinese were to find a way to attack, as you just said, you have to build a lot of bunkers so that you can actually deter the Chinese. So the same thing now, when you revert back to Ukraine, they have a very small air force. We discussed it earlier on today here with Jarmo, the former head of defense of Finland, and prior to that, head of the Finnish Air Force. And whilst he is equally happy as we are that there's a little bit more than 100 airframes in theater, it's just not enough. How will the Ukrainians, from your perspective, with now artillery at hand, the missiles coming, and tanks en route, albeit few so far, how will they deal with the fact that the Russians do still have an air force? Yes, it may be slow in sorties and low in sorties, and yes, it's not perfect, and yes, they haven't achieved air supremacy or air superiority in any shape or form. But what are we doing waiting?
Okay, there's lots to unpack here. First step.
Sorry, but I wanted to
No. Thank you for mentioning Pershing too, because all these lefty Germans always say, yes, we had these deals in the 70s, the SPD with the Eastern countries, We made this Entspannungspolitik. Basically, we reduced the tensions with the East. Yes, the chancellor who did this also agreed to place Pershing nuclear medium-range ballistic missiles into Germany as a deterrent. So it was a two-pronged thing. Yes, dear Eastern European dictatorships, we are giving you the hand. At the same time, we are placing nuclear missiles into Germany that if you attack us, will the first second you cross our border, nuke Warsaw, nuke Prague, nuke Budapest. Now shake my hand. So the German policy of the 70s was, yes, we have to find a way of living with the Eastern European dictatorships. Well, yes, we don't care about the people there. They can be oppressed and shot by the KGB. No one cares. We just need to find a way with the regimes to live and have trade and reduce tensions so there's no unintentional start of a war. But at the same time, we are placing not just Pershing short-range and medium-range ballistic missiles into Germany that are just meant to strike cities in Poland, Czechia, Slovakia, and Hungary. Now we're also placing ground-launched cruise missiles with nuclear warheads into Germany, Italy, and Belgium, England, and which are meant to strike Kiev and Minsk and St. Petersburg because they don't reach deep. But this is kind of deterrence. So deterrence works. Always, also, you can deal with dictatorships if you don't want to fight them, but you have to have the deterrence. And this is what the current German leadership doesn't understand. They just think we just have to give them the hand. Then they will be kumbaya like us and hug us and everything will be okay and we can make peace and deals. Go back, look at the German government. There's government meetings where they decided first to, yes, we agree with Poland that we will not change the borders anymore. We give up the German territories that Poland received in 1945. No problem. That is our hand to the Poles. 2 minutes later, and now let's get some more Pershing rockets into Germany to destroy Warsaw if they ever get some wrong ideas. That is how you do it. Not like Scholz does it. Just give the hand and let Putin spit in your hand 50 times. You have also to have the big stick in the next hand, not just a carrot. And the big stick is to have a military that works. And a military that works is the Polish military or the Finnish military or the Estonian military or the Danish military, which needs a bit more troops, but still it works. It's not the German military. So that the Germans are trying to find a way to deal with Putin and give some agreement with him without having the stick to threaten him at the same time means that they're just foolishly standing there while Putin laughs at them. So the whole idea of let's make some deterrence or some detente with the enemy only works if you have Israel could make peace with Egypt, because Israel and Egypt fought a war in 1973 at Yom Kippur, and the Israelis figured out we can beat the Egyptians, but we cannot annihilate them. And the Egyptians figured out we can bring the Israelis into trouble and have to really fight, but we can't defeat them. So there was a deterrence established after this war, and both countries were like, you know what, we're better off if we make peace. But that also meant that the Israelis had to have a huge military that the Egyptians saw and felt, oh my God, we can't defeat that. You can't make the peace with an enemy unless you have the capability to, deter him with the military power you have. SPD in the 70s fully understood this. When Helmut Kohl became chancellor, Germany was brimming with nuclear weapons and divisions of all kinds of Western allies. And never did the SPD question back then, if it is necessary. They understood. The order to build the Leopard 2 tank came from the SPD chancellors. The order to build the Tornado fighter jet came from the SPD chancellors. Pershing 2 came from the SPD chancellors. They fully understood that our policy of finding a way of living with the East and to diffuse tension requires that Germany has 12 heavy mechanized divisions ready to go in a minute, and has to have 600 fighter jets ready to bomb the shit out of them, and has to have a lot of nuclear weapons so that if the Soviets start to use nuclear weapons, we can devastate every city east of Berlin till Moscow. That has been not forgotten. They just ignore this part. And that's why we're in this mess. So if you look at Norway, Norway had a border with the Soviet Union in the Cold War, right? And their military, basically, there were an immense amount of brigades. And the Norwegians knew that the best unit they have, the 6th Division, is up in the north. And then every region of Norway had the next brigade and another brigade. So the Soviets would have to fight for every 10 kilometers, they would have to fight another battalion of Norwegian Heimwehr. And then a US Marine division was envisioned to go to Norway, and an Italian brigade and a French brigade and the British Royal Marines Commander Brigade was envisioned to go to Norway. And then the Soviets would have to fight through all of that. And when you look at the Soviet plans for the Cold War, their main attack plans were one army goes towards Istanbul, one army goes towards Germany and tries to reach the Rhine and then Antwerp to cut off all this Northern Europe and basically defeat the Western militaries there. One army goes to Vienna, moves south to Graz and then towards Italy. But with Norway, no. In that terrain and with that many brigades waiting in that terrain for us, no, thank you. They would have just gone enough towards Narvik to kill off the Norwegian air bases up there that could have bottled up the Russian fleet that sails out of Murmansk, but not any further, because they understood, when you have that much military in that terrain and that ready and that willing to fight, it's just not worth it. And this has been forgotten. After this war, the Russians will remember that you better don't attack Ukraine, because when you do, you will die. Like the Russians have not really any intention to attack Finland because they learned a lesson. The Russians learned a lesson in 1939, 1940, that if you attack Finland, 100,000 Russians will disappear in the forest and never come back out. And the Finns learned the lesson that if you want to live in freedom and peace, you still need to have a military that is strong enough to repeat this lesson if the Russians should forget it. That's why the Finnish have the biggest reserve force in Europe, and the reserve force is trained and equipped to fight at a moment's notice. Other countries like Norway have a bit forgotten that. Instead of a brigade, each region has now just a battalion. And other countries like the Germans have not forgotten it. They try to ignore what this meant, completely trying to erase it from their history. Poland didn't see it necessary, but now Poland understands. Poland is building up its military to have like 10 divisions or something. We want to live in peace in Europe. That means those nations that threaten us must look at us and see that there is not just the equipment, but also the mass, that every attack on us will be defeated. And right now, if Russia attacks the West, those Russian forces that go into Finland will be defeated. Those Russian forces that tried maybe to attack Turkey through Georgia over the Black Sea will be defeated because the Turkish military has an immense amount of troops. Those Russian troops that will go into Poland might reach Warsaw, but they will be defeated because the Poles are building up an immense amount of troops. If the Russians somehow manage to attack Spain, they will take Madrid. If they attack Lisbon, they will be in no time in Portugal, they will be in no time in Lisbon. If they attack the UK, they will take London. So many countries have forgot this lesson. So what the Europeans need to do is to invest in their militaries, not just in the equipment, but also in the numbers. The Dutch had 3 divisions in the Cold War. Now they have 3 brigades. So they went from 10 brigades to 3. The Germans had 36 brigades and 12 reserve brigades. It's 48. And now, if you look at them, they have 5 or 6 that are actually workable. So they completely crashed their military. The countries that in the West that reduced their militaries the least since the Cold War are France and Italy. So there's a big gap in mass that the Europeans have to finally accept that has to be overcome. If there's no questions, then we go now to the Air Force. And if someone has some questions, please ask, because I can speak about the Cold War more than can I speak about Ukraine.
I would have been asking you at least 15 questions by now, but I commend you for the fact that you highlighted the failure of deterrence early, and that you reverted back to how essentially Western European nations consumed what they believe to be their inheritance, their piggy bank, the peace dividend, because that's what they did by means of this drawdown. I think we have a couple of armor-related questions. Maybe we should take them first, Thomas, if you don't mind. We have George up. We have George up. We have Alex Caftetti. Then we have Ming and Edward. George, you're a former armor guy, so please shoot.
Hey, Thomas. Yeah, former armor guy. I used to drive one of those big, beautiful M1A1 tanks. Just a question for you. You know, the Russians love to tout the so-called capabilities of their armor. And I keep hearing, you know, from the fatniks and you know, all the Putin penis puffers that the T90M or any variant of the T90 is a great match for the M1A1. Can you opine on that, please? Since I consider you an expert on the matter.
Thank you, George, but I'm sure you know much, much more than me about the M1A2. The T90 isn't a good tank. It's a T72 with a new turret. The Russians haven't built anything new. This is only Russian propaganda. The T90 is some upgrade of an older tank. All these fancy new fighters, except for the Su-34, which is a fighter bomber, all these Su-31 and Su-35 are updates of older models. In NATO, this isn't a new fighter. We are not saying this is the F-16 Falcon, and this is the F-19 Falcon, and this is the F-23 whatever, and this is the F-27. No, it's the Falcon AB. That's the first version. Then comes the Falcon CD. That's the upgraded versions. Then comes the Falcon EF. And within these big upgrades from A to C, from C to E, are smaller upgrades, which is called block. Like the Falcon and the Russian Su-27 are of the same age approximately when development began. And the Russians have claimed they made now 4 new fighters. No. This was basically the variants of the F-16R. So these are not new fighters, they're just upgrades. But the Russians market them as new because they want to sell it to some dumb nations in Asia. Sorry,
So,
let's not call them dumb
Thomas,
nations. Wait a second.
Yeah, I always call the T90 a T72. Like, you know, you put lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig, right?
Yep. It's kind of like the T90 is a T72, and in Germany this would be a Leopard. The T72 would be the Leopard 2 A1, and the T90 would be something like the Leopard A5. So this is not a new tank, it's an upgrade and a new paint and some changes on the design. Is it any good? No. I mean, the Russian tanks weigh 20 tons less than a Western tank. First reasons, the Russian can't build engines that are strong enough for their tanks to put up these 20 tons. Second, if you put there 20 tons of more armor, you need steel, you need ceramics, you need the plated uranium mesh or whatever else kind of mesh you put in there to defeat kinetic energy penetrators. And all that costs money. And Russia doesn't have the money to buy all that raw material. So the Russian tanks are basically welded steel crap with a little bit of extra armor that is good enough if you want to run over some peaceful demonstrators in Tehran or in Moscow. I mean, every Russian T-90 that the Russians sold to Syria got destroyed. It's not a good tank. It's good marketing because the Russians sold a lot of these tanks to India and other countries because they were so much cheaper than Western tanks. Yes, okay, yes, they're cheap, and India doesn't have to face, let's say, Abraham's tank because the US didn't give Pakistan an Abraham's tank. But nothing what the Russians have is really good. It's always upgraded stuff. I mean, the Russians are now really proud of their Caliber cruise missiles, which the Americans had 40 years ago. Congratulations, you copied an American design after 40 years of trying. Hooray! And it has less accuracy, and it is easier to shoot down, and it is slower, and a Ukrainian fighter jet can just hit it with its gun, and a Stinger missile takes it down. So you took 40 years to copy an American design, and you made it worse. Congratulations, Russia. So the idea,
if you pay peanuts, you get monkeys, as a famous German CEO once said.
And the thing is that the Russians sell all this stuff. I mean, my favorite thing when they showed on Russian TV how the Su-34 fighter bomber destroyed a hospital in Syria. That there was a war crime, that didn't make me happy. But what made me happy, the Russians said, our Su-34 has precision bombing capabilities, and look how this bomb hits that hospital and destroys it with the first strike. You see the video, you see the bomb, and the hospital blows up. And then you see around the hospital 6, 7 craters from the misses that the Russian bomber had before finally hitting the hospital. So I laughed. I'm sorry, but you know, the Russians put on TV a war crime to brag about and exposed that their best fighter bomber is worse than an American Phantom F-4 hitting some Viet Cong at Kien Sha in 1968. But a lot of countries believe the Russian propaganda, and their generals take the Russian bribes, and so the Russians sell that crap. Once Russian weapons and technology face Western technology and weapons, they always lose. The F-15 and the F-16 have together shot down almost 200 Russian-built fighters, and Russian fighters have shot down 0 F-16, 0 F-15. Everything Russia produces is crap, except for its propaganda, which dumb people believe. You can divide humanity in two kinds of people, educated and dumb. And the dividing line is who believes the Russian propaganda, which is made, as you said, by monkeys that get peanuts, then you're really dumb. If you believe Russian weapons specifications, you believe every kind of stupid stuff someone tells you. Because not a single Russian weapon system works as advertised. Not has it the range, not has it the quality, not the speed, not the payload, nothing. So everyone that was telling me, oh, the Russian T-90 is so good. Thank you for telling me that you're a moron. I appreciate you to be so honest and open. Do you have any other opinions I can disregard because they come from a moron who believes the propaganda done by idiots for morons? So the M1A2 Abrams is a far, far better tank. It's kind of like when the Russians built the M31, the MiG-31, the Americans saw the Russian specifications and thought, oops. And the Russian industry built the F-15, which was far superior to the Russian MiG-31 interceptor. Why? Because the American industry doesn't mind that the Russians always inflate the capabilities of their weapon system, because it just means that the American industry gets to build something even better. So let's say if a Russian weapon system has the capability of 10, doesn't matter, just say 10, the Russians will claim the capability is 15, which means the American weapon industry will build something that has the capability of 25 to beat this Russian thing that has 15 of capability. But in reality, it's just 10. So every
and then we stop using it or phase it out, like the F-22.
Yes, it's like the F-22 is basically complete overkill for what the Russians have produced and the Chinese. I mean, let's give you an idea. The manual of the best Russian fighter, the Su-57, was leaked on the War Thunder forum. So the interesting thing is the Russians claim it's a stealth fighter. Okay, to visualize, you know a marble that the children play with in the garden, a marble. That is this radar cross-section, radar signature of an F-22, a marble. So if you're a Russian fighter, you have to find this marble 100 kilometers somewhere out in front of you. If there's an F-35 out there, the radar cross-section is the size of a golf ball. Good luck trying to find and hit a golf ball in the sky 100 kilometers away. And Russia's so vaunted, in the propaganda so celebrated Su-57 has the radar cross-section of a Harley Davidson. not one like a small one. It's like a big Harley Davidson with a fat tank and a lot of wheels and whistles and so on. You have a marble, you have a golf ball, and you have a Harley Davidson. So what do you think is going to win a fight with a beyond visual range missile engagement? Well, according to the Russian propaganda, it's their fighter jet. But I guarantee you, in all of its existence, the Su-57 will shoot down not a single F-35 and will not shoot down a single F-22. And every Su-57 that is lost in war will be shot down by an F-35 or by an F-22. It has always been like this, and it will always be like that. Russia produces crap, hypes it, and the Americans come in and destroy it with ease and laugh about the Russians. It's a law of nature.
All right. I'm with it. And yes, I find it funny that we actually stopped producing the F-22. Actually, I don't find it funny. It's tragic, but there you go. Alex Caftelli.
Thank you. Very interesting conversation. And yes, as always, I really love listening to you. My question was, and maybe partially you already answered, but you also expressed some concern about timing and how Ukrainian troops will be ready to really embrace all the capabilities of the weapons they are getting. And my question was, it's been months that dozens of thousands of Ukrainians are being trained in UK, for example. Is there a connection between, because at the end of the day, and you said it very well, it's your tactics or strategy is function of the capabilities of the tools you have. So I guess those trainings should be around the capabilities of challengers and other modern Western weapons. I guess marching and shooting, those troops already know. But can you expand a little bit on that? And should it give some reassurance to us that these troops will be ready to use the capabilities of new weapons?
The thing is that the training that the British and other countries in Europe did was infantry training, because infantry training, you can train masses of people, you can put 100 guys in a company and say, okay guys, here's your 5 instructors, and we are going to learn now urban combat, we're now going to learn mountain warfare, we're now going to learn survival skills, and you can teach a lot quickly the skills needed to survive on the battlefield. If you start teaching driving and tank warfare, it's a more individual approach, because you cannot teach 50 guys at the same time how to fire a tank. You can teach them the theory, but then in the tank simulator or in the tank, there's one guy at the guns and he has with the trainer to learn it. So infantry, Ukraine has enough. And infantry, Ukraine received all the help from the West to equip and train infantry units. So urban combat, forest combat, combat when you have to hold a riverbed, yes, the Ukrainians have the troops and they are ready. Armored warfare, I mean, if you go and learn how to drive a car at the driving school, you have a theory section where you sit with other people in a room and learn the theory. But driving, it's you and the instructor. So Ukrainians definitely have infantry in numbers. They don't have yet the Challenger drivers, the Challenger commanders. Yes, the Ukrainians sent over Ukrainian experienced tank drivers and experienced, experienced tank commanders and gunners and so on, but they have to learn different stuff. Because, for example, if you are driving a Challenger 2 tank in Ukraine right now, when you have an engagement, right, and you have to retreat, you can just go back with the T-72 with 6 kilometers per hour. With a Challenger, you go back 30 kilometers per hour and you crush everything that is behind you because the tank is much more powerful and heavy. So you have to teach the Ukrainians to basically not reverse without looking in the camera if there's nobody behind. They have to teach them that the Challenger tank has a very different thermal sights that allow you to fire at night at targets with a precision that you can hit something 4 kilometers away. Because if you have it in your sight and it's 4 kilometers away, you don't fire in a straight line. You fire with the gun up. So the shell goes up and then comes down, and the computer calculates for you that this tank 4 kilometers away will be hit square in the places of the turret and destroyed. So there's things to learn. And the problem is that you can't just teach that stuff immediately. I mean, to shoot a gun, honestly, in the Italian army, they taught us that in a day. Then it was like, and now let's clean the gun and keep it, well oiled and tell you how to fix it. It took a much longer time. It was a whole company that got taught that stuff because obviously, one instructor in the front can show it to you. And then after the basic training, we were dispersed. And then it was like, okay, we're taking 4 guys to the artillery crew, and these 4 guys just learn all about the charges and how to handle the charges, because this is much more, you have to put your hands on it and you have to load it and you have to see how this works and all that stuff. And so the more complex a weapon system, the less people you can train at the same time and the longer it takes. So the British are training 14 Ukrainian crews for Challenger tanks and some replacement crews, I assume. If you train just 14, you should be able to do it in 3 to 4 weeks with a very basics to employ the tank to its fullest. The Germans took 3 weeks to teach the Ukraine the Panzerhaubitze 2000. And then the Ukrainians learned a lot while using it. But the thing is, with the Panzerhaubitze 2000, if you make an error, you're far behind the front. It doesn't kill you. With a Challenger, if you make an error in front of a minefield or a Russian anti-tank guided missile team, you're dead. So training, that's why I said the training should have started earlier. They should have just trained the people and said, so you're ready for the moment when you get the stuff. I would have wished the Americans to train the Ukrainians in Patriot missile defense and air defense like last summer, so that when finally Biden says, okay, you can have it, the Ukrainians can get it and use it. Because right now, I think the first Patriot systems will show up in Ukraine in a month, now 2 months, 3 months. That's a big error by the West that they didn't start training of these troops much earlier. Same with F-16s. I don't hear anything about training at this point, and it annoys me extremely, because if finally F-16s are greenlit, it will take months to train the Ukrainians. They should be trained now so that they can fly the F-16 the day they are greenlit directly from Edwards Air Force Base in Arizona, Mexico, Arizona, to Ukraine.
Yeah, the thing is, they might actually be flying them rather more from the Netherlands and other places soon enough. But
main F-16 training is at not Edwards. No. Luke?
Lackland.
Yeah, there's an American airbase where the all NATO nations meet to do the F-16 training, because the Americans have there are so many simulators and instructors that it just much more sense for the Europeans to just go there. So if Ukrainians are being trained in F-16s right now, then you will find, I forgot the airbase. Edwards is, no, not Edwards, Luke?
Holloman and Lackland.
I have to check. And no, basically, if you want to see if Ukrainians are trained on F-16s, you just have to hang out at the bars around there and see if there's any Ukrainian coming in.
So, Thomas, where they train at Luke. They go to Holloman, and beforehand they are at Lackland. But at Luke, they are definitely doing training.
Then there's Luke. That's the basic. Then that's the basic training. Axel, you're very quick with researching stuff. Congratulations.
No, I just had to open a book here because I was once hoping that I could end a career in doing more than just looking at aircraft and their insides, but it's a long time ago. And that's before the F-16 ever was in question. And funnily enough, Germany never, ever wanted F-16s because they were stupid.
The F-16 is the most versatile. It's the CV-90 of fighters, the F-16. You can do everything with the F-16. It's an amazing tool.
Yes.
Many users.
Yeah. Sorry, please.
Many
Germany
users.
bought the 105, the F-105.
Sorry?
Germany bought the Starfighter, which was a
Yes,
disaster.
we had the Starfighter. We had
Yep.
the Starfighter, which was an exceptional piece of kit. Unfortunately, also a Widowmaker. Then we had the F4 and the RF4E, which were perfect, but albeit a little bit old. And then we faced the transition, and we decided to go full Tornado as opposed to anything else, and that was a mistake. But there you go. It doesn't matter. Please, Thomas, go on.
So before we go to the air defense and air combat, I see William, Paulie, Randy, Sogalm, and Edward have questions.
Exactly.
So
Edward was the one who was longest there, then Paulie, then William, then Randy. So Edward, please.
Hello, hi Thomas. Yeah, I had probably a really stupid questions about this ground launch small diameter bomb. Platforms for launch, because with HIMARS, I think that there's a sense in which perhaps to protect the launchers, their full range of 85 to 90 kilometers may not be exploited because that, you know, people don't want them on the front lines and stuff. But I read somewhere that these ground launch small diameter, the daggers can be launched off sort of out of a dustbin or something like that, put them on the back of a truck or something. Is there any truth in that?
honestly, I don't know. The thing is that people are telling me they can be launched from a container. Yes, but if you look exactly at the pictures of these containers, inside the containers are HIMARS pods. So the question here, what I understand, is that the problem is Boeing makes the bombs. Saab had the idea to mate this with the ground-launched small diameter bombs and the M26 rockets. And Lockheed Martin makes the software for the HIMARS and M270. And as far as I understand, the hiccup is that Lockheed Martin has to find capacity in its factory to fill the pods with the rockets, which seems to have been solved already last fall because they have been producing these daggers since last fall. But the software hasn't yet been certified, is what I hear as the hiccup. So basically, Ukrainians would have to mount a container, and in the container are the pods. And until basically they can launch them from HIMARS, they would have to do with that. Unless somehow the certification of this, I mean, let's be honest, who needs certification of the software if you can get the missile and it works and it's in a wartime situation? Nobody cares in Ukraine if you certify that. I think the certification is needed because of insurance issues with the US Army. Because if you have a non-certified software and you fire that and you have a training accident in the US military, your commanders and the US military is going to pay and Lockheed Martin for having given the troops something that killed them. So certification has to do with insurance for US Army use. The thing is that whatever you speak to, everybody doesn't really know. Nobody really knows except the managers of Boeing, Saab, in the Pentagon, obviously, and at Lockheed Martin, what the issue is. So far that I understand it, certification of the software is an issue, but I don't think that is an issue because the certification is just needed for internal American use of the missiles in training ranges. No idea what's going to happen. If there is an ability to launch them from containers, Ukraine should definitely try to get some. Just for the fun to mess with Russia, you know, because if you have a container, you can plunk it on a ferry. And such a ferry can maybe move out a little bit from Odessa to the sea and launch, you know? Because when you look at the test launches from Saab, you see they had a container, and the container was for blast insulation, not because they had to transport the missile in there. And in the container, there was a pod, standard HIMARS pod, and they launched with basically a laptop. So if that is a version, please give it to Ukraine, plunk the container on a ferry, go out at night from Odessa with two guys, one steers the ferry and the other one who sits at the laptop. And when they're in range of Sevastopol, they press two buttons and the Russians wake up to 6 destroyed buildings in Sevastopol and they're like, oh crap. So I don't know what the Ukrainians will get and how they will get it. The information I get is confusing, but no matter how the Ukrainians get it, give them all kinds of abilities and possibilities to launch them, because if you can launch it with HIMARS, super. If you can launch it with a container, also good. I mean, if you can launch it from a container, try to smuggle it into Russia and then launch it from Ivanov at the Kremlin. Why not? Okay, the Americans would not like that. Sorry. Step back. Don't do that. Sorry, my dreams went ahead with me here right now to blow up the Kremlin. So let's not do that, please. If you're listening, Ukraine, don't do that. Don't smuggle a container into Russia.
The opposition can do this by themselves, right? Somebody falls out the window, another one just gets rid of the Kremlin.
Yeah.
No, who cares?
And no, so there's different versions, but the Ukrainians will get them and they will use them. And I'm looking forward, because the Russian whining on internet will be. I'm looking forward to the day when this begins. The great Russian ammunition depot massacre.
There you go. Thomas, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I just switch off
sorry.
the microphone when I'm done speaking because I don't want to have
That's
you
very
hear
funny.
how I drink my tea.
It was so abrupt. I thought, my goodness, did he drop into the tea? Anyway, Edward, I think, has a follow-up, and then we'll move on after that to Ming, who had signed up before, and then please go on. Edward, please shoot.
Hi, yeah, I'll just quickly throw something out, but if you judge it to be out of bounds, then please say. But I was just wondering, I mean, since the retaking of the right bank of the Dnieper, Kherson city and stuff, obviously we've seen a bit of a stalemate. Ground conditions have been muddy. The Russians have been sort of grinding forward in Bakhmut. And just generally, do you see anything that you're concerned about in the progress of the war of late, or is this all just noise and we're just readying for some more serious action later in the year?
There was a clear Ukrainian plan to go on the offensive in the south once the ground freezes. And you can tell that the preparations for a Russian offensive have not derailed that, but they changed the Ukrainian plans, because going on the offensive means to risk lives, troop, equipment, units. Waiting for the enemy offensive forces the enemy out into the open, and he risks lives, units, equipment, and so on. And an enemy on the attack, if you have the reserves to counterattack, is much, much easier to defeat than an enemy that is entrenched in a serious system of trenches and fortifications. So what I see here is the kind of like an operational pause that happens when both armies have decided, not both armies. It's an operational pause because the Russian army is not yet ready for the offensive that Putin wants. And the Ukrainian army has decided that it will be less risky and less costly in Ukrainian lives to let the Russians run into a disaster. So I am not concerned people tell me, yeah, Putin is going to send 300,000 men at 500,000 human wave and blah, blah, blah. Sure, yeah, we can send 500,000. He can just not supply them with ammunition and food and fuel and ammo and everything. So can the Russians attack with that amount of troops? Sure. Will they succeed? Yeah, they might take some territory. And then, let's say the Russians attack with 500,000. How long before the Russian logistics run out? Well, how much can a human person carry? Besides his sleeping bag, his ammo, his food, his toiletries, and his gun, and so on. Not that much. You need to resupply them after 2-3 days. Can Putin resupply 500,000 men? No. So after 2-3 days, the Russians come to a stop. Okay, 2-3 days. In the best case scenario, how much can you walk? Well, Napoleon's armies, if they walked really briskly, they made each day 40 kilometers. But that meant no resistance, no fighting on roads in summer. So in best case, the Russians can maybe in 3 days go 30, 40 kilometers, and then they're stopping because they're running out of logistical capabilities. So now you're in the open steppe in winter with no food, with ammo being short supply, and the fuel is gone, and your tanks need maintenance, and they have no ammo, and there's no fuel for the tanks, and then it's winter, and you have to dig a trench in Ukraine where the ground is frozen to the depth of 1 meter. Okay, so you can't. So you're out there in the open and you're gonna freeze to death while Ukrainians start shooting at you. The Ukrainians who have well-fed, full of ammo and are eager to kill you. So yes, the Russians can do a 500,000 offensive. Is it going to be effective? How effective was the Russian offensive against the Finns in 1939? Yes, the Russians advanced some. And then the logistics ran out. And then the Finns were like, okay, there's a bunch of starving Russians in our forest, or in our fields, or in our steppe, or around this lake. And so it will go also now. So there is, Putin is hoping his offensive will overwhelm the Ukrainians and drive the West to despair to give up on Ukraine. You know, I don't know what they smoke in the Kremlin, but I assume they not just smoke it, they eat it, they snort it, and they put it up in their bloodstream and whatever not. Completely deluded. And the imbecile who planned the Russian attack last February and March is still in charge. So the most clear aspect of whatever Putin is throwing at Ukraine is gonna be an immense amount of dead Russians. The only way that Putin can drag out the defeat of his offensive is the mass use of poison gas. That's the only way that the Russians can manage an offensive that goes deeper than 40 kilometers, just blanket whole sectors of the front, whole cities with Novichok, VX gas, Tabun, Sarin, and whatnot. Is the Kremlin willing to use poison gas? Yes, obviously. I mean, he used poison gas in England to kill people and used it everywhere in Bulgaria to kill someone, in London, not in London, in Salisbury to kill someone, and in Syria. So the only possibility for the Russians to undertake an offensive that doesn't fail within days is the mass use of poison gas. And not just like, it's say 1 kilometer of the front. No, it's kind of like, you know, this oblast, we spray the entire oblast down, something like that. So war crimes that the world has never seen. Will the Russians do it? I hope not. Do I believe they would be capable of doing so? Absolutely. The Russians gassed a full theater just to get on some terrorists, in the full knowledge that they pumped in the theater a gas that would incapacitate a male adult that is 180 tall, but would kill children and women and elderly. They full knew that, and they still gassed the whole theater. You know, in Moscow, they sieged in the theater. They just gassed it. So for the Russian offensive, the only way for it not to be a complete disaster is the use of poison gas.
And how difficult, Thomas, how difficult is that to distribute in the battlefield?
The Russians have the ability, you know, the West swore off such weapons. The Russians never did. The Russians joined the conventional weapons, the chemical weapons convention, that they wouldn't use those and wouldn't deploy them. But as we know, thanks to Novichok, they just signed that treaty and ignored it. And all these thermobaric launchers, these TOS-1 thermobaric launchers, you can launch chemical weapons with that. You can launch them from helicopters. You can launch them from airplanes. If the Russians should go for that, they have the ability to launch them. We don't know all of them because the Russians obviously kept that secret, because they are violating international treaties by that. But that Russia keeps violating every international treaty is a basic part of their history. Russia has never, ever adhered to a treaty unless it profits the Russians in that moment. So what my worry is that the West needs to signal to Putin any use of poison gas is a step too far. And I would want the West to tell Putin, if he uses just one drop of poison gas, we will cut Russia off completely from the world. No more trade. You trade with Russia, you travel to Russia, you go to prison. You provide any kind of service to Russians, you go to prison. Internet, not for Russia, we cut them off. Throw this country back into the Stone Age if they use poison gas. The problem here is that the last time poison gas was used, America fell backwards over itself to suck Putin's manly peace, to back him so they don't have to take out Assad. Obama said there's a red line which must never be crossed. It's the use of chemical weapons. And Assad used them and dared Obama to show his colors. And Obama chickened out, went to Putin and basically begged him to a way out. And Putin was like, you know, the Syrians will give up their chemical weapons and you will not bomb them. And Obama was like, thank you, thank you. And the Syrians gave up a little bit of their chemical weapons and kept the rest. So whatever we're going to tell Putin now, that we will crush them if they use chemical weapons or poison gas, he's not going to believe it. So for me, from a military point of view, I don't see the Russians succeeding with any kind of offensive. And what worries me is that the Russians are the only nations on this planet that are capable of just using immense amount of chemical weapons and feel righteous about it because they're a Russian Übermenschen, which, you know, kind of like can gas the subhumans. And this ties back into the Russia is a fascist nation, because if you're a fascist nation, everyone that is not for you is a subhuman and can be killed, no matter how. So is there a Russian offensive coming? Everybody assumes so. Is it going to succeed? No. What is the risk? The risk is that the Russians grab chemical weapons. Does the West warn about that enough? No, I don't see it, and that worries me.
Okay, let's hold this for a second, because I think it's a very important point. We should come back to this, because this is yet again about communication and deterrence. And I think you and I have agreed this many moons ago already, that in terms of communication, seemingly the West has not quite lived up to the challenge. If you don't mind, I would like to go to the questions further, because we have so many. You have no idea. Every single Theiner ton triggers more questions.
Oh God, go. But if it look after 1 o'clock, I will have to use my mobile phone and connect it to the charger. If not, we won't make it through the night.
All right, good, fair enough. I hope you have the charger and the cat is fed. Let's go to Ming. He had his hand up long enough, and then we go to Paulie, William, Randy, and Bill. Ming, quick, shoot.
Thanks, Axel. So just a few things, Thomas, on that last observation about you that you made about poison gas. I would only observe that the Russians are the most spectacularly incompetent users of poison gas, as per the Moscow theatre siege back in the early 2000s, I think it was, where they killed more hostages than than the hostage takers managed to do. So I'm kind of relaxed about that side of things. But everything you've said this evening has stimulated. I'm like Axel on this. It has stimulated like a list of 15 questions that I've wanted to ask you. But I'll restrict myself to just the one.
Take one first.
Yeah, I'll restrict myself to the one, which was, I think in your first MriyaReport appearance, you credited Ben Wallace as being the guy who saved Ukraine. Now, I picked up something interesting from my best mate, and he told me that Ben Wallace didn't actually have cabinet approval at all for what he sent to Ukraine in terms of aid, and he subsequently went to cabinet, and you kind of indicated that's the way it worked, in that Boris just said, "Oh yeah, fine, whatever, you do what you need to do." I'm just curious whether you picked up anything along those lines at all, that Ben Wallace did what he did without cabinet approval.
Not just without cabinet approval, the British heads of the army and the military were against it, telling him we need that stuff ourselves. And he was like, screw you and screw everyone else, and ordered it to be sent. And after it was in the air, he informed Boris Johnson and was like, yeah, it's too late now. You can make a scene, or we can just say we are cool. And Boris Johnson was like, fine, I have to party, and didn't care. So that's why I keep going back that Ben Wallace deserves to have streets named everywhere in Europe, because he just, as a former army officer, he understood what these troops need to defeat Russian armor in the forested areas north of Kiev. And it's the NLAW. It's the number one weapon in NATO's arsenal if you want to destroy armor in a close engagement. And he sent basically everything that the British army made a fuss about it, because honestly, the British army has too little of everything, and he basically cleaned out their depots. So everything I heard of Ben Wallace was that he basically looked at the intelligence and was like, damn, and ordered to give the Ukrainians the tools to survive against all kinds of people who told him not to. So the world owes Ben Wallace a huge debt, because if Kiev had fallen, the Russians would be now about, should we take Russia or should we take Tallinn or Riga next? So I don't think Ben Wallace wants this out there in the public, because I don't have the feeling he's a guy who looks for the limelight and wants to be applauded or anything. But you can tell. Now he is not alone anymore, because cleverly the British Foreign Secretary, you can tell from his speeches, he's an army officer too, even higher ranking than Ben Wallace, and you can understand from his speeches too that he fully supports Ben Wallace. And I mean, the Ukrainians are getting weapons and ammunition from countries like Sudan and Iran and Pakistan and Egypt and whatnot. This isn't a donation. This is being bought on the free market and delivered to Ukraine. And if you would go back and try to figure out who organized that, you come back to the same guy who sent the end laws to Ukraine at the last moment to give the Ukrainians the tools to survive the first onslaught. So there's Boris Johnson went to Kiev and got feted, and people love him, and he's like a face that in Ukraine everyone knows. But Ben Wallace deserves here the title, you know, the King Charles should name him something like Prince of, I don't know, whatever he wants.
The Order of the British Empire is enough.
Yes, because obviously, man, when people told him not to, he was like, but I know better because I was an infantry officer and I would need this for my company to survive in a fight in that terrain. And the Ukrainian companies don't have it. And we have it in the depots. We give it to them. So that was the key, you know. And you see the difference, you know. The defense minister of the UK is an infantry officer. The defense minister of the United States is a former general, airborne, 18th Airborne Corps, I think he was before he went to become the minister. And then you look at Germany. This was like a family rights lawyer who was disinterested in the military, and you see how completely the difference in how they approach things is. So I cannot praise Ben Wallace enough, and I will never stop to praise him, no matter what comes next. People need to give this man more credit.
I would normally give a minute of silence to this, but how about hear, hear?
Hear, hear.
A round of applause. Everybody clapping his hands so loud enough so he hears it.
We will try to have at some point in time, probably only when the war has ended, to have, if not Heapy, then Ben Wallace himself here. Unfortunately, each and every approach thus far has failed. We can only get former politicians. So maybe we can get someone with an unworldly, non-existent haircut sooner rather than later. I think we have Paulie next.
Just one quick thing
please.
here. You shouldn't approach current politicians because every one of them has a stack of 0.5 meter of top secret files on his desks, and they have all massive amounts of worries about not. I mean, the whole European defense ministers know stuff that is rumored about outside of their offices, and half of that stuff, I mean, what Turkey delivers to Ukraine is a whole book that people will be shocked to discover one day. And what Israel has given, it's nothing officially, but behind that, oh my God, South Korea is delivering stuff that the Russians will hate the South Koreans for that. And other things so inviting current defense officials, it's for them one wrong word and they give something away that the Russians can use. So I wouldn't even bother inviting them because it's not worth the risk to spill even a single word of that is wrong in the public.
I agree, and that's why when we asked at an early stage, Heapy, as to whether he'd like to have a word and say something, very, very kindly, we were told that unfortunately that the inner circle at this point in time is closed, which is completely fair. But you know, in the interest of public discussion, we had to make that request. Other than that, I am very glad that you just highlighted South Korea, because it is payback time. And South Korea has suffered enough from Russian support and influencing alongside China of North Korea. And I think it's very good to see that Hanwha and our friends from Hyundai and the likes, and everybody else who's been producing something is supporting Ukraine. I'm absolutely delighted. I mean, as much as I detest their technology, and as much as I think that their tanks are, well, there you go. But they have some pieces of kit which are extraordinary because they've been tested against the electronic warfare capacity of the North Koreans for such a long time, and they are such good allies of the United States of America. We should all be glad that they exist.
One thing that people also, Steve, now I have to be careful what I say. A Korean K1 tank and the Israeli Merkava 1 and 2 tanks, the Merkavas are being stored and the K1s are being upgraded. All their electronics and equipment is far superior than anything the Russians have. And with a little bit of metalworking, you can fit them into T-72s that are being upgraded somewhere in Europe or anywhere, all over the place.
Take the Czech Republic.
We're not going to say country names here. And basically, South Korea and Israel, they're not delivering, let's say, a K9 self-propelled howitzer, or they're not giving to Ukraine Harop suicide loitering munitions and suicide drones and some stuff. But what they provide to not indirect weapons but other stuff is making a huge difference. And nobody's speaking about it because it's not sexy, but it's necessary. And the coalition of countries that supports Ukraine in this way is far more extensive than people know. I mean, there's ammunition plants in Sudan that are running at maximum capacity. Why would they do that? Well, they have a customer. Who's the customer? We don't speak about it, but they're paid in pounds. So, yay! And Ukraine uses that. So there's an immense amount of things that, governments all over the Southern Hemisphere, Africa, Southern Asia, Southeast Asia even, some don't want the world to know. But it's a world war in the fact that it's almost the entire world against Russia. So it's not really a world war because it's just one idiot nation who thinks that they can take on the world. But then the Ukraine support coalition is 60, 70 countries by now, with a lot of these countries. I mean, some countries in Africa have shipped their entire T-72 stocks to Ukraine and will get M1A2 Abrahams, more M1A2 Abrahams in return. So these countries don't want to talk about it, but the coalition is so much more and deep than officially acknowledged by everyone.
Very good point. Let's move on to Paulie, because Paulie's in the same time zone as I am. Paulie, how's Helsinki?
Thank you, Axel. It's really good, and I've been liking all the insights that Thomas has been giving all night long or evening long. Really, really good insights and knowledge. I really enjoyed the realistic analysis on the need and meaning of having the masses in each country to defend a country. That was really, really good point. So a question, and I think hopefully Thomas will have some kind of view on this. Let's say by June we will have Ukrainian forces in Berdyansk and basically at the Azov Sea with the new tanks and the IFVs, and possibly also some infantry is gonna accompany them. How do you see the movement or the pincers going forward from Berdyansk direction if Ukrainians were to go to the Azov Sea from that direction? What do you think? How will it go forward from there?
I have thought about the southern attack direction quite a bit. You want to come down at a position which will make it for the Russians difficult to attack you in the flank out of Rostov. So the Ukrainians will aim for Mariupol, where you have on your left flank the Azov River, which means that the Russians have to ford this river before they can attack the Ukrainians in the flank. Which means also that you break through at Vuhledar, which means you can take a second pincer towards the north and go into the rear of Donetsk, which means basically that the Russians have to abandon Donetsk city. So once the Ukrainians have reached the Azov Sea, the first order is to make this push into the south able to withstand Russian counterattacks. So you have to widen it. So I assume that the Ukrainians would immediately try to push the Russians in the south westwards toward Melitopol to create a 40-50 kilometer wide basically Ukrainian-held territory between Berdyansk and Mariupol and the north. Once there, you can easily interdict the Crimean bridge. You can fire at it the ground-launched small diameter bombs. From Berdyansk to the bridge, it's pretty much 150 kilometers. If you want the bomb to come down in a 90-degree vertical angle, if you say 60 degrees is fine, 45 degrees is fine, you can even hit further. So the moment the Ukrainian troops are somewhere between Mariupol and Berdyansk, they are going to wreck that Crimean bridge to smithereens. There will be nothing left. Then the Russians have 150,000 troops and troop families and Air Force personnel and such things in Crimea, which means that these people are going to starve. Because how are the Russians going to bring in material, food, supplies when the Ukrainians hold the south of Ukraine between Mariupol and Berdyansk, the area to the north? There's no way for the Russians to bring in stuff there. With the Crimean bridge gone, all you can do is an air bridge or a ship transported, basically ship transport. So that has two problems. Ukraine has Harpoon missiles. That means the Russians have to go outside Crimea and then land at Feodosia or at Sevastopol to unload. If the Ukrainians should cross the Dnieper River and take some part of the south around the Dnieper, the Dnieper estuary, they put Simferopol into range of the 150 kilometer ground-launched small diameter bomb. So for the Russians, it becomes even complicated to unload ships because of the 45-degree angle. You don't need to attack the ship in a 90-degree angle. You can also go with a 45-degree angle. As you said, the ground-launched small diameter bomb can fly around a mountain. It can fly into a cave. It can definitely fly towards Sevastopol and then dive in a 45-degree angle to extend its range to 190 kilometers and hit a Russian supply ship, which is not armored and blows up with all the ammo and fuel inside. So the moment the Ukrainians reach Mariupol and Berdyansk, for the Russians becomes almost impossible to supply Crimea. They can try an air bridge. Okay, an air bridge for 2 million inhabitants in Crimea, plus the Russian forces. After a week, you will see that the Russians just can't do it. They don't have enough planes. This is not the US Air Force who could supply Berlin in the blockade for 2 years by having a transport plane come in every 2 minutes. This is the Russian Air Force. If they fly their planes as much as 10 times a day, they all crash because the maintenance is so shitty. So long story short, I was sure that the Ukrainians would go on the offensive this winter before the Russian offensive took form. And the target would always be somewhere Mariupol to Berdyansk, to have towards Russia a natural obstacle. And in the southern Ukrainian steppe, there are so few obstacles that you have to try to have the Azov River as your left flank when you attack to the south. And once you are down there, with GMLRS, they couldn't hit the Crimean bridge, but with ground-launched small diameter bomb, the bridge is toast. Once the bridge is toast, Crimea and the south of Ukraine for the Russian forces is not tenable. But you know, Putin doesn't care. If the 2 million people in Crimea all starve to death, Putin doesn't care. But it's just not tenable. You can't. And the Ukrainians then have the options to basically starve them out in a siege or attack them after a few weeks when the Russians, you know, the Russian troops, when they expand their ammo and no ammo is coming, at some point the Ukrainians can just walk over the Russian trenches and there's just, you know, there's just some Russian guys with a bit of Kalashnikovs left because they expended all the artillery ammo, all the tank ammo, all the rocket-propelled grenades and everything, which is more heavy than just bullets. So the Ukrainian attack that I have wargamed in my mind and with the people I know would always have come down from Vuhledar, exactly these roads towards Mariupol, and then pushed the Russians west into a pocket and kept the Azov River as much as possible as a kind of flanking protection. And what we now foresee is that the Ukrainians likely, more likely, are going to let the Russians attack, channel the Russians into a preferred kind of like bulge, slow and grind the bulge down with attacks on the front, you know, to make it slower and grind it down. But let it become long enough that logistics become a problem for the Russians. Then attack at the flanks and put this Russian attack formation in the cauldron that you can squeeze and destroy. And the second best part, the moment you attack on the flanks of such a Russian advance, you know, let's say the Russians have advanced 40 kilometers and for a 10 kilometers wide area. So 40 kilometers long, 10 wide. And you attack at the beginning where the Russians start the offensive, you cut all this Russian 40 kilometers by 10 off. And it's in a pocket, cut off from logistics. It also means this 10 kilometers where the Russians attacked, they left their trenches open and unguarded, and they opened their minefields. And you can attack there into the Russian rear. So what the Ukrainians would have done in winter, if the Russians hadn't prepared for an offensive, would have been an attack towards Mariupol and then towards Berdyansk, and basically create here a block that the Russians are cut off. Now with a Russian offensive coming, I think the Ukrainians are going to let the Russians attack, destroy the Russian attack, and then use the gap created by the Russian attack in the Russian lines to wherever that is, go into this gap and move into the Russian rear. If the Russians should attack, let's say, north of Donetsk, maybe the Ukrainians will break into there and march towards Luhansk. We don't know yet. Because unlike last fall, when the Russian warplanes were leaked to every NATO command to Wargame, right now the CIA is leaking to no one what the Russian plans are. So we don't know where the Russians will come, but I can guarantee you the Ukrainians have those plans. Because if you're Russia and you make your own military network with super expensive secret ships that you ask the Taiwanese to manufacture for you, you're getting some chips. You're getting some chips with 50 backdoors for the CIA to listen in.
And it's not just the CIA, it's a lot of signals intelligence which is available, plus the human intelligence in Russia. So the overall picture is probably a lot more granular than anybody believes, correct?
Yep. I mean, if you're a Russian officer and you see these plans, you know that you can sell them to the CIA for $20,000 and then flee Russia and survive. So why you're not going to do that? So Russia isn't good at keeping military secrets because everything is so corrupt. And their whole military network that runs on computers is compromised because they got chips from Taiwan that they told the Taiwanese will run the Russian military system. And the Taiwanese were like, oh. And yeah, plus everybody in Russia, all the officers are corrupt. The Russians had a huge problem with bullets this summer in the fall. You would think the Russians had problems with Kalashnikov bullets. How come? Russian officers were so corrupt that since the end of the Soviet Union, they sold all the bullets. Like, this depot has 10 million bullets. And then when they checked this fall, 500,000. Why were this 500,000 bullets left in the depot? Because those were the rusty ones that you couldn't use anymore. So the Russian officers are incredibly corrupt. And I guarantee you that there's a bunch of Russian officers that are now trying to sell battle plans and stuff to the CIA for I want to go to America and, you know, be like the guys that founded Google, an American citizen, and try to make money. Give me 500,000, I'll give you the battle plan. So that's Russia. Everybody's corrupt.
Why are we not surprised? All righty. We had hands up, Thomas. As I told you, it'll continue. So we have Randy, then William. Afterwards, we go to Bill and back to Ming. Randy.
Yeah, sorry. I had three real quick things. One, the Polish PT-91s don't get talked about much. They're just referred to as a T-72, and they're not. It's a hell of a lot better tank than a 72. Better gun stabilization and optics and a whole bunch of stuff. I stood by one, and I've done a simulated combat, and they're very, very good. And they were really critical in the fall offensive, and they're still around, and they would be. They were the breakthrough force at that time, and I think that they'll still be quite viable. The second, in terms of training, there's a story. I was an Army infantry officer. I didn't get above company exec, but because I was in reserves. But we, in the Gulf War, the #1 tank commander in the Gulf War that had the most kills for an individual tank was an 8th grade science teacher from the state of Washington who hadn't seen one until he got in theater and did the orientation training there, which was obviously was pretty expedited, and because that schedule was a bear. And he was that was the #1 tank in the U.S. military in the Gulf War, an 8th grade science teacher who hadn't seen an M1 until he got there. So there are, now I know he was going from an M60 A3, so he probably, there may be enough similarity, but I just don't underestimate the speed with which some of these very capable Ukraine tankers can pick this up. We'll see. Second, the last was I just wanted to say the name of one battle that all combined arms people will know: 76 Easting in the Gulf War, and that's kind of a picture of what I think will happen in Ukraine very whenever the major counteroffensive goes and the combined arms units are let go. That, if you haven't heard of that, look it up. 76 Easting. It was a case where elements of the principally the 2nd Armored Cav Regiment engaged in huge number of Iraqi. It was the Kalna division of the Iraqi army, and the final results were 6 Americans killed, 19 wounded, and 1 Bradley lost. And on the Iraqi side, it was about 1,000 killed or wounded, 1,300 prisoners, 160 tanks killed, 180 personnel carriers, 12 artillery pieces, and 18 wheel vehicles. It was target practice. And the reason is because any of the Army guys will tell you that our equipment was always very good, but everybody will say it's the training. The training, we train to fight, and then we fight as we were trained. And I've heard nothing but compliments from people that have been involved in at any point in the past in training or working with Ukrainians, that they have their quick learners. It's their national survival. And there's no screwing around, and it's all business. And I'm very optimistic, and I share Thomas's assessment of what will happen. I keep looking back now and saying, if we had just sent the first batches of Stingers and Javelins in December or January, there probably would have been no invasion if you want to play a what if. But the job will get done now. Unfortunately, it's just going to be after a lot of losses and costs to everybody, especially the people of Ukraine. That's all.
Deterrence, Randy, what you're saying is deterrence is less costly than fighting. I agree with that. By the way, it's they went through 50 to 70 and then to 73 Easting. That's where they ended up having the battle, and it's our friend McMasters who actually did this. But Thomas, what do you think about it?
Okay, there were some 3 things here. Let's focus on the 73rd Easting. Is a really famous battle. It's not the biggest battle in the First Gulf War. There were 2 bigger ones, tank engagements, but this was the complete overmatch by the of an Iraqi elite division with the best Soviet equipment. It was a completely, knife going through hot butter, yes, but the knife had been at the center of the sun before it went through the butter. It was just, so the moment the Ukrainians come up on the Russian formations like that, they're going to go to wreck them the same way. As the PT-91 Twardy of the Polish military, yeah, that's a very excellent upgrade of the T-72 tank. The T-72 had a low first kill probability, which was massively upgraded with a new stabilized gun, new fire control system, and new optics in the PT-91. So Ukraine receiving these is excellent. The Ukrainians are getting another 30, I think, or 40 in the next few weeks, because the American I think the American that the Polish bought secondhand are M1A fire enhancement package from the Marine Corps, this 116, and these Americans that will be the first M1A1 Abrams the Polish get will replace the PT-91, which all will then go to Ukraine. So unlike the Russian upgrades, which were just basically paint on a pig, and the Polish PT-91 was very well upgraded because the Polish had Western help and looked to Western standards of quality and optics and what is necessary, and integrated that into a T-72. So this is probably better than most Russian T-90s, a PT-91 from Poland. The Ukrainians just don't have to use them.
Thomas, I engaged him in a simulator. We did okay. Had to keep our heads down a bit. You wanted to be hull down defilade, but otherwise it was a pretty good match.
Yep, you were in an American tank, I assume, in an M1A1, right?
No, I was infantry, but I was trained completely Cold War version, everything combined arms, and trained to fight the Russians.
So you basically were based in Germany in the late 80s, and that means either, since you're infantry, 3rd Infantry or 8th Infantry Division?
No, I was just reserve. I was just reserve.
But if you're reserve, that means 49th Armored or 50th Armored?
No. You're excellent with all the units, but no, I wasn't in any of them. I was just, I had graduated from law school and went through the ROTC and infantry training and some reserve experience, and that was it.
Okay.
But we had a gaming group in Washington that was all military and intel people, and we had a lot of fun with a lot of this stuff as well. Very, very realistic gaming on terrain models, and had a lot of fun with that too. But never a shot fired in anger. So
no worries. It's just that, the American force posture during the Cold War was so much geared to deterrence and so competently planned, and when they had exercises executed, that the Soviets could see that any little bit of annoying the United States or trying to attack NATO would see the Russian 3 armies that were in East Germany be defeated violently within days by the American 2 Corps in Germany and by 3rd Corps that would have come into support.
Yeah, it was the air-land battle doctrine. We were going to knock them out before they got their specific orders about where they were going. Everything was geared to fight a Russian combined arms army and dispatch it as rapidly as possible with the deep fire and everything else. So, and I think that the Ukrainians are building on that, and they're throwing in a bunch of drones, and there'll be a lot of books written and a lot of lectures given at West Point.
Exactly. But the thing is that the American air-land battle rested on the idea that America would have air supremacy, which the Ukrainians sadly don't have yet. They would need European American fighters for that. We need to go to some other questions, I think, because we will still speak about air battle and why F-16s with Western air-to-air missiles are so important for Ukraine.
I was just about to go there because the next one is Bill Goldman.
Yeah, I actually had a slightly different question, but it's a good. I'll ask my first question. Oh, and by the way, since this time next week I will be in Glendale, Arizona, which is like 10 or 12 miles from Luke Air Force Base. I'll keep my eyes open for Ukrainian pilots in the area. As long as they're not wearing green, I should be able to see them. But that could be a problem. There's a big game in Glendale this time next week. I'll be attending. So I just wanted to put that out there, but I'll keep my eyes open.
If just go there and yell Slava Ukraini, and if someone yells back Slava Heroim, you have a story for the New York Times to sell.
Yeah, there you go. I like that. Probably be a lot of people saying "Fly Eagles Fly," but that's okay. So I'm an engineer, so I always think of these things analytically, and I think of this, the dagger. Let's just call it the dagger, and I look at how it works, and when I think of something that has a precision, capability, having something that can hit something, in a meter in diameter or 2 meters in diameter, very high certainty on range, or it kind of doesn't matter, right? If you don't have a certainty on range, it doesn't matter. You hit a target with a high degree of precision. So when I look at how that thing works, as a glider, and quote unquote, what's the range of a glider, and the variability.
Bill, you're breaking up.
of what's available. Can you hear me now?
You want to start from glider again because you were breaking up.
You turn it off. Yeah. So when I think of a glider, I think, and you say, what's the range of a glider? That's something that can have a very high variance. So when I see something like a range of 150 kilometers, I look at that and I say, okay, if that range has a 2 standard deviation, certainly, just because it needs to say it's precision, the range needs to be very, very known. That tells me that the average of that range could be significantly more than the guaranteed range, right?
You're absolutely correct.
Statistically, operationally, would you use that additional unstated range and use the average range, which is the guaranteed range?
Okay, so the glide aspect, the Americans say 150 because that is even if you have headwind. If the wind is at your back and it's a strong wind, you can hit something much further away. So the Ukrainians will need meteorological data about winds up that are like 4-6 kilometers up. I have been to southern Ukraine. There's always wind. So when the wind is right, the Ukrainians might be able to push this ground-launched small diameter dagger, let's call it, much further out. I have an estimate that I heard once, but I'm not going to tell here because obviously we don't want the Russian to know anything. But even if you're a Russian command post in Yalta, you should start to worry once the Ukrainians figure out in Berdyansk where the wind goes and what the wind strength is. It's just, that when you plan the mission, the standard mission is 150 kilometers max because you know from the height that the rocket will carry the bomb to where it is impact, that's a guaranteed distance. Meteorological factors can improve that. We just don't want to tell the Russians how much because obviously we don't want the Russians to escape. We want the Russians to stay put and die when the dagger hits them.
I can see a bunch of carpet plots to inform decisions.
Yep. Meteorological data is going to, I think we have to collect it in the West and transfer that to Ukraine.
By the way, Thomas, Bill is part of our little merry band of and aviation aficionados. And we were here earlier today with Jarmo Lindberg from the former head of Defense of Finland and former fighter pilot and head of the Finnish Air Force then. We had exactly this question about the reach of the missiles and the likes. And for him, whilst that is important, it is evident that all of this boils down to what kind of delivery mechanisms we actually provide the Ukrainians and who started training when, if at all. And if it hasn't been started, then it's still a matter of having the maintenance and support infrastructure in place, which is significantly more comprehensive in terms of its needs and the timing requirement for building it out. We went through a couple of options in this regard. I would like to, if that's okay, drive to that direction because the Ukrainian Air Force is rumored to have lowered its sorties yet again a little bit. The frequency went down. They lost an aircraft, but they still seemingly have, as far as we know, or the indications are, they have more than 105 aircraft still at hand, which is tremendous given the fact with what they started, meaning 108, if that's true. But they are lacking pilots. And a friend of ours, who is a well-entrenched person within the Ukrainian Air Force, says as much, that they can't grow them on trees. What should we do in order to help them?
Ukraine needs a Western fighter model as soon as possible. There's this whole nonsense about, we must not give them that offensive capability, and it's all nonsense, because if you want to keep them in the fight, you have to give them airframes. And if you give them a good airframe that is capable, you cut also down on maintenance, because these old airframes that the Ukrainians have will definitely need a lot of maintenance. At some point, they will run out of missiles, because these jets are Soviet, and the production lines for those are mostly in Russia, for the missiles and so on. So first, the Ukrainians will need a European designed fighter jet to stay in the fight. Even if you transfer all the Polish and all the Slovakian MiGs and all whatever else you have still in the Western arsenal, and even if you start buying up some fighter jets of this type in Egypt at some point, you're running out of spares and missiles and all that stuff. You need to transition them to a Western fighter. Now, if you really are obnoxiously concerned about escalation, then there's one fighter that you can give them, and you will not escalate, because it's only capable of shooting down other planes. It's a purely air defense fighter. It's the Eurofighter of the Tranche 1. They have such a limited ground capability that they're just usable to shoot down enemy fighters. The Italians have a bunch, they use them only as air superiority fighters. The Germans have a bunch that they want to get rid of. The Austrians have a bunch that they want to get rid of. The British have already begun to scrap them to get rid of. So the Eurofighter Tranche 1, if you slap some AIM 120C on that, or some Meteor, which is the best air-to-air missile that exists in the world right now, or some AIM 9X Sidewinder, with the radars and the avionics and these missiles, the Ukrainians can shoot down any Russian jet that comes close to their borders, no problem, and the Ukrainians will win every single fight with a Eurofighter against any kind of Russian fighter. There's absolutely no competition here. The Eurofighter with a Meteor missile will have a 100-0 kill ratio against Russian fighters. Hopelessly outguns the Russians. And if your concern is we don't want to give the Ukrainians sorts of offensive capabilities, just give them the Eurofighter of the Tranche 1, because that's just to defend Ukraine from Russian air attacks. Give it that. So that's one option. The other option, if you say, no, we give the Ukrainian also the capability for offensive air action, you have much more options. You have the Gripen from Sweden. You have the French Rafale. You have Eurofighter, the Tranche 2, Tranche 3, and so on. You have the F-16. You have the F-15E Strike Eagle. You have the F-35, which obviously you don't give the Ukrainians because it's so way advanced and still not completely kinked out with all its capabilities. So it comes down in the end to give Ukraine either F-16s or Gripens, or maybe Eurofighter Tranche 2, maybe some F-18, but the US Navy has just enough for themselves, so I don't think so. Finland is replacing its F-18. There's a possibility. Norway, Belgium, Denmark, Netherlands are replacing their F-16. Spain is about to replace its F-18. There are airframes here. But Ukrainian pilot training needs to begin now. Because it's not just about flying the plane. These planes are an electronic warfare platform. There are radars that can be used as electronic warfare tools. They have electronic defense suit against electronic warfare, or to protect themselves against being discovered. There's a whole bunch of different missiles and radar recognize and systems to recognize radar and attack radars on the ground and so on. You have to start training now. And not just because Ukraine will run out of jets to fly. You have to start training now, because every day you wait, you kill Ukrainian pilots. Because right now, the Ukrainians are outgunned by the Russian Air Force. A Ukrainian fighter jet going out there, the Russian fighter will see him first at this moment. The Russian fighter can fire the air-to-air missile from further away, because the Russian air-to-air missiles have more range than what the Ukrainians have now. So the Ukrainian doesn't even know the Russian is there when the Russian missile is already on the way. It's now when the Ukrainian discovers the Ukrainian can fire a missile at the Russian. Okay, while the Russian missile is already closing in. And now comes the big problem. The Ukrainians have only semi-active radar homing missiles. That means the Ukrainian pilot has to keep his radar pointing towards the Russian jet for the Ukrainian missile to hit the Russian. But the Russian is already flying away. So the Ukrainian has to pursue the Russians, hoping that his missile will reach the Russian before the Russian is out of range of the missile. But at that moment, the Russian missile that the Russian fired 2 minutes ago kills the Ukrainian. So the Ukrainian pilots have no chance when they encounter some Russian jets right now. That's why they always fly so low on the ground, because there the Russian radars have trouble discovering them. The longer we wait, the less Ukrainian pilots will be there to train on a Western airframe.
Yeah. My worry has been, we keep seeing, like Axel indicated, we see the number of sorties kind of trailing off lately, and there'll be a lot of reasons for that. And hoping it's not availability of pilots and aircraft, but it could be. And when I look at all this new armor coming, that's going to give them a big advantage. My worry is that this position that we have now of air parity won't be sustained, and now all of a sudden that armor becomes, vulnerable if Ukraine can't maintain that air parity status that it is now, where neither side is able to roam free. Any comments on that? Because I mean, we clearly have seen the number of sorties go down in the last 2 weeks. Actually, on both sides, at least the ones reported.
Yeah, okay. This is here the problem, that I think the Ukrainians are trying to preserve their air power. There is rumors that the Russians are also down to 100 serviceable operational jets, because they have because the Russian corruption has skimmed on the maintenance, and every Russian air regiment now discovers that they don't have the spares to keep their planes in the fight. So supposedly the Russians are down to 100, 120 operational planes too, but take this with a grain of salt, because we don't really know. I think the Ukrainians are trying to preserve pilots and airframes for the Russian offensive, because then they will need it. The thing is that if you have a Ukrainian pilot that has to go up there against Russian fighter jets, his survival chances are low. If he goes up there in an F-16 B model or an A model that has a midlife upgrade like the Dutch ones, he has a chance, an even chance. If he goes up there in an Eurofighter, I mean, if a Ukrainian pilot goes up in a Eurofighter against 6 Russian, let's say, Sukhoi 31, the Ukrainian pilot will shoot them down before the Russians know he's there. With 100% kill success, he will be an ace in 3 minutes because the Russians won't see him and the meteor missiles will never miss. So the thing that we are now giving the Ukrainians the tools to keep their pilots alive is infuriating, because these pilots risk their life and are brave and they're competent, but when they're dead, you cannot train them on an F-16, and you need an experienced pilot to have an expedited training. Yes, the Ukrainians also have some cargo plane trainers and helicopter plane pilots and so on. You need a fighter pilot if you want to have an operational conversion to a new fighter in the most efficient and quickest way. So every week we don't do anything, it infuriates me, because really we need to give them better planes. And that we are not training them is a disaster. And as for the armor becoming vulnerable to Russian airstrikes if the Ukrainians run out of fighter frames, yes, that's why we have to get in the Patriot systems as soon as possible. Because if we can get the Ukrainians to operate Patriot systems, the Patriot systems have a range that is so, the officially advertised missile range of the PAC-2 missiles is like 120 to 160 kilometers. It's much more. We don't talk about how much. So if there's Patriot batteries in Ukraine, the Ukrainian spearheads in armored units will be protected from Russian air attacks by the Patriots. Not just that, the Patriot range exceeds most of the Russian ground attack missiles, so the Russians can't even come close to attack the Patriots, even if they know where they are. There's always the risk that the Russians find out where a Patriot battery is and fire an Iskander ballistic missile at it. But the Patriot, with the new PAC-3 interceptors and all these new variants of interceptor, like MSE and PAC-2, what is it, plus C plus and so on, they can shoot down ballistic missiles. So once the Patriot is in place, there's a 200-kilometer radius air defense bubble around it, where the Russians can do nothing with their air force. Why haven't we trained Ukrainians on the Patriots earlier? It's extremely annoying that the training only began now. We could have Patriots in place right now to protect Ukrainian cities and Ukrainian forces on the front. But no, we deterred and we didn't train them. And now basically Ukrainians had to die because of our government deterring and not having the Ben Wallace kind of balls that you need in a time like this.
Okay, but that's back to wartime leadership, which is completely lacking in Paris and Berlin. So, because that's where the breakage was, right? The constant obnoxious insubordination and procrastination and the likes managed to defer the spirit of the Americans over the last summer, and therefore things moved significantly more slowly than otherwise possible.
Yes, if Germany had had a competent defense minister, he would have made a huge mess with Scholz and pushing him. And if he would have refused Scholz, he would have resigned and led to a scandal in Germany. But Scholz had an incompetent, completely ignorant loyalist in that position as defense minister, and that basically was slowing down. Well,
he put her in there, Thomas.
Yes.
He took this coalition at a point in time when the BND and the German MAD and the Americans and the Brits had warned already that the Russians were actually putting up their force posture, because the Germans knew since October last year. This is before he formed his coalition. So he put up this defense minister completely under what we call in German Kotau, or as the Russians would call it, Katyush. He put this up so that he would be able to control it. That's how it is. Otherwise, Ms. Strack-Zimmermann would have been defense minister.
And she would have hounded him 24 hours every day of the year to send Ukraine fighters, jets, and planes and submarines and tanks and material for nuclear bombs and whatever, because she is a wartime leader.
Do we sense a little odor of deliberate planning there?
No, I think that Scholz didn't believe, and I mean, as we know now, the German government didn't really believe that. And as we know now, the German secret services, intelligence services, are completely infested with Russian double agents. So, I don't think that the German government got an honest assessment from the BND or the military Abschirmdienst, which is the MAD, Defense Intelligence Agency, because basically I assume that every expert they asked in those two intelligence agencies about Russia was either working for Russia or was being fed from his people below him that were agents of Russia, wrong intelligence. Because, I mean, you can't have department heads that were Russian double agents and not discover them for 20 years until the Americans are like, guys, you really want to have a look at this department head that you didn't check out for 20 years, huh? Maybe you check him out now. I mean, complete disaster for counterintelligence in Germany.
Yeah, but the briefing they got the night before the invasion was still clear. It's happening.
Yeah,
and they still denied it.
Yeah. I mean, they were having dinner in Kiev, the German head of the intelligence services, and was like, yeah, everything is fine. I'm going to sleep now. Tomorrow I'm going to have a walk in the city and it will be fine. And then in the night he was like, oops, there's some bombs coming down. What happened? And there is no culture that Germans, that are incompetent have to resign. It's still the head of the German intelligence services. This guy is utterly incompetent. The German generals are incompetent. The army is not operational. Nobody resigned.
Es gibt da ein paar. There are a few.
Is Steinmeier still German president?
Don't get me wrong. Yes, please, don't rile me up. You know what I mean. Von Sandrart.
No, I have to tell this because people forget that. In Kiev, in the center of the city, police was massacring people with machine guns. And in the presidential palace, on the same day, in the same hour, Steinmeier was explaining to the leaders of the opposition he had struck a deal with Yanukovych, whose police was killing 100, 200 people down on the street. And the deal was Yanukovych stays president, in control of army, police, intelligence services, and the election commission for another 6 months. And in 6 months, Yanukovych organizes elections for the president of Ukraine. And the opposition will have to sign up to this Steinmeier plan now. While outside you could hear, and this guy thought he gets a Nobel Prize for that. He left Kiev, and the opposition leaders had to go to Maidan to present this plan that evening. And if you look at the videos, the dead people of that day are brought in open coffins to Maidan to be honored, each one of them. And in the middle of that, the opposition leaders go up and tell the people, Steinmeier forced us to sign this file that Yanukovych can stay president for 6 more months. And yes, there's a lot of dead people lying here that Yanukovych's cops just killed. But Steinmeier was like, even if we don't sign up to that, then the Germans and the European Union will drop the Ukraine opposition and not support us anymore.
Thomas, I'm completely with you. You're absolutely right. What did Vitaly Klitschko say about that evening?
I don't know, but I know that that someone with such bad judgment became president of Germany and has never ever faced even a criticism in Germany shows two things. There's no culture in Germany that completely incompetent, imbecile idiots need to resign. And there's no culture in Germany to actually take a closer look at events in Eastern Europe and how they are viewed. Everybody in Ukraine remembers Steinmeier for that. And that a few years later, he came back and told them what Putin had told him they had to do to lose Donbass for peace. That's what the Ukrainians remember. And when Steinmeier wanted to visit Kiev and they told him no, the Germans were upset because nobody in Germany takes even 5 seconds to look at what actually Eastern Europeans feel. Because for Germany, the only relevant nation are the Russians, and for Steinmeier and for Merkel. And sorry when I'm getting angry here because I'm a German.
Thomas, we're on the same page, but it's not all of Germany. It's one political class, one political elite. And Mr. Steinmeier was what? He was the guy who worked for Mr. Schröder as his state chancellery manager in Lower Saxony. He was the management. He was essentially the same as Mr. Schmidt is today for Scholz. He managed the chancellery. That was his job. And then he took up all his other positions. This is a Schröder man through and through.
And he had never to resign for his incompetence. And just to say it's the SPD, it's not just the SPD. Angela Merkel speaks Russian. She could switch on every day Russian TV if she wanted and see the descent into fascism. And if you have a little bit of German education, it includes a lot of curriculum about fascism. You will recognize it if you're just a little bit intelligent. And Merkel either ignored it or refused to see it, or was like, it doesn't matter, let's do business with Russia and be friendly with Putin and help him with, and focus on him no matter what, at the expense of the Polish, at the expense of the Ukrainians, at the expense of the Baltic nations. And before we continue, I have to do one important point here. The Baltic nations remember the Germans very well because the Germans sold them out to the Soviets for deportation, occupation, and mass executions in 1939. So that when the Germans talk about building bridges with Moscow and getting into business with Moscow again after this war, the Baltics remember that the Germans sold them to the Soviets in 1939 to be occupied and almost destroyed as people. The Germans don't even realize that because in Germany, almost nobody cares about Eastern European history. In no German school, all the Polish uprisings against Soviet occupations are taught. They just don't know it, the people. That's the Polish core memory, uprising after uprising to get Poland out from the Russian yoke that was strangling them for 150 years and destroying their nation. If you go to the German parliament, of the 400 parliamentarians, maybe 10 know this. And if you have so little information, knowledge about history of Eastern Europe, and all you know is Moscow, and just because the Russians beat you in 45, not because you actually know history of Russia. The German policy comes from a complete lack of knowledge about the history and the feelings and the nations of Eastern Europe and Finland, Scandinavia too. It's a disaster that in Germany there's no one in government who tells these people, have you thought how this resonates in a country like Poland that was occupied and subjugated and oppressed by the Russians for 150 years? So we could speak for a long time about Germany and its complete incompetent leadership, but the reason is nobody cares about Eastern European feelings, history, and these people. We had this week, just because I have to speak this week, This week, German intellectuals were like, well, Ukrainians have to give up some territory for peace. It's like a bitter apple they have to bite.
Please don't call this woman, that specific woman, this completely illiterate literarian, an intellectual.
Okay, and I just wanted to ask her, okay, so what do you tell to my friend from Berdyansk who can't go back home, whose father has to hide in the garage so the Russians don't find him and drag him to the front to be killed? What do you tell her? It's a bitter apple? What do you tell to my Jewish friend from Donetsk who can't go home to see her parents for 8 years already, who is in Kiev and whose father has to flee to Russia and is hiding with relatives in Siberia to not go to the front? It's a bitter apple? What do you tell to my friend from Mariupol whose brother was a police officer there and fought against the Russians, and the Russians executed their father because he fought against the Russians, and he spent the last 10 months in Russian prison for that, and they don't know where their father's body is, and they can never go back home to their city, these siblings, because it's a bitter apple. I mean, this is absolute fascist thought, and this is what in German newspapers they publish as our intellectuals have some ideas. You're not an intellectual, you're a fascist. That's
exactly
nice.
what I just said. Thomas,
Yeah.
that's exactly what I just said, but you have to tell our audience, because I mean, I'm German, I can do this as well,
Yeah.
and you know this, but I'm based in Tallinn, all right?
Yeah.
I'm half Frisian, my family is Huguenot and Baltic German. I am here since many years, trust me, I know this. I know what Baron von Wistringhausen, as the first ambassador, did. He came here and told Lennart Meri that he was sorry that he was unable to do things during the occupation because he simply didn't have the means to influence German opinion. I'm just highlighting this. There's many, many Germans who bear this as a cross.
I am a German citizen myself, and that's why it infuriates me so, because I speak that language and I can read these texts, and these texts are something that
insane.
No, something that in the 1860, the French and the British would have spoken about, like, let's draw a line between these African people, and this is your country now, this is my country now. Yeah. And then we move this nation there so we can free that up for it's an imperialist, colonialist, fascist mindset. And this is what German newspapers publish as intellectual thought, instead of saying, like, should we maybe tell the German people about the feelings that the Polish have when speaking about the January uprising or such things, or, you know, the simple questions. Why was Chopin in Paris? Well, because he's a Polish guy, but he would have been executed in Poland for his support of the Free Polish movement. Huh? Does anyone in Germany know that? So there's an immense lack of knowledge and empathy for Eastern Europe. And obviously also a lack of brain power in the German government, because you could hire some people who know that, and they don't want to, because then they would have to think out of the box and make some decisions, you know, based on never again, which obviously they don't want to do, because obviously what does Volkswagen want is the more important question. Let's go back to air power, because if not, I'm losing my German citizenship, and I need that, because obviously one day I want to go to Berlin and yell at the Reichstag for 20 minutes about that.
Thomas, can I just highlight, for the purpose of our audience, this was tremendous, and thank you for saying this out loud. I've been trying to do this here since March last year, and I'm very glad that you just said it. Thank you. Much appreciated.
You're very welcome. I want to say it on German TV to all these people, to their face, but, you know, nobody will invite me, because someone who actually understands what he talks about, you don't want that on the German TV. You want some hot-looking woman that yells about NATO, Satan. Okay.
Yeah, well, therefore, we call it German navel gazing. I will not pursue this now further. My friends and colleagues and all our audience know it already here. So I know that Don has been waiting for a long time, but before, and that was William. William, please go first. You had an air question as well. Then we go to Don and then to George, please.
Definitely. And I wanted to early we're going to have to do a segment with Thomas guessing military units. I was in Germany in a mechanized infantry unit in 2003. We'll figure that one out later. But no, on a serious note, to get back to the air power, you know, we talked in the Combined Arms about the Leo 1s and the ability for vehicles to cross over. And it seems in the air power, you see, you know, Ukrainian jets doing a few things, you know, air supremacy, you know, ground attack, but also, you know, air defense when it comes to cruise missiles and drones. What my big question has been, I think there's always a fear. You know, I work in the bureaucracy of government many days of the week, and I understand, you know, just the look of an F-16 gives people, you know, makes it seem like it's a brand new vehicle. They don't understand the reality of everything. But you know, what is the Leopard 1 of airframe that an ally could possibly have that could give you know, a decent amount of numbers that folks could learn pretty quickly to be able to at least maybe augment some of the need when it comes to maybe shooting down, you know, cruise missiles and She drones. If
2003, 2003 mechanized formation. So you were in the big red one.
Correct.
Obviously. So anyway, so yeah, big red one, 2 brigades in Germany. So 1st or 2nd brigade probably. Anyway, we have a question about air systems. The thing is that, you know, you have the French Mirage that the French might give the Ukrainians. Good system. Air-to-air missile has not the range that they need. It's better than what they have, but not yet 100% sure to shoot down Russians without losing a Ukrainian pilot range kind of missile. The Gripen has it. Now, I don't know if the Gripen C can fire a Meteor. If there's some Swedish guy out here, please raise your hand and let me know if the Gripen C version can fire the Meteor missile, or if that's only with the E version. I know the Gripen C can fire the AIM 120C, I think up to the version C7, which would be enough. So what we need for Ukraine is a fighter these are the best that we have. A fighter that can fire Meteor missiles, which is the Eurofighter, which is the Gripen C, I hope, which is the Rafale. And then we need, if that is not available, we need a fighter that can fire the AIM 120 C5 or 7 missiles, which should be all the American produced fighters, I think really all of them. With these kind of missiles and in combination with a Western radar, you can have the Ukrainian pilots fly at 3 kilometers above ground, 10,000 feet above ground, and look for Russian fighters, because the Ukrainians will see the Russians before the Russians see the Ukrainian in this case. Better radars, better range missiles, Meteor and AIM 120C are active radar homing missiles. That means once fired, the pilot can turn away the Ukrainian pilot and get to safety while the missile attacks the targets on its own without having any input needed. So long story short, we need something that can help the Ukrainians shoot down Russian fighters. Second step, we need something with ground attack capabilities. Now, there's various pods. So the most fighters don't have the laser designator and the cameras and that stuff for precision strikes. You get it by attaching a pod under the airplane on one of the weapon stations. That has to be rewired and everything and so on. So there's lightning pod and whatever, different pod, Damocles from the French and so on. You need a fighter that has such a pod, and then the Ukrainians can deploy all kinds of precision-guided munitions, especially bombs, you know, paveway bombs and so on. Every European fighter that exists has a different kind of pod by now, because it's so important for Western air doctrine to have that capability. Just so people understand, before precision guided munitions, you had bombs under your plane. And if you wanted to have the most precise kind of bombing, you basically flew towards the target. Before the target, you went into a dive, 45 degrees, and you released the bombs, and then they would continue with the trajectory and hit the target more or less. Or you could just fly very low and above the target release the bombs that would then strike the target in a carpet bomb way. Always the risk to hit your own units, always the risk of collateral damage, and so on. Then came missiles, like Maverick, with a video, where the pilot had a video from the missile that went back, and he could steer the missile to the target. And then came the GPS-guided bombs, where the pilot enters the GPS coordinates, and the bomb then glides or drops, steers itself to the target in the coordinates that he entered. And then there's laser-guided ammunition, where basically the pilot has a laser, and he lasers the target, and the bombs will hit where the laser and the target basically intersect. Everyone who saw Top Gun Maverick, they're using a pot with a laser designator to laser the target, and the bombs that are released basically then glide towards where the laser points. And that's how you do it. So Ukraine needs that if you want them to have ground attack capability. F-16 can do it. It's the workhorse of such things. The F-18 can do it. Gripen can do it. Tornado, I think, can do it. Yeah, Tornado can do it. The Italian AMX, which would be for this kind of ground attack role. The Italian AMX is a light fighter the Italians and the Brazilians built in the 80s just for ground attack role. So it's kind of like a Sukhoi 25 what the Russians use, but it's with precision guided munitions, and the Italians are getting rid of them. So that would be something really useful for Ukraine. But the AMX has just a very limited air-to-air capability. So you will have always to get some fighters with AIM 120C missiles or Meteor missiles. So there's options, but the fighter that can do everything you want, you can attack ships, you can attack ground targets, you can drop heavy bombs, you can do close air support with small bombs, you can fire missiles, you can fire air-to-air missiles, you can use harm missiles to take out radar stations, you can do electronic warfare, you can do everything, F-16. And there's so many F-16s being taken out of service. I mean, the US Air Force is taking every year, how many? 30, 40, at least F-16s out of service because it's being replaced by the F-35. The F-22 was meant to replace the F-15, and the F-35 is still meant to replace all the F-16. So ultimately, when the F-35 is done with the production, it will have replaced 2,000 something F-16. So if Ukraine gets F-16, there's a lot of F-16 they can have and use in various configurations, but anything that has the midlife update, like the Netherlands, Belgium, Danish, Norwegians have, and the Portuguese, or any American that is of a C/D block, at least 40, is superior to whatever the Russians have right now.
So, Axel, I think we should get Latin in to continue talking about jet fighters.
Yes, absolutely.
And then we can circle to Don and George. But Latin, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Alan and Thomas. Always great to hear you, and hearing you discuss some of the aviation side of this has been really interesting today. I totally concur with everything you've said. I'm going to mention that, did we just lose William? Because I was going to kind of address his point. You kind of did. I mean, you read my mind as soon as he asked that question, because he was asking what type of aircraft could be like an equivalent to a Leo 1. And when this week, when we were hearing a little more about the possibility of French aircraft being provided and training happening there, that was really because we know it's probably not going to be a Rafale. I wrote that, but there is a place for something like the Mirage 2000, because even though it does lack, like you said, beyond visual range capability right now in its current form, because they ran out of the missiles, I still think that it could play a role similar to what you were saying about Leopard 1s. With Leopard 1s, you were talking about how they could be used in a fire support role, and to kind of free up the more capable Western tanks, right? The Leo 2s and Abrams. And I see the Mirage 2000 potentially as being able to play a similar role in the air, because even with its short range capability right now, unless it's modified, and that's always a possibility, it could be you could adapt a weapon to it, but that's an engineering problem. But even if it's in its current form, just with the close range missiles, with the Magics, it could be used as a very useful point defense fighter against Shaheds and cruise missiles, which are a real threat against industrial and power generation sites, cities, and it still has a very decent radar. So I kind of see that was one of the things that during the week I came to the conclusion that, yes, I think they would be very useful. And in the air-to-ground role, they did modify the 2000C to carry laser-guided. Now that would laser-guided munition. So now I'm talking about the attack role, right? You made an important point about the ECM, the electronic countermeasures, podded and internal, that a lot of the Western aircraft have. That you're right. We could see them being able to fly at a higher level and deliver some of these weapons like laser guided. We have yet to see how that would play out in the battlefield, but I think you're absolutely right that some of these ECM systems that were designed specifically to protect these aircraft and make them more survivable against Soviet surface-to-air missiles, that it could really give them a greater edge, give the Ukrainians a greater edge, maybe that little extra bit of ceiling where they can deliver some of these munitions more accurately, as opposed to what we've been seeing so far, which is these rocket attacks that are mostly defensive and pretty effective. But yeah, then they can start hitting, and then we're talking more offense versus defense. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. What I see here as a little hiccup is you have a limited pool of pilots. So if you have let's say you have 100 Ukrainian pilots you can train because they speak English or have some knowledge of the language, and you train 20 on the Mirage, this takes away from the pool of possible pilots you can train on the F-16, which is a more capable fighter. Right now, it doesn't matter. You train on the first Western fighter you get, because in the end, if you have Mirage, it's still better than if you have no MiG that can fly anymore. But the aspiration should be for us to push the West to give Ukraine F-16 for the offense and defensive role, an air-to-air role and whatever. And if the West is worried about the offensive role fighters have, then let's focus on the Eurofighter Tranche 1, because with their extremely limited capabilities for ground attack, these are really just serving to keep Russian fighter jets out of Ukrainian airspace. Because once you have a Eurofighter, let's say 10 kilometers above Kherson, flying circles, within the range of 150 kilometers, every Russian fighter that pops up will be destroyed. No chance of survival for the Russian pilot. And this is just a defensive system. It's not an offensive system, because the Ukrainians are not going to fly into Russia to look for planes. They're going to circle in Ukraine, waiting with the radars for Russians to come too close and hunt them down. Basically, a Eurofighter Tranche 1 is a pit viper who lays hidden and waits for the prey to come too close. So if the Europeans are like, oh, no offensive system. Okay, Germany, you have so many Tranche 1 you want to actually sell, donate. It's a defensive system. You yourself classify as a defensive system, just useful for air-to-air. Go ahead. So obviously we should gonna push here. If this is
it's a very decent plane. I mean, that's the other thing. It's a very capable plane in order to take out exactly those opposition forces at this point in time.
Yep.
There's nothing the Russians have which could lead them to win an air battle. They would completely fail to have even air parity, and as a consequence, their attack, whatever it is, whenever it happens, whether the Financial Times is right and everything happens in the next 10 days and panic and whatnot, or it happens later, they would not be able to contest the airspace over and above their troops.
Absolutely not. Basically, the Eurofighter is the most capable interceptor there is right now, after the American F-22. But the American F-22 is going to be given to no one because it's so advanced compared to the rest of the world. So, and the thing is that the Eurofighter, if you give him a full air-to-air load, I think he can carry 8 Meteor missiles, which means basically you can shoot down. If you have 2 Eurofighter out there, that's like 16 Russian planes they can shoot down. That's a Russian air regiment's complete complement of fighters. Do Svidania, without the Russians even getting a shot in. So 6. Okay, so it's 12. So imagine basically every Eurofighter that goes up with Meteor missiles and encounters Russian fighters will make the pilot an ace in a day without any trouble and risk. So if you want to say we give Ukraine a defensive air superiority fighter that they can use to protect their troops and their cities from Russian air attacks, it's the Eurofighter Tranche 1, because it's just a defensive system. Every other European combat aircraft is a multi-role system that can do everything. Ground attack, offensive attacks. I mean, if you take a Eurofighter Tranche 2, Ukrainians could go and attack the Russian fleet and sink it if they get the anti-ship missiles. So if your concern is that the Ukrainians shouldn't be able to go on the offensive, like it's obviously in Germany in the Bundeskanzleramt, Eurofighter Tranche 1, but personally I think the Ukraine should get the F-16 and get them in a mass. Because as I said before, you want deterrence and you want to fight a war, you need mass. You don't need 4, 5, you need 100.
Okay, let me ask a question before we go on to everybody else. I know that everybody else has been waiting, but now that you're hitting exactly the sweet spot, which I thought we'd do in an hour, okay? Financial Times comes out with its massively doom and gloom story earlier this evening, or past evening. In the next 10 days, it's all happening and whatnot. Now, everybody in media rushes to the exits. It's like this sell, sell, sell signal. What could possibly be done in order to deter the Russians now? Would it be ATACMS? What would it be? Or would it just have to be symbolic? Symbolic probably doesn't stop an attack, but what would you think could be done in the next 10 days in the run-up to Ramstein so that the Russians think twice about whether they should attack?
Cluster munitions.
Perfect.
Dual purpose improved conventional munition, DPCMI. There's a lot of kumbaya and peacenik governments who have banned them against the wishes of their military in all the cases. And there are some competent nations like Finland who are like, nope, because if you have a massed enemy attack with lots of infantry, nothing helps you more to defeat such a massed enemy infantry attack than dual purpose conventional improved munition, DPCIM. The original M270 MLRS, so the predecessor of the HIMARS, was only firing this kind of munition because the munition was designed to rain down bomblets, cluster munitions, that would detonate and create shrapnel flying left and right to kill the infantry, while creating at the same time an explosively formed penetrator. So the explosive was shaped in a way that the explosion of this cluster munition would compress a metal and compress it and the explosive heat and the acceleration of the explosion and the pressure would turn this metal into a superheated plasma-like substance that would come down straight. So basically, you had a Russian-Soviet tank formation, and they were hit by these cluster munitions that also ATACMS was originally just cluster munitions. These things rained down, detonated, and created streams of superheated metal that would melt through tanks and destroy them. And if they didn't hit the tank directly, they would at least damage him, that the optics didn't work, or that the tracks were damaged, or that the engine would start to burn. And at the same time, the detonation would fly hundreds of pieces of metals around. It's the steel rain that the Iraqis experienced and killed 10,000 of Iraqis in hours, the first day of the first Gulf War. The United States had to dismantle a lot of the M26 rockets because the explosive and the mix in the bomblets was just deteriorating too much. The rockets are now used for the ground-launched small diameter bomb, so they're being recycled for that. But what the Americans don't tell you, in South Korea, where South Korea and the US await North Korean attacks with human waves, with a mix of tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, and hundreds of thousands of troops, the United States artillery there has millions of shells, and the South Koreans more millions of shells with that ammunition for HIMARS, for M270, for 150mm guns. So the Americans are now sending the Ukrainians M109A6. They can fire these shells. The HIMARS that the Ukrainians got can fire those shells. The German and the French and the British M270 Ukrainians got can't fire because they were dismantled, dysfunction. Because when you fire these rockets, after you have to set a time after which the bomblets, the cluster munitions are released. And this was dismantled by the Europeans because, you know, peace, peace forever, we don't need weapons. So Finnish M270s can fire cluster munitions. American HIMARS can. American M109, A6, the old Belgian and Italian M109 and Norwegians that the Ukrainians got can fire these shells too. I don't know if the M777 can fire them, sorry, but I assume yes. So send these to Ukraine now, because once the Russians mass their forces for the attack, you have a tight spot where you have applied maybe 2,000 Russian troops and 50 infantry fighting vehicles, 100 other vehicles, and 30 tanks. You blanket that with a pot of M26 rockets and 20-30 DPCMI artillery rounds, this Russian attack formation will look like a shish kebab and smell like it has been burned because it was too long on the stove, because it will just kill and devastate everyone. Because who is not going to get killed by the massive amount of shrapnel? Hundreds of streams of 1,500-degree hot metal that is coming straight down. I mean, if a soldier gets hit by that, he just vaporizes, okay? So the amount that you can devastate an attack formation with, cluster munitions are the best tool. And all this nonsense about, oh, afterwards there's remnants on the battlefield that will kill children in 20 years.
100%.
No, let's go back. This happened in Vietnam when the Americans were just throwing cluster munitions in the jungle, like left and right, hoping to hit something. And there's like 2-3% of dots that remain. But if on a real battlefield in Ukraine, the Ukrainians used it to hit a Russian attack formation, after you hit it, you have on that battlefield maybe 50, 60 dots that didn't explode of this cluster munition, and you have 1,000, 1,500 dead Russians that were full carrying grenades and mines and rocket propelled grenades and anti-tank missiles and 500,000 bullets, and you have burning Russian tanks and infantry fighting vehicles that explode and throw their grenades around. In a battlefield like this, the dots from the cluster munitions are the least of the problem you have as a sepper that has to clean it. Because the biggest problem you have 1,000 corpses here that each one is filled to the brim with things that can explode. So the cluster munition is the least problem you have on that battlefield. So to deny Ukraine cluster munitions is idiotic. One country delivered cluster munitions to Ukraine, and it's every American knows the country. How to say it? Yeah, so let's just say it's Turkey. And thank you, but not enough. Ukraine needs a lot more cluster munitions, and soon.
Now, there's something which can be delivered. Let's make this clear, Thomas. This is stuff which can be delivered from both pre-positioned stock in Europe, because there is pre-positioned stock, which the Americans put simply under wraps because they had to, but because that stuff existed prior to the convention being signed. It existed in order to stop the waves of Russian soldiers which were supposed to follow tank armies. This is why this stuff exists. You just highlighted it for the Korean example, but this stuff is there, and the remainder can be shipped. How long does it take to get, 10 C-130s from Korea over to Zhizhov, Romania, and Slovakia? It doesn't take that long. Why not do it before Ramstein?
Well, the thing is that they can't land in a country like Germany because Germany has completely outlawed cluster munitions. They would have to land in Poland.
Poland,
So
Romania, Slovakia.
Exactly. These are the countries that didn't sign. Oh, Slovakia, I think, signed up to the Cluster Munition Convention. So they would have to land in Poland. And the thing is, Ukraine didn't sign up. Russia didn't sign up. I mean, if you guys have seen these gigantic heaps of missile remnants in Kharkiv that the Russians fired at the city, all those hundreds and thousands of missiles they fired at Kharkiv, this city, were all cluster munitions. The Russians just plastered the city of Kharkiv with cluster munitions, thousands, for revenge that the city didn't surrender to them. So the Russians have been using cluster munitions like crazy in Ukraine, and then say Ukraine can't have them, but this is the best tool to defeat an enemy armored attack. It's just nonsense. Give the Ukrainians the cluster munitions. I mean, the Americans are like, oh, the M26, you know, they're getting old and we have to dismantle them because the explosives becomes unstable and brittle. The Ukrainians are the best way to dispose of them and the cheapest, and they will love you for it. The Russians will hate you.
I just checked. I mean, yes, Romania and Poland definitely not. And Slovakia went for accession, but they never ratified.
Smart country. If I would have to say something, I would ditch this contract, this deal immediately and say, well, let's go back and have some cluster munitions. Because if you are a responsible head of government and you care about the lives of your troops, you will give your troops cluster munitions, DPCMI munitions. Because if you have 10,000 of your troops, again, 10,000 of the enemies, and the enemy can be attacked with cluster munitions, you save the lives of 2,000 of your own troops. This is irresponsible government who were pressured by social activists that we have to outlaw that. Idiotic. And landmines, I understand, because landmines, you know, that main persons are just buried in the ground and they can be anywhere and it's really difficult to find. But cluster munitions, if you use them on a battlefield, the unexploded cluster munitions are the least of your problems because so much else is lying around that is much, much worse.
Yeah, and that is battlefield cleanup. That is stuff you can do afterwards. That's a completely different thing than demining forests and meadows, wheat fields, and kindergarten playgrounds. If you don't mind, yeah, sorry, please. Yes.
Let's put it this way. The Ukrainians, Kharkiv is full of cluster munitions that the Russians fired, with 10% of them being dots. The Ukrainians have to clean that up. If you ask the Ukrainians, what is more important to you afterwards, to clean up for 10 years or to save thousands of your soldiers by using cluster munitions? It's just the Kumbaya Peacenik brigade that thinks like this is a bad weapon. It's perfectly legal. Yes, always the press in Europe writes outlawed cluster munitions are being used. No, it's just outlawed in some countries that have a complete delusional view of the world. Every general artillery officer wants cluster munitions because he knows this is what helps keep my friends, our troops alive.
Axel, Thomas, I think both Daniel and George have information about Gripens and Meteor missiles. And Daniel is the listener from Sweden, Thomas, that you asked for with a possible answer. So first Daniel, then George. Please go ahead.
Yes, exactly. The Gripen C has been Meteor capable and operational since 2016. And if I'm not totally wrong, at least the German Eurofighters were operational with the Meteor just last year. So it has been for a very long time, and it was actually the first aircraft that were Meteor capable. So there's that information. I just wanted to add one thing also. Though the Gripen E is not really an option since there are so few of them already, it has a capability that I don't know if the Eurofighter has. It has an AESA radar, but it's placed on a swivel plate with a slight angle, which means that it can actually look slightly over the shoulder. So it actually have a more than 90-degree capability. So you can actually fly away from the target slightly while you still are painting it. And also, and this is something that's a little bit mythical about the Gripen, I have never got it 100% confirmed, but I know some pilots that have talked about it vaguely, and that is the link, the data link for Gripen. Apparently, the links for fighter aircraft has actually been something that Sweden were pioneering. They had it already in the Draken. That was a ground to air link where they could actually steer a pointer on the radar scope for the pilot to show where the target were, sort of in the vicinity of it. And then it was built much more in the Viggen, where they could share information between planes. So actually, in the beginning at least, the Gripen had a more advanced link than the Link 16, and they were not really that keen on going over to Link 16 because that would mean a degrade in capability. And I think they actually kept the old link at the same time. But the mythical capability that I'm not 100% sure if it has, but it's sort of said more or less, is that, and I think that is already in the Gripen C, is that it can actually fire, it can fire an AMRAAM or I guess also a Meteor based on information given from another aircraft, which means that it can fly closer and not have its radar turned on, and have another aircraft and another position paint the target and measure it in, and then send the information, and then you fire a missile while the other aircraft doesn't know that there is an aircraft within range. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Thomas, do you want to address this, or should we go on to George, who also has information about Gripens and the Meteor missile.
No, I don't want to address it. I'm learning stuff here because, when it comes to Gripen and Meteor, the development in air capabilities is much faster than actually ground systems because there's so many weapons you can clip on a fighter and electronic warfare systems and countermeasure systems and pods that you can barely keep up because, every country is adding a naval missile and a ground bomb and a strike bomb and whatever. So there's lots of options for fighters that you always learn new stuff when someone who has experience with fighters starts talking.
I like the idea of the clip-on versatility of fighter jets. George, please go ahead, and then Don, we will circle around to you. George?
Yeah, I was just going to say that the Meteor missile became active in 2016, and the Gripen C was the first one to be outfitted with it. So that answers that question. And then the E version didn't come out till 2019, but like the previous speaker, I think his name was Daniel, was saying there's not that many not that many available right now. I did have one quick question for you, Thomas, on the small diameter bombs, right? And the fact that some of them can be laser designated, right? I think it's a particular version. Would an SOF team, let's say working behind enemy lines, be able to use a laser designator for the bombs to be able to target what they're lighting up with the laser?
Absolutely. I mean, there is a version. I don't know if Boeing and Saab pair the laser guided version to their M26 rockets. I don't know that. And it has a different front sections with the laser seeker. And I did a thread about the ground launch small diameter bomb, and there was a picture in there of the laser guided version. So I don't know if Boeing and Saab actually made those with the M26, because I would assume you would have to again to do a different software, because when you don't enter the GPS, you need to give at least some GPS information where it should fly and then start looking for the laser. But yes, you could laser definitely a ground target. I mean, the laser version of the small diameter bomb, what I found is being clipped to the AC-130 gunships, which are basically Hercules transport planes that have been rebuilt as gunships with cannons sticking out of their side to give fire support to special forces. And they can also deploy the small diameter bomb with the laser. So since this is a special forces capability, I'm almost sure that there's a version where guys on the ground will laser a target, and then the bomb is dropped and follows the target and hits the target based on the ground team's lasering. No idea if you can get a ground launched version of that with the laser. I've never seen it. It's always GPS, what I have seen in all the tests, images, promotional material. So I don't know. I assume not, because they advertise it always as a GPS version. And they also say you can hit moving targets, which would then again point to a lasering team. But I have never seen in any of the promotional materials, because there's a very different front section when you see these two, the GPS guided and the laser guided. And yeah, there's also a version that is like a harm missile that looks for radiation and strikes radiation, as with again a different front section. So there's 3 versions out there. And then there's Increment 2, which is a newly designed, completely different bomb with the same name, but it's called Increment 2. And then there's another version which has a Kevlar body to reduce shrapnel to collateral damage reduction. So there's so many versions out there, but all Boeing and Saab promotional materials make it look like that the GPS version is the only one that the Ukrainians will get, well, that's the one they have been building and testing and promoting for years now.
It would be nice to see the one that acts like the HARM, the anti-radiation variant given to Ukraine, given the distance of about 150 kilometers. Wouldn't it be obviously a bonus to them?
Yes, that would be a very useful addition, but I still hope that the Israelis hand over some Harpies, because with the Harpies you basically get a small drone that flies into enemy air defense systems to basically attract enemy radar when it has, immediately dives and strikes and can evade missiles. So that would be some really nice thing, the Israeli Harpy. And that's also an anti-radiation weapon system. And derived from that Harpy system comes the Harop, which was the most devastating weapon the Azerbaijanis used to destroy Armenian armor. And Harpy and Harop destroyed the entire Armenian air defense system in Karabakh. It completely annihilated it. And since the Harpy and the Harop beamed back video of their attack runs, you could see basically Armenian soldiers sitting next to an active Panzer air defense system. And they were having some lunch while some others operated it, and then basically the missile hit it, and none of them even heard it coming or saw it. It was just, they were like having, it's a devastating system, the Harop and Harpy, and I so hope that Israel gives it to Ukraine, because it would be fantastic to devastate Russian tanks, artillery position. It's like the Russian Lancet drone is causing problems for Ukrainians. And that's a cheap knockoff that is much less capable than the Israeli systems, which are the original. And the Israelis have thousands of them in storage, so in the depots. So if they hand over a few hundred, it would be for the Russians a completely devastating blow to have these on the battlefield.
Thank you.
Thank you, George. And Don, we'll move on to you. I know your question takes us farther back into the conversation we've been having with Thomas tonight, but please go ahead. And then I have some questions that have been DM'd from listeners, and a question about battlefield tactics. So Don, thank you for your patience. Please go ahead.
Hey, I'm always willing to sit here and listen and learn and encourage. So here's the thing. My Latin's not good, so if I say this wrong, please bear with me. Civis pacem. Oh, I can't remember the rest.
I'm just going to say, I know you're going to say, if you want peace, prepare for war.
Yes.
But I do want you to get to your question.
Yes, I will. I will very quickly.
Okay.
We back in the Cold War, we had the forces, and we kind of squandered that. That's on us. But what Thomas is talking about right now is a limited number of pilots. So wouldn't it stand to reason that we have to give them a multi-use airframe, like a 16 or an 18, as opposed to splitting it up and saying, well, okay, we're going to give some air to air and air to mud, and as opposed to 100 planes that can do everything. Anyway, I'll drop down because dinner's ready. So
enjoy your dinner, and before you go, it's always better to have a multi-role capable system than a just one-trick pony. That's why I made a thread today about the CV90, because if you order that, you get 15, 17 variants and support vehicles and different turrets and stuff for all whatever you have kind of needs, you know. So if you have a limited amount of pilots that can fly, you have to give them it will take longer to train them, you know, but you don't train all of them in everything. You say, okay, look, we train 50 in air-to-air combat and 40 in ground attack, and the 10 that will take longest searching and destroying enemy air defenses takes longest. But you give them a multi-role fighter because over time, all of them will learn everything, and the mechanics have only one fighter type to fix and repair. So you want something that continuously gets upgraded, where you can still get stuff that is in production, because if the production has ended 10 years ago, you will start to get problem with the spares, you know. For example, the Leopard 2 is in the 7th generation now, because there are so many customers and they continuously demand a better, newer version. And it's still in production because it's in the 7th generation. If it's in the 1st generation, like the Challenger 2, nobody's going to want to buy it because obviously it's just a 1st generation product and the production has ended. While the Leopard 2A7, 7th generation, still in demand, always upgraded. You know, you get the spares, you can buy more. And thanks to all the other customers, there will be a continuous stream of further upgrades and ammunition and spares. Same with the CV90. You get the CV90, you get 15, 17 versions, and you know it's in production. You can get the spares. And if you don't want to upgrade now, then the Netherlands will upgrade, and next year the Norwegians will upgrade, and then the Finnish, and then in 4 years, when you want to upgrade, there's already 3 different upgrades you can choose the best from and make your upgrade. Same with the F-16. So when the Americans didn't upgrade, then the Dutch did upgrade. When the Dutch didn't upgrade, then the Norwegians were upgrading, and the Americans again, then the Taiwanese, then the Singapore, then the United Arab Emirates didn't upgrade. So continuous upgrades mean that you can always upgrade the ones you have. It also means that production continues because you need new frames for the new upgraded sometimes and for the support versions. So if you want to buy something that gives your army an edge in production capability, you have to go with the CV90, with the F-16 and the Leopard 2A7. And if you want to give Ukraine something, you should start by these things. Because if you give them the British Warrior, that's 20 years old and it's still the 1st generation. You give them the Italian Dardo, it's 15 years old and it's still the 1st generation. And production doesn't exist anymore. That means if you get into trouble, you will have to cannibalize the ones you have. The Marder isn't in production anymore. If the Ukrainians get 50 Marders, after time, they will have to take 10 out of the fight and cannibalize them for spares. If you give them the CV90, they don't need to cannibalize them because they get the spares, whatever they need, from the production line in Sweden. If you give them Mirage 2000, yes, it's better than nothing. But if there's some problem, the production line was shut down 20 years ago. You give them F-16, there's a production line in America that's churning out F-16 every 2 days. So you need some big part of the wing. Well, the production line is like, okay, we make 2 of those for the next week, and then we have a spare for the Ukrainians that they need this part. So whatever you do, you have to try to get something that is in production. If you think long term, if you think just Band-Aid, you can give the Ukrainians anything. You can give them Leopard 1, you can give them Dardo, you can give them Warrior, you can give them anything, because as a Band-Aid, everything that you give them now is better than nothing. A Ukrainian infantry team will take Leopard 1A5 as fire support vehicles over nothing. So you can give them everything. But if you think long term, not just as for Ukraine, but also as your nation, you just have to take something that is in production, that has many users, and you know there will be upgrades. That's why everybody is buying the F-35, because they know so many users, so many airframes, there will be upgrades every few years, and even in 20 years, because of their many users, it will be still in production. So Ukraine needs the F-16 if we want them to have a sustainable air force, even when the war is over, for the future. Because if this war is over, Ukraine will need fighters for the future. So F-16s in the version E and F Viper that are coming off the Block 70, 72, that are coming off the production lines in Arkansas or Alabama. Where's the factory now? I don't remember. That are coming off this production line in America right now. These are some of the best fighters that you can get as a Western nation. It has an active electronically scanned array radar. It has all the newest weapons, has the best avionics. You can get it as a Wild Weasel version. You can get it as a ground attack version. You can get it as an air superiority fighter. It's all kinds, and it's cheaper than, let's say, an F-35. Cheaper to fly, to buy, and to operate, and to maintain. So,
Gründorf, Thomas. Gründorf.
What's that?
Grün, it's Greenville, South Carolina.
Greenville. South Carolina? There's a production line, not in Alabama? Where's
No,
there's a production line?
F-16 production line is now in Greenville, South Carolina.
Oh, they moved very far from Texas because the plant they had in Texas had to stop producing F-16 because they needed every bit of that production line for the F-35 because there's so many orders and they need to build just F-35 like crazy there.
And you know who is the senior senator of South Carolina, right?
What's Lady
Lindsey Graham.
I like his nickname better, Lady G, that I heard some time ago. And I was like, I mean, that's just a fun nickname.
Hey, we're open. I'd rather have a hawk. Whoever he is in his private life, I couldn't care less. I'd rather have a hawk who defends freedom than someone who's staunchly social conservative and can't defend anyone for shit. Seriously.
I absolutely agree. I don't care about anyone. You see, I don't care about anyone's private life as long as he doesn't support the Russians, because I can stand racists and fascists. And supporting Russia right now means that you're a racist fascist. And that means we can't be friends, ever.
Let's go to Dogbite.
Hello, Thomas. Glad to finally get a chance to ask you a question or two. When you talked about the ground-launched small diameter bomb being a better tool for attacking the Kerch Bridge, is that because of its distance alone or the capabilities of the rocket?
Distance. The best thing to attack the Kerch Bridge is ATACMS, and ATACMS. If you can't have that, and if you don't have air power to fly out there and drop a payphone bomb of 500 pounds or a ton on it, it's the ground-launched small diameter bomb because it has the range, and if it comes in at a 45-degree angle, it can easily take it out because, I mean, the bridge, if you fired an entire pot at it, then the explosive power of a pot of ground-launched small diameter bombs is exactly the same explosive power as an ATACMS missile. So the amount of high explosive. The ATACMS has also the speed with which it slams into the target that goes for it. But no bridge was designed to withstand a barrage of bombs. They all come down when you get enough bombs in, especially bridges with spans. Like, the Crimean Bridge is concrete blocks that go up, and then you have these two spans where the ships go through. If you hit the supports there, the whole thing collapses because, I mean, it's not meant, it's held up by the entirety of the static of the steel. I don't know what the expression is. My father's a civil engineer, and we discussed over dinner how to kill that bridge, and he was like, just hit a lot of the steel supports above, because when they start breaking apart, the whole thing comes down, because this is I don't know English engineering expressions, so it's really difficult to say, but let's put it this way.
Are you saying span bridge?
Yeah, the span bridge is when you hit parts out of it the whole thing collapses because this is reinforcing and stabilizing each in the spans are stabilizing and reinforcing each other and taking away the weight. So if you hit some of them and kill some of them, the whole thing becomes unstable. So if you, let's say, fire 2 HIMARS launched pods of ground launched small diameter bombs at that and hit the spans, the whole thing comes down. It doesn't hold up. They have to rebuild the whole thing. They can't just patch it up. So in lieu of not getting attackams from anyone anymore, the Ukrainians will have to use the ground-launched small diameter bomb, and when they are at Berdyansk, because then they're in range, or even from Mariupol, to take out the Kerch Bridge and basically cut the Russians off from their logistics there.
Thank you, Thomas. The last question. In the latest package that the U.S. has provided to Ukraine, I noticed it said that there was guidance software that was being released that had not been released before. Do you know anything about what that guidance software is for, and will it integrate with the Ukrainian system? Thank you.
I suspect someone else might know it better, but my suspicion is these are software that ties into early warning systems that NATO has to help the Ukrainians basically manage air alerts better, and basically know when the Russians go for an air attack and where they will go for an air attack, because every air raid disrupts the lives of Ukrainians who have to go to shelter, leave their jobs, leave their schools, sit in the bunkers and so on, sleep there. And I assume this is something that has to do with integrated air defenses, but that's an assumption. I'm not sure.
And perhaps we will learn. Ivan, please go ahead.
Oh, good evening. Thank you for joining us again, Thomas. I really love hearing you on the show. My question is about what do you think is the best weapon system that Ukraine needs to deal with large amounts, almost unlimited amounts of untrained soldiers that Russia can throw at Ukraine? And I'm wondering if that might be cluster munitions. And I'm going to drop down now.
Yes, cluster munitions. We mentioned that before, and before you were online, that cluster munitions actually were developed after the Korean War to defeat human wave attacks. Human wave attacks, the best way is basically you have proximity fuses. That's pretty good, but proximity fuses were the most deadly tool in World War II against infantry. Basically either timed or time fuses, where you had to calculate the time. That's what people don't know. The fuse detonates the artillery round, the artillery projectile, and you have 3 basic kinds of fuses. Proximity uses a radar to measure the distance to the ground and detonates at a certain height to spray shrapnel in a circular way around the detonation and kill infantry and light vehicles, destroy light vehicles. You have timed fuses where you usually can release something like smoke or cluster munitions, but sometimes also there's time fuses that were used to detonate above ground and spray shrapnel, but that has fallen out with the arrival of proximity fuses. And then you have point detonating fuses, where basically upon impact on the ground, the artillery projectile will detonate. So to deal with Russian infantry, proximity fuses are good, but Ukraine got way too few because they're very expensive compared to point detonating fuses. But the best way is always cluster munitions, and it's absolutely legal to use them. And you cannot use them against a civilian center. That's a war crime. And Russia has been plastering Ukrainian cities like Mariupol and Kherson and Kharkiv with thousands of cluster munition rockets. So, as usual, Russia, if there's a war crime, the Russians will always go for it because that's what they do. War crime is just what gets them going through the day. If there's no war crime, the Russians can commit in a day. They're just depressed and have to drink vodka till 3 a.m. So cluster munitions the good ones are artillery cluster munitions, but the best one are rockets fired by HIMARS or M270, because the amount of clusters that rain down in a very small time frame over an area are just immensely bigger than if you go with artillery. So my suggestions for the Ukraine is to make a fuss that they want all the remaining M26 rockets that South Korea, the US, Turkey, Greece, and so on still hold. With those basically lay in wait for the Russians when they come and cluster them into nirvana.
Marcus, please go ahead.
Thanks, Alan. Thomas, I have to say thank you so much for spending the time here and talking to us about this stuff today. As a former gunner, and I know we share that, I'm absolutely in full agreement with you over the cluster munition, over the proximity stuff.
Marcus, I think we lost your audio. Are you with us?
He receives a call.
Yeah, am I good? Yeah, sorry.
You're good.
No, I was just saying, Thomas, I just wanted to say that I'm in full agreement with you around a number of the points you've made, especially given the fact that we share a history of being gunners. But I'm even more fascinated by the amount that you know about air power, which is extremely impressive. Now, when I was in I was a FEB, and it was not fast air attack. So that was the one element that I missed out on. So there's a whole range of experience I think you have that I am missing. But all to say, thank you so much. This has been extraordinarily enlightening, and it's been very heartwarming to hear your commentary today. Thank you. And I'll drop down. Thanks.
Oh my God, Marcus, you make me blush here. It's like, thank you. And I have to admit, my real knowledge is Italian regimental histories and not anything what we're talking about here now. So, yeah, air power is something that I know a little bit. The thing where I know absolutely nothing, so please never, anyone, please don't ask me, is naval combat. I will just say, okay, if it floats, just go away with it. But the NATO defense strategy in the Cold War was called air-land battle. It was a mix of air combat and ground combat, with the idea to destroy Soviet formations before they could come in contact with NATO's main forces. So that's why air capabilities is something I know about, because it's so ingrained in the European defense strategies, NATO defense strategies of the Cold War, with especially A-10 planes, Apache attack helicopters, and artillery, which focus on M270 with M26 cluster munition carrying rockets, being some core elements of that, to basically destroy Soviet formations, because when they would have attacked, they would have been tightly packed, and you could have just hit them with M270 MLRS rockets, M26 with cluster munitions like crazy, and you could have then hit them with A-10s and bombers and fighters and Apache attack helicopters and artillery non-stop to grind them down before they even come in contact with Western divisions. So at the inner German border, the units that were there were American cavalry regiments, which were basically like the sacrificial lamb that had to basically slow down and channel the Soviet forces for the air-land battle, to then mop them up and destroy as much of them as possible. So that's why the knowledge of air power comes from that, because you just have to know it to understand the strategic concepts of Europe in the Cold War, which were much, much better than the strategic concepts we have now in case that the Russians should attack.
Thank you, Tom.
Excellent point. Shall we go to Latin? Because and Will, by the way, our friend down south in Perth, is cycling. So, Will, if you can hear us, would you mind reconnecting, please? Latin, shoot.
Thomas, I got one more, actually two more quick questions for you tonight, because I appreciate the knowledge that we've been talking about here, but I also appreciate your opinions. You're not afraid to tell us kind of like what your analysis after you're looking at some of the equipment and the things, the options that Ukraine faces. So my two questions are: do you think the French are serious? Do you think there's anything there when it comes to the possibility of training their aircrew and providing aircraft? And secondly, is it your gut feeling that under the radar across NATO with the US somewhere, that some level of training of aircrew has already begun? Do you think it could be happening?
I hope it's happening. So first, thank you for the compliment, and always welcome with questions. You can also ask me on my Twitter feed. If I see it, I will try to answer it. I sure hope that fighter training is ongoing. We know that helicopter pilot training is ongoing. The British are doing that. As for fighter jets, I have heard nothing. And yes, the United States would keep that very, very secret, and the NATO's nations, not give the Russians a head up and try to keep it secret. But I have, even of the back channels that I have seen, nothing. So it's a big question if there's any training going on, and this disappoints me massively, because every time I see the notice of a Ukrainian pilot that has died, I know he died because he was sent into battle with a plane that was inadequate. It's kind of like telling some pilot to go up there against a Messerschmitt in World War II with a double-decker from World War I and tell him good luck. And you know you don't have the speed, and you can make the turns, and you don't have the guns to compete with the Messerschmitt. So yeah, that is why I am so annoyed with not, because Ukraine is losing some of its best people, you know. The Russians aren't sending the intellectual, the educated, the students, the engineers to the front. The Russians are sending the rebel, the prisoners, the alcoholics. The Russians aren't sending, let's say, some professor from university that volunteered. The Russians aren't sending some doctors or some artists, some athlete. The Russians are saying, okay, this village, what do they have? They have some farms and 50 alcoholics. Okay, let's dry up the alcoholics and send them to the front. So basically, the Russians are losing their worst and the Ukrainians are losing their best. So that's why every death of a Ukrainian is such a tragedy, because the Ukraine is losing large parts of its future, while Russia is cleaning out basically the guys that will only cost the state money in pension and have never paid anything in, or they're cleaning out their prison systems, you know, to make it, to free up the prisons in case the Russians ever rise up to Putin and he needs to arrest 50,000. So the Russian losses aren't a tragedy at all, but the Ukrainian losses are a tragedy. And it annoys me so much, because with Western equipment, at least half the Ukrainian losses could have been averted. So
you think there's anything to the possibility of on the aviation side, the French, that kind of came out of nowhere. I hadn't seen it coming. It was late last week, I believe, or the week before. And you know, as I'm sure you know, that if they're serious about it, if there's something there, there's really only two aircraft they could offer, and one of them is a Band-Aid, as you said, but maybe. But you think there could be something there?
the thing is, if Macron wants it, then the French can do it immediately. There's absolutely nothing that stops him, and he doesn't care for public opinion, because French presidents can be elected twice. He has been elected twice. This is his last time in office. France is a nuclear power. If the Russians get frisky, the French submarines can annihilate all of Russia in 5 minutes. The French don't need the Americans. The French can do it on their own. And so if Macron has the feeling this will score him points, or this is useful, and his generals get the order, it can be done. And the French have their own training. They don't have to go to the Americans like the Dutch or the Norwegians for the F-16. The French just can say like, yep, okay, no problem, let's get started. And they can get the Ukrainians up to speed in no time. Also because they, sorry to say it, the Mirage 2000 as a Band-Aid is not as advanced in technology, difficult to learn as a Rafale or a Eurofighter or let's say a F-35. It's an older design, so it's easier for Ukrainian to transfer to. But it's a Band-Aid, so it's still better than what the Ukrainians have now. But it's not gonna give them an overmatch or a domination of against the Russian Air Force. So Band-Aid, yes. The thing that I would give them if I had the option, no. But better than nothing, because when your house burns, you don't ask what color the bucket is. You just ask for the bucket. And for right now, the Mirage, if it comes, I am all for it. Give it to them right now.
Thanks, Latin. Unless you have a follow-up, I want to move on to Will. And so, Will, please do go ahead.
Good morning, Alan and Thomas from Perth, Western Australia. I really appreciate all you do and all your writing. I would like to get into Italian formations with you sometime in after the war's over. That'd be quite interesting. But you're really one of the go-to resources for those of us who have limited military background and really want to know what's most effective. And I guess what I want to get to after making notes here for a couple hours is it seems to me that F-16 is the right answer. And just like Leo 2 was the right answer because the numbers. And if not the F-16, the Eurofighter Tranche 1. And what I'd like to know on the positive side of this is where's the most effective place that you believe we could put pressure on to make sure that the F-16 gets into theater as soon as possible? And if that's not possible, who would we work on most effectively to get Eurofighter Tranche 1 into the theater? Thank you.
You're welcome. And yes, let's talk about Italian formations, because obviously Australia and Italians had some clashes in Libya with the New Zealanders. Not very fun for the Australians and the Italians in the end. Anyway, let's go to fighters again. Fighters. The F-16 requires American approval to deliver. F-16s, the Dutch already are willing to hand them over because the Dutch have so many F-35s, they don't need the F-16 anymore. The Norwegians have so many F-35, they already removed all the F-16 from service and are trying to sell them off to Romania. But Romania doesn't want all of them. So American approval, the White House needs to allow the training on the F-16 and the transfer, because it's an American fighter jet. And as said, Luke Air Force Base is in the United States, and the Ukrainians would have to go there for the basic training. So we should pressure American senators, if possible, to allow that. There was already a bill that allowed $100 million for Ukrainian pilot training. That's really, 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 really something important, because with 100 millions, you can train 40, 50 pilots, because they already trained the Ukrainians, and expedited training means you don't need as much fuel and munitions and so on. And you don't have to train them on everything, you can say F-16 training 2 weeks for naval attacks, skip it. F-16 2 weeks for heavy bombing runs with paveway bombs, skip it, because they're not going after bunkered Iranian nuclear enrichment plants, skip it. 2 weeks of air-to-air combat with AIM-120 C7, okay, it has to be done and it's important. So let's make not just 2 weeks, make it 15 days, because it's really, really important. The Ukrainians will not take Sundays off. They will just work every day. So yes, you can train them very fast, but it's an American decision. The Dutch can say, we give them our F-16 without Washington saying yes, nothing will happen. The Ukrainians can even take these F-16s to Ukraine and park them somewhere. No training, nothing, unless the Americans approve it. That's the pressure. With the Eurofighter Tranche 1, the Italians have it, the Germans have it, the Spanish have it, the Austrians have it, the British have it. The Germans have already a plan to replace them with Tranche 4 Eurofighter. But Scholz is just impossible. He will rather go and with his own hands smash them apart and give them to Ukraine.
But Thomas, can Mr. Scholz block the Typhoon if and when Rishi Sunak were to say, "I'll send it"? Can he or can he not? Exactly.
He can try. The thing is, he can try. But the thing is, if he blocks them, like with the Leopard, there will be such a mess in Europe, because the example, the Eurofighter, is a co-project between Italy, Spain, and the UK and Germany, 4 countries. But the countries cannot block the sale. So the UK could sell without problems to Saudi Arabia Eurofighter, and the other countries couldn't block it. So if Rishi Sunak wants to avoid having a mess with Scholz, he just tells Scholz, "I'm selling." Oh, the price is 1 pence. Or £1 for all the planes. It's a sale. You have nothing to do. You cannot complain. So basically, the idea would be to, the British have already scrapped, I don't know how many, like 30 Eurofighter, because for spare. Because the British want to phase them out and replace them with F-35 completely. So basically, you could get a lot of British Eurofighter Tranche 1, and the British would just have to increase the buys of, or the speed of the buys of the F-35. And the Austrians are trying to sell their 15 Eurofighter Tranche 1 because they're too expensive from them. You tell the Austrians, well, you sell them for €1 to the UK. The UK sells them for €1 to the Ukrainians, and everybody is happy. The Austrians plan to replace them with Gripen, so Sweden can sell them some Gripen cheaply, and the Austrians sell them Eurofighter to the UK, and then so on. Spain would like to replace the Tranche 1 but doesn't have the money. Italy would like to replace them but doesn't have the money, but says, you know what, having some air superiority wings is also some good thing, because we have F-35 for ground attacks and AMX for ground attacks and Tornado for ground attacks. That's the funny thing. Italy has a bigger air force than the UK or Germany right now because they have 4 fighter jets in service, and it's like, why? Well, because they shopped a bit too much and don't have enough pilots, actually. So for Tranche 1 Eurofighter, Rishi Sunak is the pressure guy. I mean, Ben Wallace doesn't need convincing. Probably you just need to smile at him and say Eurofighter, and he'll be like, yeah. The training for the Eurofighter can be done in England, so there shouldn't be a problem with that. Yeah, with the Gripen C, I mean, the Swedish are reducing them by a lot, and the Slovakians and the Czechs are giving back their 14, so there should be Gripen C available, that only the Swedish have to decide. There's some components like the engine in there. Guys, is the engine in the Gripen a Rolls-Royce or a General Electric? Because if
that's Latin.
I can't remember the manufacturer, but it is American. I think it's a 414. I think it's similar to the F-18 engine.
That means that the United States will have to sign off on a Gripen transfer to Ukraine, because the engine is a part of the systems that need to be signed off, because it includes normally so many secret components and aerodynamic stuff that you would have to have the Americans sign off on it. So for Gripen C, you would have to pressure the United States again and the Swedish government. F-18, the problem is that the F-18 users in Europe, Spain and Finland, are too far away from the F-35 arriving that they can give up the F-18. So yeah.
Sorry, it's the GE he's right, it's the F414. However, GE had signed off on having the engine being exported to nations which the US considers friendly, which now, since the Lend-Lease, Ukraine is.
Okay, so basically you don't even...
Sorry, it's Volvo it built the engine in Sweden. It's a Volvo copy that they were allowed to build of that GE engine.
But it's the F414G copied by Volvo.
Yes,
but the IP was American, so they signed off on it.
So if they build it in Sweden,
may I? It's a license built. It's a
What
sort
George
of a
is saying
copy,
is
but
they have the
it's
approval
modified.
to sell it.
It's modified, so it's a little bit of a different engine, but it's based on the original American one. And yeah, you're right. They have a kind of concession.
Oh.
Yeah, so I assume that there wouldn't be a problem for the Gripen C to be transferred. Still, I think the F-16 is the best way, and if not, I mean, we can do it with the Challenger. The Challenger 14 will be delivered to Ukraine, and that broke the deadlock of the Leopard and Abrams tanks. So if Rishi Sunak just says, we will give Ukraine 16 Eurofighter in the air-to-air superiority role and no ground attack capability, that will break a lot of taboos. And even if the Russians make a fuss, the Eurofighter air-to-air will still take the Ukrainians 2 months to 3 months to master. So there's not immediate change on the battlefield for the Russians to complain about.
Thomas, do you watch films?
A lot.
Do you remember Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels?
Okay, yes.
It's a deal. It's a steal. It's the sale of the effing century. That's what this is.
Yep. The thing is that the question is if Ben Wallace wouldn't mind giving Ukraine fighter jets. And we know that the Pentagon wants to give Ukraine fighter jets because they see the need for that. The bloc is in the White House with the National Security Team, which are basically not military people who know what is needed on the battlefield, but there are some theoretical scientists, political guys, and so on. So that's the holdup here. So pressure should be put on the senators, because I think the senators, Democratic senators especially, can get this moving, which would be excellent, because if you have Ukrainian fighter pilots by the summer in the air with Western airframes, you can really, really toast the Russians. And yeah.
Zagolman, you're back up to talk about jet fighters. Please go
Yeah, I
ahead.
just wanted to talk about engines. I've had some experience on commercial versions of engines and what the differences are. Usually in the United States, you'll have like a couple dozen parts, or maybe even a few more than that, that need government source inspection on the parts in order for them to be bought off and used in an engine. So I suspect a GE engine has a few dozen parts that require government source inspection prior to them being used on the engine. And when you go to a second source like that aren't going to be consumed by a U.S. application, what GE will probably do, because I know another engine manufacturers do, they'll just re-identify that part number, take off the government source inspection requirement. And so when you look at the difference, the actual physical difference between the engines that are built one place versus the other, they're probably identical, except for you'll have a few dozen parts that are not U.S. government source inspected, right? So functionally, I've seen this, they're identical. It's just you have those few part numbers that might have an additional requirement if they're going into a U.S. aircraft. So I suspect that's what the difference is with the engine going into the Gripen. Something as simple as that. It's not really a different part number, it just has a different inspection requirement.
Okay. You learn every day something new, when it comes to aircraft engines. It's kind of like, I know air goes in and on the back something comes out that powers the plane. Thank you. And that was my lecture about airplane engines, because there's things I don't know much about. Yeah, I just hope that whatever the Ukrainians need to fight in the air, Winston Churchill said, we will fight in the air, we will fight on the landing grounds, we will fight on the sea, we will fight on the land, in the cities. Ukraine needs the tools to fight everywhere, and at the moment we're denying them certain capabilities, to fight in every domain efficiently, and that's a huge problem because it costs lives.
Thomas, I'd like to step back onto the battlefield with you for just one moment. And I'd like to step back onto the south bank of the Dnipro. The Russians have artillery emplacements here. They shell Kherson City, Mykolaiv, Odessa. I think Odessa is in range from the south bank of the Dnipro. They did shell Kherson City today. Of course, we all wanted to see the Ukrainians follow up their Kherson offensive with some kind of amphibious crossing of the Dnipro. It is a very difficult crossing to make. How can the Ukrainians dislodge the Russians from the south bank of the Dnipro? If the Ukrainians do drive south through Zaporizhia Oblast, that is to Melitopol, to Berdyansk, does that also cut off the Russian forces on the Dnipro River?
Yes, completely. It cuts off all the Russians in the south. Right now, the Russian position in the south is like this. On the western side, in the upper half of the Russian position, you have the Dnieper River, which the Russians cannot cross. On the lower half of the Russian position, it's the Black Sea to the western side. So the Russians on the western side are completely cut off from their supply lines, except by ship that goes to Crimea. On the south, the Russians have the Black Sea, also no escape. On the north, you have the Dnieper with the reservoir that goes from Kharkov to Zaporozhye. That's a wide lake. The Russians cannot cross that. There's also the Ukrainian troops on the north side, so the Russians, this is nothing. Then the Russians have a bit of front line to the north of Melitopol and Tokmak with Ukrainian troops. And to the east, the Russians have only 2 supply lines where they can bring in material to all their troops in Crimea and the south of Ukraine. These 2 supply lines are the Crimean bridge, the Kerch bridge, which is damaged and there are no trains going over it. The train they sent over that day was an empty train as a propaganda stunt. There's no train going right now. I know people in Kerch, there has been any train crossing that bridge since then. So the Russians can only bring a little bit of trucks in, but the road is now closed because they have to replace the spans. So that's why people have to use the ferry between Kerch and Russia right now. So the only other way to supply the Russian troops in Crimea and in all of south of Ukraine between the Dnieper and Russia is that one road that goes from Rostov along the coast over the Azov River into Mariupol and then towards Melitopol and Berdyansk. Cut that off, you have backed yourself a Stalingrad. Basically, you can call it Melitograd or Crimeagrad, whatever you want to call it. The Russians, once the Ukrainian troops reach Mariupol or Berdyansk from the north, the Russians have to the west, Dnipro and the Black Sea, to the south, the Black Sea, to the north, the Dnipro and Ukrainian troops, and to the east, Ukrainian troops and the Azov Sea. This is kind of like the German forces in Tunisia, in the Italian forces in 1943. They had the Mediterranean Sea to the north, the Mediterranean Sea to the east, the British 8th Army to the south, and an American 2 armies to the west. Game over. And the Americans and the British began to squeeze them in ever tighter, smaller cauldron until on the 13th May of 1943, they had to surrender because they ran out of ammo, fuel, water, food, supplies, everything. So the big battle to crush the Russians and to give them a crushing defeat from which there is no escape. Because the Russians, even if they decide to give up the south after the Ukrainians have reached Mariupol and Berdyansk, then the Russians, yes, they can decide to give up the south of Ukraine. So they have to retreat into Crimea. And then it's an island once the Kerch Bridge is down. So what can the Russians do? Well, they can retreat back into Russia with these ferries. And the ferries basically have to stop in Kerch to load on troops and are immobile for an hour, and in this hour they can be struck by the bombs, ground-launched small diameter bombs. Basically, the moment Ukrainian troops come down from Vuhledar to Mariupol or Berdyansk, the Russians lose a field army. There's no way to save it. It's gone. It's over. This is an has-been army. It's a dead army. Yes, the Russians can try to relieve them by breaking through the Ukrainian lines. If the Russians have an army corps of 30 to 50,000 well-trained men with a lot of tanks to do that, which I don't believe they have anymore.
So, can the Ukrainians do this without air power?
They can do it, but it will cost them a lot more soldiers' lives than if they have air power. It's always a question, they can do it even now, but with the tanks they have, Soviet models, infantry fighting vehicles they have, they would lose, let's say, a sum of X men, killed, maimed, dispersed, missing. You give them Western equipment, that X becomes half. The Ukrainians will have saved half of the men that would have died from dying if they get Western equipment. You add Western air power, that X shrinks to maybe 10 to 20% of what it was if the Ukrainians attack just with the Soviet equipment. People are like, yes, in the first Gulf War, the Americans lost 170 something troops. Yes, because this is the overmatch that the West has when it goes in with its technology and its air forces against something that the Soviets or the Russians built. There's a lesson here that I have to draw from the Azerbaijan-Armenia war over Karabakh in 2020. Azerbaijan was armed by Turkey and by Israel. But most of its equipment was still Soviet or Russian. Tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, all Russian. What the Azerbaijanis got from the Turks and the Israelis were drones, like the Bayraktar, and loitering munitions, suicide drones, like the Harop and Harpy. They got artillery from Israel and missiles, which gave them GPS capability and, precision strike capabilities. And what they got were radars and planning software to plan your attacks. They didn't get modern fighter jets. They didn't get modern Western tanks. They didn't get modern Western infantry fighting vehicles. And the Azerbaijanis crushed the Armenian military. The Armenians lost 80% of all their Russian equipment that they bought in Russia. Armenia is a dirt poor country because they invested everything they have in the military, in the belief that they could defeat a nation with 4 times the population and 10 times the GDP just because they buy in Russia equipment. And they couldn't. The war was over after 3 days. After 3 days, you could see that it is over because the Azerbaijanis at that point had already destroyed half of the Armenian military equipment. It was just complete annihilation. And then the Armenians basically dug in on the mountain slopes, and the Azerbaijanis had to dislodge them trench by trench and lost a lot of troops doing that. But in an open battle between tanks and mechanized forces, and thanks to the Israeli and Turkish little amounts of technology and weapons the Azerbaijanis got, they crushed the Armenians. Now, if you think that Ukraine gets equipment like M1A2 Abrams tanks, Leopard 2A6, Western artillery, like more artillery from the West, more loitering munitions. If Israel finally opens the loitering munitions depots, would be amazing. Western even fighter tech. the Ukrainians would completely crush the Russians because, as we said before, the entire Russian military equipment is a mirage. It's just repainted crap from the 70s that the Russians market to dump nations in Asia and Africa as new, but it isn't. When the Americans develop a new weapon like the F-35, it's completely new. It's a complete quantum leap from its predecessor, the F-16. When the Russians develop a game-changing weapon system, the Su-57 stealth fighter, it's just a little bit changed form of a Su-35 with the same engines. That's why the radar cross-section of the Su-55 is that of a Harley-Davidson, while the F-22, which is more than 20 years older, has the radar cross-section of a marble. Imagine you're standing in a football field, in an American football field, and you look down and you have to find the marble in the grass. Will you spot the marble if you stand in the last stand? No. And now there's a Harley Davidson in there and you have to spot it and hit it. Will you spot it in the football field? Yes, you will spot the Harley Davidson. The F-35 is a golf ball. Good luck seeing the golf ball in the football field from the last stand. So Russian tech is just blah, 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 mirage by the Russian propaganda, which dumb people believe. So at the beginning of this Ukraine-Russia war, there was a guy, an American guy, who was going on the Washington Examiner giving an explanation that the HIMARS is a bad system because, you know, the Russians have a much better system, Tornado. The Tornado first doesn't exist. It's just 10 to 15 examples they built, and everything about it is a lie. So if you believe that, and then you tell this the Washington Examiner, it shows that the DC Examiner, sorry, it shows that you're a complete moron. Absolutely. Because, I mean, I told at the beginning that the Russians will never shoot down a GMLRS rockets, and all the Russians laughed and said, our Panzer system will shoot down 100% of the HIMARS GMLRS rockets. Okay, now it's more than a half year later, and I'm still waiting for the first Panzer to actually hit a GMLRS rocket. Everyone who actually knows something about weapons tech knows whatever the Russians tell and write about their weapon system, it's not true. The Russian weapon systems all work wonderfully if your targets are civilians. Want to run over women and children that protest against Putin? Russian tanks will work. You want to bomb a hospital that doesn't shoot back? Russian fighter bombers will work. You want to fire some cruise missiles? Yes, there's a maternity ward that you can hit. It will not fire back and it doesn't move. The moment you come up against even the slightest weapon system from the West, Russian weapons fall apart like a house of cards. And that's why Ukraine needs Western weapon tech, because it's not that they want to go on the offensive and invade Russia. It's because Western weapon tech saves lives. You send a squad with a CV-90 into combat, the squad will return to their families. You send a squad with BMP-2 of Soviet design into battle, you make 5 widows and 10 orphans. Zelensky cares for the Ukrainian people. He wants to bring as many of them home because the best of Ukrainians fighting there. That's why he wants Western weapons tech, to save lives.
100%. And that's why, since the experience of the Korean War, the West has developed different technology, having experienced the massing attacks of the Chinese at the Chosin Reservoir. It was absolutely clear this must not happen again. It has happened beforehand in the fight at Peleliu, Okinawa, and the likes. it must never happen again. We cannot afford to sacrifice the best of our creed just because evil exists.
Yep, correct. I mean, if you look when the Soviet or the tankies or the fans of Putin tell you how many people the Soviets sacrificed in World War II or in World War I, yes, no nation lost more soldiers than the Soviet Union. Absolutely true. But you know why? Because the Soviet leadership, not 1 second ever, it goes back to all the czars, cared for Soviet or Russian lives. Mass attack of troops without regard for their survival are the standard for the Kremlin's way of war. So someone telling me, oh, the Soviets suffered so many casualties to defeat the Nazis in World War II. Well, the Americans defeated the Nazis really good at a 20th of the casualties for the duration of the time, you know, that they faced the German troops in World War II. Because the Americans cared for their soldiers. They weren't telling some battalion commander, you have a battalion of 1,000 men, attack that hill that we don't need. But, you know, just to show the Moscow that we are, just to show DC that we are doing something here. And the battalion commander is like, but I will lose 800 men. And it's like, cool, 200 men is good enough and you bring them back. Just attack the hill. Soviet way of thinking. American thinking was like, do we need the hill? No, ignore it. Do we need the hill? Yes. Artillery, aircraft, tanks, attack, bombarded, wear the Germans down. Have as little as possible losses as possible. So this myth that the Soviets won World War II, it's a lie. World War II was won by the American industry and, yes, by the Soviet soldiers, which died in the millions because their lives were worthless, not to the Germans, but to the Soviet leaderships themselves. The Kremlin never for 1 second cared about the lives of the people it sent into battle. And that's why,
Thomas, please, can we add the fact that there's one country other than Poland which fought the Second World War from start to finish in the Western theater, and that's Britain. And without its commitment, without the resilience, without its ingenuity, without its dedication to production, manufacturing, and sacrificing itself and its empire, without Britain, freedom and Europe would not exist.
that is absolutely true. And we must add one more important point here. The British quickly raised divisions and brigade of Europeans who wanted to fight the Nazis. There were Polish divisions, South African units, New Zealand units, Australian units, Indian units. There in Italian theater, they had Indian units. There was a Brazilian division, please, a Brazilian division in the Italian theater. There were, what else? A Jewish brigade. There was from Israel, from Palestine back then. There were 3 French forces in the British Empire. There were Norwegian units, fighter units, ship units, Belgian units, Dutch units. The British raised and gave home to all the people that wanted to fight the Nazis. So lots and lots of countries and nations fought, but all of them cared for their people. You know, none of them was going in there and was like, yeah, you know, we make a senseless attack and it costs 500,000 people. Who cares? You know, there was battles where the Germans military high command didn't understand why the Soviets kept attacking, like at the Reshev. The Soviets kept attacking and attacking and attacking and attacking. And the Germans were like, yeah, okay. And the front line didn't move once. And it was a worse massacre than the World War I battles. So anytime someone tells me the Soviet lost so many, and that's why we have to support them now, I'm like, back then, like now, and just like in World War I, the Soviet leadership didn't care at one moment about its troops. The Tsar sent 10,000s of 100,000s of Soviet Russian soldiers back then in World War One to their deaths with completely brainless offensives. Complete disaster. So World War II, the Russians were on the right side of history by accident, because the plan of the Kremlin was to be on the side of Hitler. And then Hitler turned on them, so that the Soviets at the end of World War II were on the right side of history. That's what they didn't plan that. They were like a little bit, oops, how did we end up here? Oh yes, we were attacked. They didn't want to be on the side of the allies of World War II, just that Hitler forced them into that. So to draw a conclusion from that we have to support Russia now, it's just harebrained. Yeah.
Mille grazie. Thomas, how many Sherman tanks did Russia have?
40,000 that the Americans sent over, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they sent a ton of them. It's astonishing.
Yes, and the Russians stopped producing railway engines because the Americans sent so many over that it didn't make sense anymore to produce them in Russia. Or trucks, the number one trucks the Russian used was the Studebaker from America. And I mean, the whole thing, the airplane engines, the Russian fighter jets were really bad because pilot lives meant nothing. And then the Russians began to receive American aircraft engines, and the Russians started to make good fighters. And the Germans were like, oops, because before the Germans could shoot down 60 Russian planes without losing a single German plane. And now it was just 10 Russian planes, and then the Germans lost one. So if you look at the fighter aces of World War II, the first 150 or something, all German fighter pilots that shot down 100, 200 Soviet planes, because it was so easy to shoot them down, because their planes were just crap and just produced in mass, because, you know, the lives of the pilot meant nothing until American engines arrived, which were too powerful for the Soviet planes. So the Soviet needed to build better planes. If not, the engine would rip apart the plane. And then suddenly the Soviet pilots got planes that were actually capable of fighting the Germans. So the whole idea that the Soviet Union has some special place in the history of mankind for having defeated the Nazis, you are an accidental ally. If Hitler hadn't attacked you, you would have stood by Hitler till the last moment, dear Soviet Union.
100%, as a friend of mine tends to say. Thomas, we have tons of questions. We have to go forward. Shovel Girl.
Hey, Thomas. I think this is the first time I'm speaking with you. So in the line of providing more Western weapons to Ukraine, this past week, as everybody was losing their mind over the Chinese drone flying over the U.S., I was thinking about all the drones I've heard of through the past that have gotten shot down over other countries. And I stumbled upon the fact that, I don't know if you saw the news, Global Atomics Aeronautical, the ones that make the Reaper and the Gray Eagle drones, they put out a statement, I think it was on Tuesday or Wednesday, that they're practically falling over themselves trying to give this equipment, or at least train the Ukrainians with it. They're offering to pay for the training, pay for at least maintenance, to teach the maintenance crew. I pinned the tweet up in my feed, but basically my question is, why wouldn't the United States want to? So the problem for GAA is that basically the Pentagon seems to be holding it up, and I don't know if like anything's changed since that statement was put out. You know, that things we don't know behind the scenes. but why wouldn't the Pentagon want to release that? And if they did happen to release that, what would the benefits be? I mean, we've seen that basically, it sounds like, I mean, you just keep hammering it home. The Soviet Union is basically, or Russia is like a blunt instrument. And right now, Ukraine is just becoming like a precision machine. So wouldn't this just be awesome to add to their kit?
Thank you, and nice to hear you. This is the first female person that asks me a question. It's a nice change of. Everybody else here is a military male guy. Following. Yes, the Predator drones, Reaper drones are pretty good stuff, but they're huge. So Russian air defense missiles could lock on and shoot them down. So you would have to keep them a little bit further back and use them to observe the front line, you know, like a reconnaissance platform. You could do it also cheaply with some drones on the front. So Reaper and Predator and Grey Eagle drones are good when you have devastated the enemy air defenses, because basically you can crisscross with those and strike precisely on enemy tanks and hardware with the Hellfire missiles or with the ground-launched small diameter bombs. I am not sure what the holdup is with the Pentagon. So if someone knows it better, please correct me. I have an assumption from the information I have, but I'm not sure if it's the case. So I will give out this assumption now, but if it's wrong, please someone correct me. As far as I know, the Grey Eagles and that stuff connect to the operators via satellite. It's a encrypted, highly classified communications channel. So if a Predator is shot down and the Russians should capture this cryptographic equipment and the codes and that stuff, that would be a problem for the entire United States Predator, Reaper fleet, and so on. So that is what I have heard. I don't know if it's correct and if this assumption is what actually is the holdup. So if someone knows it better, please correct me. I know all kinds of satellite communications, like between everything communication is highly classified in the United States military, because the United States is so dependent on network communication between all its many combined arms systems. So everything that has to do with cryptography and communications in the military is highly classified. The Americans would never, for example, you saw it with the HIMARS that the Ukrainians got. The Americans ripped all the radios out, all of them, because that's basically the most classified part in the HIMARS. The way how the American units communicate each other and send each other target information, data, operational information, coordinates, and so on. So as for the Predator, what I heard, the problem was the communications equipment and cryptography equipment in there, but I do not know if that is actually the correct holdup or if there's something else that has blocked Predator for Ukraine. What I come back to, the best drone that the Ukrainians could get right now, which I would love for them to have, is Harop and Harpy drones, because they're cheap, they're plentiful, and you can basically swarm. There's a launcher, I think it has 9 pieces. You can just place this launcher behind the front, and you can launch 9 of them in a very quick succession, and they will follow each other to a certain point, and then you can dive each one of them onto a Russian target, and basically you have a Russian tank company. And after this Harpy or Harop drones showed up that Israel produces, of these 11, 12 Russian tanks, 9 will be destroyed if you send 9 drones, because it's just designed to take out Russian tanks, because Israel faces, you know, in Syria, Russian tanks, Soviet-made tanks, so that's why they developed that. So The Predator is a luxury kind of like tool. And if you get 2 of them, it's still a niche capability. What Ukraine needs is mass. So the Germans are going to give Ukraine 20 to 30 Marder. That's nice. But the Americans are giving 100-something Bradleys. The Bradleys are going to make a difference because there's a mass. It's not something you have to keep back. So, for example, if I could have a wish list, I would tell right now all the countries, you know what I wish for Ukraine? Give them cluster munitions, give them 1 million rounds of cluster munitions. So every Russian infantry is defeated, and give them 3,000 Israeli Harop loitering munitions, because with 3,000, you know that you will destroy 3,000 Russian armored vehicles, because the Harop is a devastating weapon, and once it hits, this tank is gone. No survival.
So
How
we should.
about, sorry,
Oh,
wait one
no,
second.
go ahead, Alex.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Axel.
Thomas, we agree on the cluster ammunition, no question, 100%. And I think there's a couple of people here on the panel who will support this and ask more questions on a granular level. But isn't it also true that the Germans, with a bit of pushing, could just simply release their industry to provide significantly more sensible equipment? For example, there's a couple of links which are promised to other people, which could be redirected to Ukraine. And why would Ukraine not take high-grade, very modern equipment? Because the links would actually do something which others can't do, coordinate the battlefield. The Ukrainians, as you said, have already managed to integrate their fire control system with the Panzerhaubitze 2000 within a week of actually working with it. If they could have, finally, because this goes beyond what the CV90 can do, if they were to create a mobile command structure, decentralized with the links, that would definitely do it on the ground, wouldn't it?
Sure. The thing is just that I think the customer for the links is Hungary, which will never give up a single one of those.
But we don't have to deliver to them, do we? I mean, they are currently in default on also many things they can't even pay.
If they can't pay, then you don't have to deliver them.
That's what I'm saying.
The thing is that right now Ukraine needs mass. So whatever you can deliver in mass. I mean, one of the things that still irks me, German's industry has a capability to build 600 armored vehicles per year if they work 5 days a week and full hours and the government pays. If they even work overtime, that would be more. So Germany could have built in the last 12 months 600 tanks, Puma fighting vehicles, and so on. That means the Germans could have given Ukraine all their old tanks, all the A5, A6, A4, all the Marder, and the German army would have new equipment in each of its units without problem. There just wasn't any will there. And the same goes for the Eurofighter production. Tranche 4 Eurofighter production could have churned out 50 Eurofighter Tranche 4 last year if there would have been a political will. And that means you have to throw money at it. And it's always like this saying, oh, we should put money on defense, we're wasting money. No, you're paying thousands of highly qualified workers in your country and thousands more of supplier employees. And you're basically putting money into your economy to grow your own economy. So that's not wasted. It's just you are growing your country's economy if you invest in defense. So this lack of European will to actually go to wartime production is really, really, really annoying. Giving Ukraine some highly capable niche stuff, yes, you can give it to them and they can figure out how to use it to improve what they already have. Problem is they need the time to figure it out. Right now, you want something that you can send to the front and make a difference there before you have to figure something out. So
okay. Let me ask you a question, Thomas. Then, if that's the case, why does the US not actually give the something or push the Italians to give SAM-Ts to the Greeks, move a squadron from Aviano for a little while to Greece to give them comfort so that they could give Leopard 2s and Leopard 1s to Ukraine.
The Greeks are a special case because they're so obsessed with Turkey. You can get only very limited stuff out of them.
But they're willing to trade, as I hear, if we give them air cover.
Yes, they're willing to trade. The thing is that if you give the Ukraine the old Soviet stuff, that's still not able to shoot down ballistic missiles. And as we have seen now, the Iranians are giving the Russian ballistic missiles, and once those arrive, the only systems that you can use to protect cities from ballistic missile attacks are SAM-T from France and Italy and the Patriot systems. The Soviets never developed that capability because they don't care if a Soviet city or a Russian city gets hit by a ballistic missiles, because civilian lives for Russian leadership is worthless. No one cares about that. So if you give the SAM-T to Greece, they can shoot down ballistic missiles and planes. Right now, they don't need either, but Ukraine needs something to shoot down ballistic missiles, because if you have a Patriot system somewhere in Kiev, then Putin can fire as many Iskander missiles at Kiev as he wants. The Patriot system will take them down. If Putin fires ballistic missiles at Dnipro or Zaporozhye or Kharkiv, if you place a system between Zaporozhye and Dnipro, Putin will not get any success in hitting those cities with ballistic missiles. So that's why you give Ukraine that capability, because it's the only stuff you can give them to successfully shoot down ballistic missiles. IRIS-T can shoot down cruise missile and drones and helicopters and planes and fighters and bombers and whatever. A ballistic missile, IRIS-T won't shoot down. You need anti-ballistic missile systems. And yes, Israel has some, the Arrow system, and America has THAAD, that's new one, which they haven't yet exported except for United Arab Emirates, I think, or Qatar. And so these are some systems. The German have MEATS, which is just a design study, which could shoot down ballistic missiles. So if you want to, they heard a voice. So if you want to help Ukraine protect its cities, you have to give them not Soviet stuff, but you have to give them modern Western system. I can't hear Axel anymore.
Thomas? I'm here. I'm here.
Go ahead, Axel.
I didn't say a word in between. I'm sorry.
I think we had a hot mic and I muted it. But we do have hands raised from Latin and the Goldman. Latin, please go ahead.
Thomas, I'm going to circle around that. I really want your thoughts on a subject that we've sort of touched on. You've touched on a couple of times, I think, during the day now. But with the importance of Western combat aircraft now being what it is, it seems that, and you know, this week we heard from the British Prime Minister that it would take, I don't know where he got this number from, but 35 weeks to train on the F-16, which I thought was an interesting number coming from the leader of a country that doesn't fly the F-16. So I'd love to find out where he got his information. But to me, it sounded like a ridiculous number. But if that, it's true that is the logjam, right? Like, I mean, that's where we're going to be finding the biggest challenge now in getting, it seems, in getting, since there seems to be some political will to at least move forward with this. So would you say, I think did I understand you correctly, that one of the ways that this could be expedited would be to kind of focus on certain capabilities, which, and if I heard you right, I would agree with you completely that air defense capability is the primary one, because that's a force multiplier, for example, for the Ukrainian helicopters and Soviet aircraft that are flying ground attack missions. It protects them. So I'm going to see if I made sure I heard you correctly on that, because that sounds like kind of the way that the Eurofighter was brought in, right? Because this is an unprecedented situation in modern times that I know of, where it's the fact that this country, that Ukraine, is in the middle of this existential battle, that's going to complicate it as well, because they're going to want to do things very quickly, and NATO and the Western air forces, they have their set way of doing things, and something has to give to break that logjam.
The thing is that you already see that some European countries are speeding up training left and right to help the Ukrainians get the stuff going. Like, you know, the German Bundeswehr on Friday at 4 p.m. goes home. So if you attack after that, there's nobody there. When the Ukrainians came to train, the Germans threw all that out of the window and trained 7 days a week for 3 weeks to get the Ukrainians back into the fight because it was so important. I guarantee you, if finally the West decides to train Ukrainian pilots on F-16, these Ukrainians that come will be the brightest and best pilots, and they will be so motivated to get out of their flying coffins into some Western fighter. They will study 16 hours a day. You tell them you have to read this handbook, and the American pilot has 3 weeks. The Ukrainian will come back after 3 hours and said, do you have more? Because for them it's an existential fight, and giving them an F-16 is a sign of hope for them. And so I am never worried about the Ukrainians not being able to master something. I'm always worried about the Europeans and Americans underestimating the Ukrainians. We have so far. I never underestimated the Ukrainians because I saw them. And when I understood that the Ukrainians, given an option to learn for a better life, they will grab this opportunity, was when I met Ukrainian students of the faculty in Kiev that were studying German. It's a difficult language. It's not easy. After 8 months, they were fluent. And let me tell you something, as a German speaker, that's like completely impressive. They were studying and they were pushed by their teachers so hard that after 8 months, they knew one of the most difficult languages in Europe, so fluent and so accent-free that you could have a conversation about highly complex topics with them, because also their vocabulary was extraordinary. So that one understood that Ukrainians, when they have to study something, they just sit down and work through it day and night, motivated. So Ukrainian pilots will be the fastest pilots to pass through the American training courses at Luke Air Force Base, or the British, where's the British Eurofighter Academy, and somewhere in Wales, I think. They will pass through it so rapidly and so quickly, because first you get the most motivated pilots. They know that their life and the lives of everyone they know depend on them learning this stuff. And they will be so overjoyed to finally learning it that there will be not a minute missed in their training course, and they will be excellent, they will excel, and they will not make any mess, and they will not do any fuck-ups, and they will be just perfect. And you will have some Top Gun level pilots out of the door in 3 weeks to 3 months, depending on what you teach them, just air to air or just complex stuff and so on. So the holdup can't be that Ukrainians cannot master this stuff. The Ukrainians can master it. If you give them a Ticonderoga cruiser and tell them, learn it, they will have a crew of 1,000 men, learn it in 3 months how to operate this cruiser. So that's absolutely no problem here. The problem, as so often, is that European governments don't really want to be the first to do something. They want to have someone else do it first, or in a coalition. But in a coalition, then we have to agree on that and that before, and all this nonsense. Just be a Ben Wallace. It's like, okay, I'm sending Rishi Sunak, I'm sending challengers. And when he said that, the Germans never heard it. They heard it from the news and were like, oops. Just be like that. Go out there and do something. All this, I'm considering, we were thinking about, we have a plan, an inkling to do that for Ukraine. Stop doing that. Just send the stuff.
100%, as a friend of mine says. Hey, I managed to get Chuck Farrer to join us because I thought that it would be worthwhile having a quick look about one granular detail, and that's the Northern Front you touched upon earlier. And Chuck was driving beforehand, so he couldn't join us, but I thought it's a good idea to talk briefly as to Kremina, Svatove, the potential Russian offensive, and what you said earlier about the cluster ammunition. Chuck, you've been observing exactly this area for quite some time. How do you see the position at the moment, and what should the Ukrainians do?
Hi, Thomas. Hi, Axel. Hi, Alan. And sorry for not being on earlier, folks. I have been driving where the snow is flying. Thomas, it's always great to hear you, my friend, and your very informed commentary. I've got some thoughts on the northern front around Kremena, but I'd be happy to hear your take before I look at my map and sound like I'm much more informed than I am.
No, Chuck, you're the guy here with the most combat experience of all the listeners. So I mean, I'm sure you know more about all that. Kremina, the problem I always, when I look at this map, is that it's a forested area. And if history has taught us, you don't want to fight in there because you cannot really get armored support. And it's a nasty fight. And I'm still wondering why the Ukrainians didn't try to go by to the north and try to bypass it and then take the Russians in the rear. And the Americans tried to go to the Hurtgen forest against the Germans, and it became a slaughterfest. And the American wasted men and troops in the Hurtgen forest for nothing. If there's a forest, try to go around. That's my idea. And I'm surprised the Ukrainians didn't manage that. On the other hand, if you get some really good German Leopard 2 based Descent 2 engineering vehicles, you can go through the forest because that will just crush all the trees in its way and make a path for armor, which you have still then to advance with a lot of infantry left and try to protect it from anti-tank guided missiles, but at least, you know. So I haven't been looking at that, and what my take is, it's a grind, not one that I as a commanding officer would have let myself be drawn into, because forest fighting, I rather not if I don't have to, because it's just going to be costly.
Yeah, and my take on all of that is whoever gets into the forest first is going to win the fight. And also, and again, I'm not just projecting, I hope, my own experience in the forest, which has probably been considerable. But if you are controlling the timeline of contact and you're in the forest first, I think you can really make the enemy suffer, as we saw in the Hurtgen forest. Absolutely. One of the things I noticed that the Russians are doing here north of Kremena, there is a wide spot in the Zabrets River, the water course there. It widens out into a reservoir. I think the last time I was on, we were talking about the Russians are very desirous to push the line of contact west as far as they can, and especially to reach the reservoir, the shores of the reservoir, for a couple of reasons. As they advance, Ukrainian defenders will always have to be mindful that they have a body of water at their back, so that when they have to maneuver, and I mean get out of the way, they're going to have to do it in good time, meaning quickly, because they can't retreat directly east. They're going to have to go north or south to get out of it. And interestingly, Thomas, you always hit it right on the head, but in this case especially, the Russians are attacking north of the forest bands Kremenna, as you know, is surrounded by forest to the north, especially to the south. Farther north, out of the sort of close proximity to Kremenna, the forest thins out into several little sort of islands. So the Russians are picking their offensive, the ground for their offensive, carefully. I think one of the important things they're looking at is if they do get to the Zabrets reservoir, when they reorient south, which will be in the direction of Bakhmut, their right flank will be secured on that reservoir. And there are several different maps going on right now. I have to triangulate between them, but I would say it looks like the Russians have probably gained 3 or 4 kilometers, maybe as many as 5, getting to an O series highway, the 131-306, which goes north and south. So I'd be interested in hearing if you think that assessment is right, or again, I'll remind everybody, look, I'm a small unit guy, essentially, but I'd like to hear your thoughts on that, Thomas.
Assessment is spot on. The Russians choose a careful, because if you can have a flank protection, a natural, whatever it is, a natural cover on your flank, you should use it. And the Russians have been at Crimea. The Russian strategy has been better than the Ukrainian ones, because to the north of the reservoir, the forest thins out, and going into a fight directly to a forest where the enemy has time to prepare and mine and fell trees, bad idea. And yes, the Russians are trying to advance along this highway. And I think when they reach Dorske, they will try to cross down to Yampil, but it's really hard to tell, because I hope the Russians never come that far, because I think at some point the Ukrainians will try to take them in the open flank towards the north. But the Crimea battle is one that I don't really understand, because I would have never gone in there when there's so much open country north of Crimea, which just yells better place for an offensive. So
is it a lack of tanks that they didn't take Svatove?
It's really difficult to tell, because the Ukrainians should have a lot of tanks captured from the Russians, especially after Kupiansk. And that the Ukrainians aren't going into armored warfare either means that they don't have as many tanks as we assume, which would be a disaster for them, or the Ukrainians are keeping all their tanks in reserve when the Russian offensive comes for counterattacks, and trying to flank the Russians and encircle them. I mean, in Bakhmut, you never see a Ukrainian tank. Basically, it's all small infantry units, and it's all an infantry fight. So, I mean, when the Russians took Soledar, they basically extended themselves and left an open flank on the right. And not the ideal tank country, but you could have made a massive mess there if you would have attacked with at least a battalion of armored warfare. The Ukrainians didn't. They just kept doing the infantry grind. So it's so difficult to say.
I think it might be a little bit of both, Thomas. I think the Ukrainians are assembling more of an armored capability. Obviously, forces in reserve and forces that are coming up into combat capability. But there's been something underreported on. Russia's attacks on the power grid, both power generation and power distribution targets, that has come down, and it affects the individual workshops, and it's a lot of artisanal work going on to put captured Russian equipment back onto the battlefield. And Russia still remains by far the #1 supplier of arms to Ukraine. Captured equipment, of course. And the Russians are running at a slightly lower rate than this, but the Russians are still abandoning about 35% of their equipment that's in contact with the enemy. And these are vehicles that are totally abandoned, intact, these are the ones that aren't damaged even. But I think the Ukrainians are having trouble putting this equipment back into, turning it around and pointing at the enemy. They're having trouble doing that, and unfortunately, and I've banged on this drum before, the Bradleys, the Leopards, the Abrams, these are things that should have been put into play back in April. And the Allies, and I'll point my biggest finger at my own country, both in terms of air defense, which I see as the keystone of military aid, just as you have mentioned, but armor, mechanized infantry equipment, Bradleys, these are all things that should have gone sooner, and we're in a bit of a race against time now. Putin wants an offensive. He's getting it. And the Ukrainians are in a little bit of a bind right now.
Absolutely correct about everything, when I and Chuck are on, we don't have any discussion, because it's just like, I agree with you and you agree with me. It's like, because we both have the experience that others don't have about this. But I have to tell that as a staff guy, I avoided all kinds of combat, and Chuck is the other kind of guy that I think he has the other experience, so we complement each other, and we both work in film.
Well, that's baloney, but I'm always very glad when you agree with me, because if you didn't, I'd have a very hard time making my point.
Okay. And we both work in film, so yeah, we have some kind of same wavelength.
Yes, we do.
So,
Yes.
okay, then tell me, please, be so kind, both of you. Now that you're finally agreeing, what on earth are the Ukrainians not doing in order to take the northern border, expand what they had as a position of Kupiansk, and in order to break through from Svatove to Starobilsk?
Well, Axel, who knows where the Ukrainian axe may fall? And I always remind our Russian listening guests, please take out your pencil and write this down. You don't know where the blow will fall. And I will remind our Russian staff planners that it is quite possible for Ukraine to give ground in a tactical sense on any point on the battlefield to encourage Russian advances and everything that goes into an advance, folks, which is not just some Russian unit finally showing initiative and capturing ground, but pumping in the logistics, the ammunition, the fuel, the reinforcements, everything it takes to hold that ground under a rain of Ukrainian precision artillery that, unlike the Russians, who spray and pray with their artillery, the Ukrainians are quite capable of hitting platoon level command centers, company level command centers, battalion level command centers. And in Melitopol, we saw they're capable of decapitating an army level command center. So, Axel, I really think, look, Savatove is still in play. An offensive around, based out around Kupiansk, that's still in play. And the golden apple that is ready to be plucked is the rail connection and the road connections south in the area of Kupiansk. And although the Russians may be making ground here north of Kremenna with the hope of securing their flank on the Zibets Reservoir, war is full of examples of allowing your enemy to succeed in one place while you prepare to hit them in another. And I don't have any problem talking about this because the Russians have got to be prepared for a Ukrainian offensive to fall anywhere along this almost 400, 500 mile line of contact. So I'm very glad for the Russians to have to worry about where the blow will fall. And I've mentioned this as well. For a former superpower, the Russians have a great deal of trouble putting together combined arms offensive operations. Those are offensive operations. That's something you plan, you conceive, you brief, you marshal your logistics, you get your transportation in order, you brief your troops, you fire the red flare in the air, and they all move forward. And that's about as perfectly controlled a situation as you can have. It's 180 degrees opposite when you have to launch a counteroffensive, when your frontline troops are reeling backwards, filling your lines, choking the roads with abandoned vehicles, people running pell-mell into the command centers asking what to do. It's a lot harder to put together a counterattack, much harder. And I will delight at the moment I hear the Russians are trying to put together a counterattack. And I'll remind everybody that the previous Ukrainian offensives drove the Russians all the way back to Savatove. Some Russian units retreated all the way to Starbelinsk in absolute disorder. I think we're going to see that again. And I was one of the people who thought we'd see a Ukrainian offensive in February. I'm happy to remind people if I am wrong. And I think one of the things that may actually retard a Ukrainian offensive at this point is with the Leopards coming, with the Bradleys coming, with the M1s coming. That would be something if I were a staff officer. And actually, Thomas, I have been a staff officer as well. I might say, hey, look, boss, why don't we wait till we get all the good toys from the toy box? And let's recalculate whether or not we hit. Thomas, what would you think the balance would be in that case? Would you wait for the Leopards and the Bradleys and the M1s, or would you want to try to gain something now and allow mud season to help you defend it in March and April?
I was pretty sure the Ukrainians would launch an attack in February in the south. And with the Russian offensive coming, my personal opinion would be to invite the Russians to go on an offensive and drive deep into a cul-de-sac where they are basically then stuck with the logistics lines completely devastated, cut off from fuel and ammo, with flanks that are overextended and thinly defended. And then I would just go make a cauldron and crush them with the Western equipment that by then would have been arrived. So if I had a say in the Ukrainian military planning, I would be like, you know what? Let's wait for the Russians to attack us. Let them overextend themselves. Let them get stuck. Let them have an extremely long logistics line thanks to ground-launched small diameter bombs. That means that they have their logistics 150 kilometers behind the front. And then when they're stuck, overextended, we crush their flanks and we create cauldrons, and then we squeeze these cauldrons until we can have videos of a column of 10,000 Russian prisoners of war marching on foot into a camp, like the Soviets love to show every time they manage to capture a bunch of Germans. So I would do that.
Well, once again, I am glad to say that we agree completely. I felt the same thing, that instead of going ahead with a February Ukrainian offensive, more or less on schedule, I felt that the time had turned to wait for a Russian attack. This is going to make me sound like an effete idiot, but I was a fencer in college, and I fenced a weapon called épée, and it was the kind of fencing matches.
That's Olympic.
Yeah, you would sometimes provoke the enemy and then back off because you'd wait for him to attack and make a mistake. And if you have the sort of forces that can trained in the Western military ethos, where you can delegate tactical authority down to the smallest level, fire teams and rifle squads and rifle platoons, and take advantage of any mistake the enemy makes and press it. Thomas, I agree with you. I think the time for Ukraine to wait. We know that Putin, like every military dictator in history, considers himself a gifted military genius. And he is pressing his generals to do whatever he says, regardless of military reality. And I think there's a great opportunity now, rather than planning an offensive, is to have the sort of troops and logistics and everything in place to find a Russian mistake and actuate it and turn it against them.
I was just going to say, Chuck, Thomas, if patience is a strategy and you're Ukrainians, how do you keep an army waiting and prepared to strike back? What do you tell them? How do you prepare them?
Well, I think it's one of the things that everyone learns the hard way in boot camp, and that is hurry up and wait. And it's a thing it was very hard for me to learn as a midshipman and an officer candidate. But yeah, that sort of crazy training, literally hurry up and wait, prepared me more than anything else to be a leader in combat, and to let a situation develop either before I responded or for that to affect the way in which I did respond. But Alan, you hit it right on the head. Patience is the most underrated military virtue. And we talked about this, Alan, you and I, the last time we were on. It is really one thing to advance and try to hold something. I just happen to be looking at the map north of Kremenna right now, to Makivika. The Russians have been there at least 4 times in recent memory. They've taken that little town. An advance of 4 or 5 kilometers, kind of a memorable deal north of Kremenna, but every single time they've been driven out, even if they hadn't been defeated at the point of contact. Everybody they tried to send forward to reinforce that position in Makivika, every bullet they tried to send to the front, every ounce of fuel, every spare part, every reinforcement, every troop, every ration got pummeled by artillery as it went forward. And the Ukrainians have shown this time and time again in the war, that they are more than willing to trade distance for time. And they may be doing that right now as well. But I keep bringing up the Zabrets Reservoir because I am certain the Russians want to advance to that point, have that reservoir secure their right flank so they can reorient a force pointed south at Bakhmut, which is not closely adjacent. We're talking 40 kilometers away. but I am certain that's what they want to do. I am constantly reassured that although the Russians keep trying to put together offensive actions to reach that reservoir, they just can't seem to do it. And that always reassures me, because if this former superpower cannot push a combined arms force together for 10 or 15 kilometers, I am almost assured that their ability to put these forces and apply them in a counteroffensive operation is going to be it's going to be much worse. So again, we can only hope that the gods of battle will see it this way, but that's what it looks like to me, Thomas.
Patience is a military virtue. That's a beautiful saying. You're so right. I have people writing me in my DMs, friends, panically that Bakhmut is about to fall and Solidar is about to fall for months now. And honestly, I don't care. It's irrelevant. Solidar is the 316th biggest town of Ukraine. 316th biggest town of the United States. No one knows because no one cares. So Solidar is a completely useless conquest for the Russians. It doesn't change the strategic situation at all. This is just grinding attrition. This is like something like the Germans have taken a trench at Verdun. So what? Didn't change the battle outcome. Didn't change anything. Just cost the Germans 2,000 deaths. Completely senseless. So patience. The Ukrainians are very patient, and I assume that they didn't move a lot because I know that the troops that were fighting in Kherson were sent home after Kherson was liberated to take some rest, with the knowledge that they would be called up for the offensive in the south. And they were all called up after New Year's Eve, basically to get back, train, and bring the brigades back up to strength. And they have been waiting since then. And I think these Ukrainian troops pretty much understand going on the offensive now will kill a lot of them. Waiting for the Russians to go on the offensive, and then catching the Russians with the pants down in the steppe with open flanks at a bad logistic situation will kill a lot of Russian and save a lot of Ukrainian lives and bring victory closer. Patience. People live in this news cycle of 24 hours. So people are like going, you know, there's nothing happening on the front for the last 24 hours and 3 days, and Solidar was the last thing that has fallen. No, it's completely irrelevant. On the Eastern Front, on the Western Front, there were months where the front line didn't change, while both sides prepared or didn't prepare for offensives and stacked supplies and got fresh units in and rotated units out that were badly damaged and needed to be rebuilt. You know, if you look at the Pacific campaign of the United States, there were months between landings on islands by the Marine Corps. It's all like Peleliu and Tarawa and Iwo Jima and Okinawa. Yes, but do you know how many months between those was nothing happening and the Marines were on some South Sea island lying on the beach and doing nothing? Patience. Patience. The moment to strike, the Ukrainian leadership, military and political, has better information than us. Thanks to the CIA giving them information, thanks to their own reconnaissance, that's to probably people in Russia that help them with information and so on. And you can be sure that there's a lot of people in Luhansk and Donetsk providing information to Ukraine, even some Russian officers maybe that are not agreeing with this war. The Ukrainians know better what comes, what they have to expect. And they're waiting. And they know every day they get stronger because more Ukrainian troops are being trained, and they're not being trained by crappy Russian overweight old officers who have, since the Soviet times, never updated their field manuals. They are being trained by the British or Americans or Polish militaries who have a continuous development of training, doctrine, materials, fighting styles, and everything. And Ukrainians get finally the better weapons from the West. So Ukraine gets better and better, and the Russians keep losing already, as Chuck said, even in these small advances, the Russians keep losing tanks and troops at a completely insane rate. But it's, the whole, it comes back that the Russians never cared about their troops. I mean, a Western mechanized combined arms battalion has 4 times as many recovery tanks to recover damaged vehicles from the battlefield than the Russians, 4 times as many. Why? Because a Western military says, okay, this tank is damaged, we don't abandon it, and we don't abandon the crew to jump out and be machine gunned or die in the tank. We come and have a armored recovery vehicle that can recover that tank with both crews staying inside, protected from machine gun fire, artillery splinters, and so on. And we drag this tank back. We save the crew, we save the tank. Russians, well, we put 1 per battalion, and that's enough. But you have, like, between a combined arms battalion, there's 100 vehicles, and you have 1 to recover them. Yeah, that's enough. And in NATO's units, it goes from 4 to 6 to 8, the recovery vehicles, depending on the nation. And we don't abandon our own. And the Russians, you see them, this guy is wounded, and they're like dragging him from 5 meters, and then the guy is wounded and becomes unconscious, and they just drop him and leave him to bleed out. So the Russians are losing right now troops and material at an alarming rate, which the Kremlin doesn't care about. And Ukraine receives better equipment and more equipment than before. So all this Bakhmut and Soledar, this fight is impressive, and the brutality of it is shocking. And it's tragic that Ukraine is losing a lot of troops there. The Russians are losing 10 times as many troops likely. But I don't care, because if Bakhmut falls, does the strategic picture change? No, it doesn't. Let's go to the United States, Let's say someone wants to attack the United States. So the strategic prizes are New York, DC, maybe Los Angeles, San Francisco. And after 10 months of fighting, most brutal and horrific fighting, they have taken a town in North Dakota. Does it bring them victory? Does it even change the strategic picture? New York is still far away. Washington is still far away. It has changed nothing. It has destroyed a town, and it cost this invader 10,000 deaths for nothing. So Bakhmut is in the news because it's the only momentarily active sector of the front where the fighting is brutal. And for the men that fight there, it's horrific. But as a general staff officer view, it's irrelevant. We throw in enough men to attrition the Russians, but we don't waste troops to basically drive them back, because we're losing lots less troops than they do. This is not defining the war. If the Russians would take, let's say, a suburb of Kiev instead of Bakhmut, that would be dangerous, because they could threaten Kiev then and bring Kiev into artillery range. But the Russians had to abandon Kiev because they were defeated. So if we look at the battles in Ukraine and compare them to World War II battles, the Battle of Kiev was the Battle of France, where there was a complete defeat of one side, right? The Battle of Kupiansk was a crushing defeat for the same side, for one side. Let's say it's the Second Battle of El Alamein. These are famous battles, everyone knows. Kherson, where the one side had to flee. Let's say this was the Battle of Kursk, where the Germans had to retreat. So it's also a famous battle. And these are not the same battles, so it's not that this are similar, but I just want to give you an idea. So this was 3 big, gigantic, famous battles that changed the course of the war. And what is Bakhmut? Bakhmut is the raid on the docks at Saint-Nazaire by the British Special Forces. British Special Forces made a raid on the docks at Saint-Nazaire to hamper German submarine operations. How many people know about that? Very, very few. Did it change the course of the war? Not really. It hampered the German submarine operations a bit, It forced the Germans to bring their cruisers, the heavy cruisers, out of the Atlantic back to the North Sea. That's it. It was a small, tiny thing that happened in World War II, but it was not a strategic, decisive battle that changed the course of the war. So every time someone talks about Bakhmut, remember, this is a horrific battle, which makes no sense. So naturally, the Kremlin decided that he must attack there and throw men at that and win this, because it doesn't make sense. And that's what the Kremlin likes most, stuff that doesn't make sense.
Narratives.
Strategically, worthless. It's not even a bridgehead. It's not even a bridgehead on the other side of the river. It's just a small town that is somehow,
Thomas, our friend Yehuda said when Chuck and we were discussing this with Alan a few days ago, Bakhmut is the road to Bakhmut. Solidar is just Solidar.
I have to clap here. This is an excellent line. Congratulations.
I'll take a bow. Yeah.
That's Yehuda. We'll pass it on to him.
Thomas, I absolutely agree with you regarding the strategic significance of Bakhmut. Again, I think we're all lucky that Mr. Putin put his greasy thumb down on the map of Bakhmut, on the point of the map of Bakhmut. Although you could make the point that it is a transportation junction, what are the prizes there? Well, there's the M03 highway and there's the H32 highway. The M03 goes to the northwest. The H32 heads west, but those two roads diverge at that point. So were you to capture Bakhmut and send your Russian hordes gallivanting down the highway, either one of them, they would start to significantly diverge. Within the course of 10 or 15 kilometers, those Russian forces would no longer be mutually supporting. So that, as they used to say in the American Civil War, those advancing Russian units could be defeated in detail, which means that you might win Bakhmut, but the two roads out of town are not going to do you any good. So I cannot help but think that all of the battles in Bakhmut, it's a political decision on the side of the Russians. The worst sort of military decision there is a political decision. And it is a tactical decision on the side of the Ukrainians, who are more than willing to kill as many Russians and convicts as Putin wants to throw into this battle space. Were Bakhmut to fall tonight, folks, the Russians are going to be faced with two mutually exclusive solutions. If they head up the M03, they're heading into a trap, because that highway is overseen by high ground. So there's nothing to gain there. If they want to advance to the west out of the H32, the farther they go down that highway, the farther they will be away from any possible support at all. Thomas, do you agree with me? I mean, I've been on a staff. I was a relatively junior officer. I would have to speak to flag officers and 06s, captains and colonels. But I don't think I ever had to suggest to one of my superiors that, Bakhmut is not the kind of town we want to even be fighting over. There isn't. Would you agree that there isn't really much to be gained by taking Bakhmut?
There's nothing to be gained. It's the most idiotic ever battle, because it's kind of like, what is a dead end? Bakhmut, let's fight for it. Why? The ways out of town are mined, full of Ukrainian ambushes. You take Bakhmut, what is waiting for you? The next town, and lots of ambushes until you get there. It's completely senseless. So yes, the Kremlin loves it for some reason, because Prigozhin decided, I want to attack with my convicts there, and the Russian propaganda then started to make it huge, and now they have to take it. And it's like, why? There's no strategic, military, tactical, anything about that. It's kind of like, I mean, there's places which make sense. You take Vuhledar, you push the Ukrainians back, you can reopen the railway that goes from Donetsk towards Mariupol and then to Melitopol. You have a supply line. Good. You try to, at Crimea at least, you can push the Ukrainians back because it makes sense to keep, because if Crimea falls, the Ukrainians can flank the Russian troops in Lysychansk and so on. So it makes sense to push the Ukrainians back there. There are some places you want to fight, and the Russians choose, like, this is a 400, 500 mile front. What's the most senseless place to throw our offensive power at? Bakhmut. Let's do it. That's the Kremlin decision process. And it's like, seriously? Yes, yes, yes.
We almost saw the same thing in Severodonetsk, where instead of the Russians using combined arms, maneuver warfare, and frankly, folks, their superior capabilities, or allegedly their superior capabilities, in putting together a fast-moving, hard-hitting, combined arms offensive to flank Severodonetsk. Instead, they infiltrated the city and wound up fighting the Ukrainians rifle squad on rifle squad in a three-dimensional urban battle space. And the Ukrainians were delighted to fight the Russians in a phone booth instead of trying to fight a Russian army that was trying to maneuver from zip code to zip code, right? Instead of a Russian offensive that was trying to take provinces and counties and hundreds of square kilometers, the Russians were baited into a fight literally from doorknob to doorknob. It was idiotic. I cannot help but think this is because, once again, as we've seen throughout history, we have got someone who has gained political power by ruthless means, by throwing people off balconies, by poisoning them with nerve gas, polonium, everything else that Putin has done to put himself into power. And like Hitler, like other people, he thinks, well, I'm much smarter than anyone who has wasted their life in the armed forces. I'm much smarter than them. I'm richer than them. I can make them disappear. I can kill them whenever they want. So if I put my finger on a map and I want Bakhmut, that must be a great idea. But there's this wonderful thing that's happening there, folks. No one dares speak truth to power to this guy. No one ever says to him, sir, I've spent my life in the armed forces. I've made my career in the profession of arms. I have read military history. I have read it from Tacitus on forward. I've read Xenophon. I know what war is all about. I know how to fight a war. But I'll do what you tell me. I'll pour thousands of people into Bakhmut, and we'll take the city, sir. And then I'll point out to you, maybe in a future staff conference, that yes, sir, it would be great to advance from Bakhmut, but one highway goes one direction and the other one goes in a non-complementary direction, and so we kind of gained nothing. And as long as we're fighting an enemy like that, it's going to be good.
Chuck, Thomas, Axel, let's take a hand, and then let's take a creative look at the upcoming Ramstein conference. Basic, go ahead.
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Awesome. Ellen, Axel, thank you so much. It's an honor to be here, guys. Chuck, Thomas, I'm a little star-eyed. You guys are like rock stars. I love you guys. Okay. Anyway, enough of the fanboying. I just wanted to ask a question to Thomas in regards to, Thomas, you make these valid points about Bakhmut being strategically zero military sense. There's just men dying for, really no tactical reason, which is true from a military perspective. My question and my challenge that I want to throw out to you is: have you thought about the political ramifications in regards, especially? And I know you have, because you mentioned, military, political leaders in Europe are dragging their feet, saying arms. Well, I just looked at a poll from Deutsche Welle, and it said that 2/3 of Germans are not in favor, or not as much in favor of sending more and more aid to Ukraine. So there is, and I see where the Kremlin can kind of see they're playing that strategy of time for support. If we could just stretch this war out to the point where the Allies, America, the EU, Britain, the UK, I'm sorry, not Britain, UK, and all the other countries that are involved here, if we could stretch that out to the point where we get, have public opinion turn on the war. And we're kind of seeing that even now, unfortunately, here in the States. It's been lowered to about 47%, at least the last poll numbers I'm looking at. And these are polling numbers, I'm wondering from the political aspect, do you think the Russians are banking, hey, if we could take Bakhmut, if we could throw a defeat and have on the Ukrainians and get a victory, especially back home, that's a big deal for Russia. Do you think that's really why they're just throwing so many men out, because they just need that W so bad? And if they could inflict technically a loss on the Ukrainian side for Bakhmut, don't you see that could possibly change support for the war overall? Or what do you think about that? All you guys, by the way.
Basic, that is a perfect tee up for focusing on Ramstein. But first, let's hear from Thomas and Chuck.
Chuck, go ahead.
That was a terrific question, and information and operations in the information space are everything. And I think that Thomas and I are right, and I put it out to the listeners. Look at the map, and you tell me what avenues of approach will be made open to the Russians if they take Bakhmut. The M03 going to the northwest, and the H-32 heading west. You will be able to see that you can either do one or the other of those highways. So Bakhmut, I agree with Thomas, is tactically it's militarily irrelevant. But you're right. The Russians desperately need a win. They need a W. They did everything they could to make a win out of Soledar. But Thomas and I, and Alan and I, and Daryl and I, Axel as well, we all said back at the time, Soledar was the key to Soledar. It was never the key to Bakhmut. The Russians made everything they could out of that win. Bakhmut is going to be the same thing, but I'm glad to say I didn't get on the bandwagon about the importance of Bakhmut recently. Should Bakhmut fall, it is not the key to victory in the East. It just isn't. Frankly, I'm delighted that the Russians are so fixated on taking Bakhmut, because I can think of almost no other place on the military map that would pay them less dividends than taking Bakhmut. There's two ways out of town, folks, and they are essentially, and they are absolutely militarily, they are mutually exclusive. You can do one or the other. The forces you send on those highways, within kilometers, they are not going to be mutually supportive. And I think this is one of the main reasons why Ukraine has chosen to engage at Bakhmut, because they could have abandoned this place weeks ago. But like Severodonetsk, they are always willing to fight the Russians where the Russians are going to have to pay the most in terms of materiel, men, equipment, blood, and treasure. Thomas, and I've yacked. I'd love to hear your opinion on that.
Long story short, it has become a political propaganda issue for the Russians to take Bakhmut. The only value that is there is to present to the Russian TV viewers a victory, because after all the disasters and the voluntary goodwill gestures of retreating from Snake Island, from Kiev, from Kherson, from Kupiansk, from Kharkiv, and so on, the Russians are definitely in desperate need of a win, W. They took Solidar and thought that's it, and then nobody cared, not the Ukrainians, not the West. Everybody was just increasing support. Now they're trying to get Bakhmut, and it's kind of like, it's kind of like, saying, it's like an invader saying we need to take one of the geysers in Yellowstone. Why? Because our propaganda has said this is important, so we must take this. And it's like, why? What's it going to do? Nothing. So there's just an absolute, somehow in the Prigozhin, this crazy criminal, wanted to impress Putin, and he chose Bakhmut, where he could throw his convicts there, and believed, if I kill enough convicts and take the city, Putin will love me and will make me something bigger than I am, a crook and caterer right now. And then the Russian propaganda fell for it and reported about it. And now they're stuck, and it's like, we have to have it. This reminds me always of the German army, which advanced to Stalingrad, and the whole general staff was telling Hitler, we shouldn't go to Stalingrad, we should go to the Caucasus and get the oil fields in Azerbaijan, and so, because we need oil. And Hitler was like, but the city is named after Stalin. I take the city of my enemy. And it's like, yeah, but it has no value beyond that. No, we have to take it. And once we're there, we can't take it because the Soviets are fighting for each house. Doesn't matter. The German built the biggest army they had to throw at Stalingrad. It was twice the size of any other German army, just to take Stalingrad, just because of the ego of Hitler to destroy and take the city of Stalin, which carried his name. Completely ridiculous. And the Western army there, because it was just a whim and then a propaganda, and then he announced that they have taken it, so they couldn't abandon it again. Same with Bakhmut. And it's kind of like, if you're a Ukrainian general, you're like, oh, please, send more men in. I have machine guns. The Americans just gave us 1 million bullets for that. I have Browning machine guns, Browning. So because if a Russian hides behind a tree, the Browning goes right through the tree and through the Russian. If you hide behind a wall, the Browning will go through the wall, not with the first shot, maybe with the second or third. So Russians, come. We have Browning machine guns waiting for you. And the Russians are coming. Okay, fine. If someone wants to suicide themselves, please go ahead. It's not that we can stop every idiot from killing himself. But from a military standpoint of view, this battle will be in history books as most idiotic battles of all time. Place 1, Bakhmut. Place 2, Solidar. And I'm sure before this year is out, the Russians will also have done some other battle, which will be place 3. Because incompetence, stupidity, and complete idiocracy in military matters Russian genetic condition. You can't fix that stupid. It's just in every Russian general inside. They're just so. European officers are thought that if they kill their troops, their careers are over. And Russian officers are told if you don't lick Putin's feet every day 5 minutes, your career is over.
I think that's that you've summed it up, Thomas. Absolutely. The burning up of personnel is no problem to a Russian field commander. Their troops are a consumable commodity. Consumable is something we say in the Navy. That's something that goes away when you use it, like lubricants, like ammunition. It just goes away. You're issued it and it evaporates. And Thomas is absolutely right. You're not going to be in command. You're not going to be a general very long in a Western army if you are burning up your troops. And it has taken me, especially as a small unit guy, it's taken me a long time to wrap my head around the concept that Russian commanders, they don't care how many people they kill. They don't care. It's not a measure of success to them if they take ground with the least amount of their own casualties. And we're looking at what, 140,000 dead, approaching 3 times the amount of American dead in a war that America lost in Vietnam. And America sustained those casualties in a war it lost over 10 years. 10 years. The Russians have reached that milestone in almost a little more than 10 months. And by anyone's measure, folks, that is not military success. So there's a couple things going on here in this war. As long as Ukraine can make this war that painful for the Russians, as long as someone, at least in the Russian army, realizes that they're losing 10,000 people a month, those are just killed in action. That means at least 30,000 Russian casualties a month. If you get 10,000 people killed, generally it's 3 times that many wounded. And God knows how many missing. And that means people that vanish on the battlefield. I mean, human bodies destroyed, gone, reduced to blood and rags, but also numbers of people who surrender, desert, go away, make themselves no longer available for military service. And let's amplify those casualty numbers and put it just a little farther. You're in the service of the Russian army. Soldiers know when they're winning and when they're losing. And we talked about this before, Thomas. I'd love to hear your feelings on it. But there is a spirit about in the Russian armed forces right now. Nobody wants to be in the first armored vehicle to leave the tree line. And it doesn't matter if you're in the latest T-72 or in a T-90 or whatever vehicle you're in. No Russian vehicle commander wants to be the first guy forward because you're going to catch an NLAW in the teeth. You're going to catch a javelin, and maybe it's going to hit you head on, but maybe it's going to do a 180-degree turn above you and come right through the top hatch. And we see the World Turret Toss Championship every day on video. We see that. But believe me, every Russian force that has been into contact and the people who live They come back and they tell their compatriots what happened to Ivan, what happened to Sergei, and they tell them, yeah, their turret went into orbit. And believe me, those Russian forces know it's because our tanks are designed like crap. It's because we sit on top of all of our ammunition. And despite the vaunted protection that our vehicles are supposed to offer us, it doesn't. And these tanks are death traps. That's why 35% of their vehicles are abandoned on the battlefield intact. And you can't win a war like that.
Okay, but does it change the behavior of their commanders? Does it change how the top-down structure distributes forces? Does it really have an impact? Or does it take 500,000 dead?
I assumed before the war, I assumed that 100,000 dead Russians would change the calculus in Russia. I severely underestimated how much the Russians don't care about each other. And I think now we will have to get 300,000 Russians killed to really change the calculus in Russia. Because after you lose 300,000 guys, you start to affect your industrial base because you just have lost 300,000 workers. And then it starts to affect, the national GDP and economic output and so on. Then people will also notice that, when you're in the office and there's just 4 guys left of 8, where you're like, where did they go? But I assumed the Russians had civilized like the rest of the world and wouldn't accept these losses anymore. I mean, the Russians are losing in a week as many troops as the Americans lost in 10, 12 years in Iraq. And the Americans, there was so much debate and fuss about the losses in America, but it's not even a percentage. It's just a rounding error compared to what the Russians are losing in in Ukraine right now. I mean, imagine the American forces have invaded Iraq in 2003, and in the first week, the 101st Airborne had been annihilated. Can you imagine what that would have cost in America, an American division annihilated? 10,000 dead? The Russians suffered that. 2 of their airborne divisions were completely mauled outside of Kiev. They suffered 10,000 dead. 2 paratrooper divisions. Russian paratrooper divisions are very small formations compared to Western divisions. They were annihilated. They didn't exist anymore. They didn't even manage to get out of their vehicles or down from their vehicles. They were just massacred by machine guns, and the Ukrainians walked by and there were like heaps of dead bodies on each vehicle. It was a complete, and in Russia, not one peeps, nothing, zero, silence, total, amazing. I mean, so you can say, yes, the Russian people didn't know it because of propaganda and because it was hidden, but that was the first week and it got worse since then. So I had a better view of the Russians as humans, that they, at some point they would wake up and say, what are we losing so many men for? They haven't woken up. It's a pretty depressing thought that even not just the Kremlin, but almost all of the Russians in Russia don't care about their other Russians. Yes, the people care, like, I don't want to go to fight. I flee the border to Kazakhstan. I don't want to die. I take a plane to Georgia or Bali. So these Russians exist. They only think about themselves. None of them thinks that, there's whole villages where obviously all the men are dead. Because Putin just took first the minorities from the small villages and the rural areas to send to Ukraine to die. And there's whole villages where all the young guys are dead because they were sent to Ukraine and were killed. Nobody cares. Not just the Kremlin, also the other Russians. And that's a pretty depressing, not depressing, I mean, it amazed me. Because if in my town, suddenly 1,000 men would be called up for fight, and then after half a year of those 1,000, we know it's just 400 alive. In this town, you would have the police department burning and people being shot on the street for being part of the regime. In Russia, people just go shopping. So yeah, the thing that this war hasn't ended yet because the crushing defeat that the Russian regime can't hide from the Russians anymore, and that it is so embarrassing for the Russian regime, hasn't happened yet. The Russians always manage to pull out their forces, most of their forces, even at Kharkiv, Kupiansk, even at Kherson, even at Kiev. So they managed to pull out most of their forces, and what is needed is something that the Russians advance and get a whole division or two divisions, not just defeated, but crushed and taken prisoner, and then have huge lines of Russian prisoners walking into prison. So yeah, this war is, I thought the war will be over after a year, and we are nearing a year, and now I'm thinking we're going to be here next Christmas.
Thomas, many moons ago, I had to interview someone. And you remember that a few hours ago, when we started this discussion, you asked me could we please put up some maps as to the third Battle of Kharkiv, which initially I just put up the two very basic ones, which everybody has access to. And then I added 4 more. Those 4 more are a little more tactical. They are up there in the nest if you want to have a look at it. It's the second post in the nest for those who are interested. Now, I interviewed someone. This is why it was so unique that you mentioned exactly this battle. I interviewed someone who had been in that battle and who had seen the wave attacks of the Russians. The man was in the 30th Army Corps, as you would call it. And he said for about 4 days, whilst they were slowly retreating, for 4 days, the Russians were throwing one human wave after another at them. For 4 days. The corpses were piling up in front of the German positions. The corpses were piling up all the way down back to where the Russians were coming from. And they could see through their scopes that the Russians were executing their own soldiers, if and when they were not going out to attack. Nothing has changed. Nothing at all. In this period of close to 1 month of the third Battle of Kharkiv, they lost somewhat like 45,000, 46, 47, nobody really knows. This is KIA. We do not know how many actually died beyond that. They lost essentially a quarter of their whole army. That in itself is insane. The numbers we are seeing now are on the same level. It's essentially the same kind of ratios. Yet again, it seems to us insane. For them, it's completely, utterly normal. And this is what I'm always trying to highlight. Everything is downstream from culture. Their culture is completely fine with that amount of wastage.
As long as it's not someone in my family, then it becomes personal. So the guys that don't want it, they flee. But beyond that, if my neighbor gets killed, my school friends, nobody cares. Just my brothers and daddy, not. The Russians are very, very asocial almost, I would say. So yeah. But this war at some point will end, and the Russians will have to look at all these dead Russians and ask how that happened. And you know what? I doubt anything will change. They will be just like that in the future too. Anyway, there was a question I think George had. Let's have that, because at some point I have to go to sleep, and I have the cat going all kinds of nuts on the door because it's 7 hours, and I can tell after 6 hours she found the plate has no food. And if you just allow me a second. Now that I want you to listen what the cat is doing at the door, she immediately stops because she knows she doesn't want to embarrass herself. What a little bit.
Thomas, the funny thing is the whole universe now knows your cat.
The cat is 12 years old, and basically I'm allowed to stay in this house as long as I feed her.
I see how it works.
Yes, it's her house, and probably also she wants me to clean her toilet. And anyway, guys, George, sorry, you had a question, please.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Thomas, I have this like, I guess idea. I just want to bounce off of you. I think the calculus changes, not back home in Russia, but it's going to change permanently on the battlefield. I think when the Western main battle tanks and the IFV show up, and just bear with me for a minute, it's early morning, the sun's barely rising. There's a bunch of Russians with armored, and all of a sudden, 50 meters to the right, a turret pops off. 75 meters to the left, another turret pops off, and the Russians still can't see who's hitting them. At that point, as the Ukrainians press their attack with those modern Western weapons, I sincerely doubt the Russians will hold. I think they break and run, just like the Iraqis did during Desert Storm. I think the most blood draining, where your soul just leaves your body, is when you're in a position and there's nothing you can do to stop from you being the next guy that's going to toss their turret, and you can't even see the enemy yet because they're hitting you from 2 kilometers away, 3 kilometers away. I think that right there is when the calculus changes. I think that Russian army breaks and runs because it's mostly mobilized guys and they're not trained to deal with that.
Yep.
What are your thoughts?
I hope so. I believe that. The thing is that the Russians, you can tell they have already blocking departments. There's the videos coming out where troops complain basically to blocking units that they don't have the ammo to actually fight the Ukrainians, and not the weapons to fight the Ukrainians. And these blocking units tell them, go back to the trench lines or we shoot you. So the Russians will break at some point, like they did in World War I, where the army just left the battlefield. And entire divisions just turned and left because they understood it's just death to stay there.
That's what I expect. I honestly expect that. And even the blocking units, because what's going to happen is there'll be a breakthrough and they'll be moving at such a breakneck pace because of the Western tanks and IFVs that you're not going to have a chance for those breaking units to make a stand to tell the guys to turn around and stop running. They're going to join the run. It's going to be one of those things that panic is the worst disease in the military. And once that spreads, I think even the blocking units are going to be like, to hell with that, because they know if they get captured, they might not see the inside of a prison cell.
Yep. One thing is, once there's a breakthrough and the army collapses, the units that to the left and right of the breakthrough will be the first to run away because they're being cut off and in danger of being encircled and caught in the crossfire. And once an army collapses, it begins slow and then it becomes a rout, and then everybody is running because nobody wants to be the last guy on the battlefield and face the enemy that is advancing.
And the Russians, right, experienced units to stop that rout. That has happened in other battles where like Greeks might run, but there's always like veteran units that can stabilize the line and do what you need to do the counterattack and repair the front. The Russians don't have any of those units.
George, can I just cut in here? just to ask one final question to Thomas's cat, Chuck, and Axel. Creatively speaking, I'm putting the three of you in charge of Ramstein 9. What's the agenda you lay on the table? Is agenda item number 1 air power? Is it time? What is it? And what is the outcome that you want to see from Ramstein 9 that will end this war faster?
I will jump in to allow Thomas to get to the door to let out the mountain lion that he lives with. Because I heard whatever was hitting the door, and it obviously weighed 100 pounds. But
it's a tiny little cat with sharp claws, and all my doors are on the bottom scratched that I have. When I move out here, I have to replace all the doors.
I think one of the things I'll say about Ramstein 9, it's probably the least sexy, but I want to see Ukraine get the equipment for air defense superiority all over Ukraine. And Thomas mentioned THAAD and the difference between THAAD and IRIS-T, or even the Gepard. Let's go from the low end to the high end. The Gepard is 2 autocannons guided by pretty decent radar. Point defense, short range, throws out a lot of lead. It'll get that Shaheed in the last couple hundred yards before it gets to the target. IRIS-T and NASMs, but let's go to IRIS-T. Air defense, surface-to-air missiles, heat-seeking. Again, I put it closer to the point defense sort of weapons. Guided on heat, will close in on a cruise missile or whatever stuff is coming. Next level up, NASMs, National or Norwegian Standard Air Defense System, working on basically the equivalent of a Sparrow air-to-air missile, radar guided, more capable, going up to the Patriot and the THAAD, which is not there yet. But as Thomas pointed out, these are the kind of systems that could interdict an incoming Russian ballistic missile. And again, I know I say this all the time, folks, but 98%, virtually 100% of the precision strike munitions that Russia fires are aimed at civilians. It's a completely legitimate target for Russia to hit an apartment block. They're in it. That's what they want to do. They want to kill Ukrainians. So I want to see F-16s. I want to see Apaches. I want to see all of those things given to Ukraine. But what I'd really like to see is Ukraine clamp an air defense exclusion zone over their entire country. One, to protect their cities and their civilians and their power infrastructure and their other civil infrastructure. I want to see them protected, but I want to see the twin benefit of allowing Ukrainian combined arms maneuver warfare to keep Soviet air superiority aviation. I'm sorry, I said Soviet. Did I mean that? Putin's. I want to see Russian aviation pushed back from the front lines. And that's going to be done with integrated air defense. NASMs, Patriots, IRIS-T mobile systems, Gepards, but they need the equipment. And it is great to have Maverick and Goose flying over and flying air superiority and combat air patrol over the front lines. Look, that's groovy. It's wonderful. I want to see it happen. Look, a 35-week training syllabus for a fighter pilot. And I agree, look, the Ukrainians are willing, they are intelligent, they have gifted pilots, but 35 weeks, it's going to take a virtuoso pilot showing up in that pipeline to go through it. In the meantime, to me, it's easier to train an air defense technician. Still, folks, not something you're going to take some bum off the street and teach him how to work a Patriot missile battery, right? It takes a pretty intelligent guy to do that, a willing learner, and complex system, but so important right now to the nation of Ukraine and to them taking back initiative in this war for their survival. And Thomas, I am happy to defer. If you think something's more important, please tell me.
Someone with artillery love, I'm always saying, please, more artillery. There's never enough artillery on the battlefield, because with that we kill the enemy before it reaches your own troops, saving your own troops' lives. Definitely cluster munitions, DPCMI, dual purpose improved conventional munitions, as many as can be sent. Finally, ATACMS. Not just some, the Americans are replacing them anyway in the next year. Send 300 just to mess with the Russians. Tell it's 300, the Russians will panic. More infantry fighting vehicles, lots more, because it protects infantry on the attack, because it's armored and the troops don't have to sit on top. Why do Ukrainian and Russian troops sit on top of the infantry fighting vehicles? Because they're so thinly armored that every enemy attack will pierce it and kill who is inside. And if you're inside, you won't make it outside if it starts burning. So it's safer to sit on top. Put these crews into a Western infantry fighting vehicle and they will stop sitting on the top, because inside they're much more protected from the heavy armor of a Bradley or of a CV-90. So give the Ukrainians long-range missiles, give them air defense to protect the cities, give them cluster munitions, give them infantry fighting vehicles and tanks. And because the Black Sea Fleet goes on my nerves, give them something, semi-submersible, torpedo-carrying underwater drones or something, anything that we can build with our technological and manufacturing capabilities for the Ukrainians to basically place mines, bottom mines, torpedo mines, whatever there is, outside the Russian Navy bases in the Black Sea, to basically sink a few Russian ships so that they never leave port again and never fire missiles at Ukrainian cities again. And guys,
Oh, I'm sorry, Thomas, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, because I have to leave because the cat is going absolutely nuts. Every time I open the door, she runs away and basically looks at me like, "Where are you? Come, follow, follow, follow." And it's 7.5 hours now. Yes, it was a Theiner ton, and I really have to go to the bathroom. So, guys,
Yes.
I'm sorry,
Thomas,
but I want to
before
sleep.
Before you run
Yeah.
to this, I have to ask you a question. One thing is missing. You highlighted at the beginning of today. This needs a wartime economy spirit. That's completely missing. And this needs to be declared now at this Ramstein 9. It's the 9th meeting. It's right before the anniversary. If we do not actually engage in this now, if we do not produce the ammunition, if we do not dedicate the resources to it, if we do not get the logistics right, we fail ourselves and Ukraine and freedom. And what
Absolutely
better?
right.
What better than what you've always demanded? Communications. If this doesn't get a speech by someone who matters, if this does not trigger someone to make that clear to everyone worldwide, and who better than the President of the United States of America to hold that speech? Because that's what should happen at Ramstein. Someone needs to goddamn say it. Ukraine will win, must win, and we will not rest until it wins.
Exactly. Like America put up industrial production at the beginning of World War II and basically saved the world, because I always tell people the United States started the World War II with, I think, 8 aircraft carriers and then lost 2 until Midway, half year later. And so they were down to 6 or to 5, I don't remember. And then that was in the middle of 1942. And at the middle of 1945, the Americans were crisscrossing the Pacific with around 100 aircraft carriers, escort carriers, and support carriers. I mean, they just threw them out once, twice, 3, 4 a month. So if there's a will, the West can do it. And it's not wasted money. Yes, we are building weapons for Ukraine. But who gets the money for that? Workers in Europe, workers in the US. We're not wasting money. We are paying Germans to make stuff. We are paying French to make stuff. So wartime economy doesn't mean we're throwing away money. No, we are giving people work and jobs. And at the same time, we defend democracy and freedom and protect the peoples of Eastern Europe from oppression and genocide. There's only upsides to a wartime economy, nothing else.
Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you,
Really
everybody. Thank you, Axel. Thank you, Ellen. Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry if I should have forgotten someone that I should have thanked. And I will be back when there is something new. But right now, I'm going to see what the cat has done to my flat. I fear for my bread on the table because I didn't put it away, and she might have either gnawed her way through the bag or thrown it around because I heard something fall down earlier. So let's go and see what the tiger has done to my. Maybe I have to clean now for half an hour before to go to bed. Everyone.
You have a Russian cat, Thomas. That's the problem.
No, I spoiled her like crazy, and basically then she learned that she gets everything she wants. She just must make a lot of stress, and that is on me. I completely spoiled her. It's a lesson I have learned that one day if I have children, not to spoil them, because obviously spoiling, you get it back in the worst kind of way. Guys,
you spoiled us and our audience a great deal, and we will
Thank you.
repay it with humble pleasure and gratitude. Thank you very much.
Thank you all the guys. Have a great day or night wherever you are, and victory to Ukraine is the only thing we care about here.
Slava Ukraini.
Heroям slava.
So everyone, give it up. Give a big hand to Thomas Theiner and the Theinerton and Chuck Farrer, who joined.
And I hate very much to have to retreat at the same time Thomas does, but during the breaks, I have been dressing and fastening a necktie, and I have to go to a reception. And it's funny, we're talking about our offspring because mine is giving me the hairy eyeball right now. But I want to thank Thomas, Axel, Alan. Thank you all. What a terrific hour here, and Thomas, you are the man, and good luck with that cat, sir.
Thank you, Chuck. Chuck, you said an hour. This is why it's called a Teinerton. A play on the word marathon. It has been more than 7 hours.
God bless him.
And every minute it has just been amazing with Thomas. You know, he just cuts through any BS that's thrown out there. He's amazing.
He is, and folks, amazing. You're not going to get it more straighter, more better informed commentary, and someone who's not afraid to call BS where he sees it. Amazing. I'm very delighted to hide under his cloak and say we agree all the time. But if you'll notice, I agree with things he said first. So he is truly amazing.
Yeah, and as Chuck just said, 100% right. Nothing is better than a Teinerton. 7+ hours of incredible insight, and I was so happy to see Chuck come up for the last hour, and to help Axel through the whole interview. great questions from our listeners. All of you who came up to speak, really, really appreciate it, because it just shows how much we listen here at MriyaReport. When we have someone like Thomas Theiner, Chuck Farrer here, we listen, we interact with really good questions. And that's why MriyaReport is an extraordinary place, just extraordinary. Ryan, go ahead, please.
I've just got one head earbud in. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Perfect. Yeah, I just had to remark on Chuck saying that was an hour too. My girlfriend told me about 6 hours ago this afternoon that she wanted me to go get her some soup because she wasn't feeling well. And I told her, honey, this guy named Thomas Theiner's on and I'm going to listen to this and then I'll go get it for you. But just be warned, he's only been on an hour and he usually stays on like 3 to 5. And that was 6 hours ago. But she got her
7.5
soup.
hours ago,
So.
I would take it. I would hope at least.
Yeah, so about 6.5 hours ago, I told her it might be 5. Anyway, I finally just put in some earbuds and went and got soup.
Ryan, you're still dead though, pal. You are dead, and unfortunately, I'm dead too here. I'm gonna fight a fighting retreat, but much mahalo to everybody. Axel, Alan, my heroes, and Thomas as well. And I'm going to duck out, but I will be back soon. And
Thank you, Chuck.
Everybody, listen. Thanks you guys.
Chuck, what is it with
means
these people who can't get away from the MriyaReport?
I am glad it is that riveting, and it is, folks. I was driving through areas this afternoon. Believe me, no cell coverage, and cursing every time I lost the signal because I learn a lot, and I'm delighted to be working with so many people who have done such an amazing thing. Since the first moment the Russians busted a move, it is absolutely unparalleled in history. An all-volunteer set of international journalists have kept MriyaReport going 24 hours a day since the Russian invasion. And we're going to end this broadcast on the beach in Crimea. And I promise you, I'll be making some Mississippi ribs when that happens. And we're going to be there. And until
I'll make some Mississippi mudslides.
And those two, we're going to be there, all of us together, until we win this war. And it's not my blood. It's not my sacrifice. I'm here on a microphone, but we're all there together.
I'm quite sure that at some point in time, late during the night of that barbecue, and with the DJs in the background riffing off, at some point in time, we just have to say goodbye and shut it all down. At least for a day.
And then we're all going to be together for the reconstruction of the grid.
You mean crawling out of hangover?
Best hangover I ever had.
Axel, that broadcast from the beach in Crimea, as long as it goes on, would be, it could become a best-selling record. It would be like, any fundraising a concert ever made in the last 50 years.
Oh, I think, Alan, you and I already have an idea how to do that.
Yes, we do. I can't wait.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna go make my late appearance. I'm gonna try to conceal myself as I slip in, but I'm the size of an avocado refrigerator from the 1970s. So we'll see if I can snip in.
Pass our gratitude along to the offspring. We appreciate your time.
God bless you guys. Good night, everybody. I'll see you soon. Alan, you know I love you, brother. Axel, you're my hero. I'll see you guys all soon. Thanks.
You just don't wear green. That makes you an avocado. And we'll see you Tuesday for bullet points.
Absolutely. See you then. Good night, everybody.
For the win. For the win.
Good night, Chuck. And we still have some more hands up. I hope they don't expect to talk to Thomas or Chuck, but Z Goldman and then Nancy, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to, as we're putting our list together of things to come out of Ramstein, going back, I guess, 12 hours when we had a couple folks from volunteers from Israelis that are fighting. They talked about only 1 in 7 or 1 in 8 folks in infantry actually having night vision or thermal capability. That's a problem that needed to be solved 8 months ago. I can't believe that every person on infantry, at least every other person, doesn't have that capability. It's amazing to me that that's not a problem we can't get solved like in a month. And so as we put our list together, that should be an easy one, an easy win.
I agree with you, Zagolman. And it's not only something that could be on the agenda at Ramstein, it's an item that Malcolm Nance at Tapestry is working on. There are some export rules that need to be solved here for that kind of equipment to be delivered to Ukraine, but I know that Malcolm's working on that too.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the United States problem, but there's a world of thermal vision capability out there that, and I'm not making an excuse, but that's a problem that I can't believe isn't solved nearly a year into this thing. It's just incredible to me.
I agree with you. And you know, as Chuck has said so many times, when Ukrainians can fight at night, they have a tremendous advantage. If they have those night optics to allow them to fight and to advance, this gives them an advantage over every Russian on the battlefield in front of them, because the Russians don't have the same night optic equipment.
And you know, to me, it's about priorities. I mean, that infantry guy on the front line is the guy that all this other equipment is there to support. And to me, it's that you can't get them that capability, every one of them. Just incredible to me. But that's I just wanted to add that to the list, so we didn't forget it after 12 hours of conversation.
I think it's a great item to add.
What do you mean 12 hours of conversation? Alan, please, don't let this slide. 12 hours of conversation. Did you not start being here the night of the attack? I think
No.
Today.
Something was mentioned today. Yeah.
Today it was only 7 hours and 34 minutes, but we've been here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
I'm talking about people that were on the space before we had the Doolittle Air Wing that preceded it.
It's insane, isn't it, if you think about it? Because we had this wonderful discussion.
It's literally 12 hours ago. Yeah. I wasn't kidding.
You're absolutely right. I was just joking, of course. But if you think about it, we had the Israelis here, the soldiers, nuclear and the likes. And then we went into the Doolittle Air Wing with the former head of the Finnish Defense Forces, who was, prior to that, the head of the Finnish Air Force, who'd been flying both MiGs as well as F-18s. And went right across through the discussion with our friend Tim, who's been just doing the documentary, discovery session in Ukraine with the likes of Alexander Kamishin, the CEO of Ukrsalisnitsia, and Igor Smelyansky, the CEO of Ukroposhta, and Boris Johnson, of all people. Some of you may remember him. And then we end up with this, with the Tynaton. So tell me, please, where on earth you get this. Where else?
12 hours of outstanding content.
Oh, Axel, this was like Super Bowl Sunday in the United States or anywhere in the world where people watch American football.
And it was the bye
whole
week.
week ahead.
This was the bye week.
Yeah, I won't be available next week this time. Just putting it out there.
What do you mean, only you? I'm going to be sitting at home. I'm not going to go online. You can all go and do whatever you like. And you can play here as much as you like. You can talk about me, make jokes and fun about me. I couldn't care less. Bill will be over there, and I'll be sitting here, and I'll be praying for the fact that the Eagles get rid of them damn Chiefs.
And I will be sitting in the stadium with probably 40,000 of my best friends. If the ticket sales are going according to what the statistics show online, since Philadelphia area tickets are being sold online at a 3-to-1 rate over Kansas City area tickets, I expect to have 40,000 of my best friends with me in the stadium.
Well, Zagoldman, what I've seen in Philadelphia is it's lit up in blue and green lights in support of Ukraine.
That's okay. That's good.
It's absolutely fabulous. I think we should make you and George co-hosts next Sunday. Just broadcast from the stadium. Well, that didn't get any traction.
Yeah, I'm going to say that I love the offer, but I'm telling you, I will be. I'd be afraid I'd be ignoring 500 and some folks that are listening. I don't want to be ignoring folks that I don't have to.
Nah, we're not going to.
I'll have
very simple.
I'll have my focus on one thing.
Bill, you and I, and a number of us, won't be there on Sunday. Ain't happening.
Yes. Yep.
Put it in your calendar, people. We're not there.
I don't believe you, Axel. I don't think you can stay away that long. I really don't believe.
Well, let me just say, let me give you a caveat there. I did, I'm going to be leaving Friday, and there's a tailgate party on Saturday prior to the game, and I will make time for the Stories of Freedom. I will make time for that.
Yeah, but that's a world class thing. And by the way, you can dial in after from the tailgate from the tailgating. What's it? That's going to be an early afternoon barbecue, right?
Yeah, yep.
So there you go.
There's an Eagles bar in Scottsdale, Arizona. I've watched games there. It literally is a bar where Eagles fans congregate for every Eagles game. Every week. So Super Bowl weekend, that bar in Scottsdale will be, it'll be a lot of fun. That's where the block party is.
I think there's a very good chance that next Sunday, cats will be the co-hosts. Thomas Theiner's cat, and various other cats that maybe Michael's cat, various other cats will be co-hosts here for much of Super Bowl Sunday, and I'm sure they will do a great job.
Axel is going to come on the space and start telling us about the game and how pissed he is and how this player did something wrong. And I have this feeling.
The day after, Prince.
The
day after. Trust me, this game is far too important. You have no idea.
Okay, Axel. I'll wait and see if it happens. We'll believe it when it happens. Because we know how. You know what? This is okay. I'm gonna be really mean here for a second, but okay, Axel. Envision this: in the middle of the Super Bowl, in the fourth quarter. Actually, that's not the middle. That's the last quarter of it. in the last quarter with 3 minutes left to play, tied game, and the Kerch Bridge gets hit. What are you going to do?
Sorry, I apologize, Prince. Would you please repeat this, because I just received a note, and by the way, I have to pass his best regards from Thomas Theiner. The cat is happy. He is safe. He will not be eaten, and the flat is somewhat still okay. And not all hell has broken loose. So please, would you mind repeating what you asked me?
Here is your scenario. On Sunday, fourth quarter, 3 minutes left to play. The game is tied. The Kerch Bridge gets hit. What do you do?
Yeah, sorry, Eagles. It's very simple.
That surprised me.
No, it's very,
Okay.
very simple.
Okay.
I'll be on the space. I mean, seriously, there's two things in life. One is war, and the other one is peace. And the Eagles are playing in a peaceful environment, and I love them to bits because I have family members who are completely, utterly ensconced in this. I'm not an Eagles fan. I love my family members. All right. I am, as everybody knows here, and my friend Bill knows this, I'm a Packers fan. And if Brad Favre were to, go onto that field and play, I'd be following him until, the end. However, if the Ukrainian armed forces hit the Kerch Bridge during that game, I'm off. And I'll be here. What do you think?
Does not surprise. That's what I expected to hear. You wouldn't be able to miss it. I remember the first time they hit the bridge, and I was watching TV late at night to relax before I went to bed. But I always check Twitter as I'm doing that. And all of a sudden I'm seeing all these explosions, and it's the Kerch Bridge, and I'm freaking out, and I can't get onto the space quick enough because I missed the Kerch Bridge getting hit, and it really upset me. But I finally saw enough videos of it to make me happy.
The hit happened.
Lucky for you, Axel, the game will be over by halftime.
Okay,
I just
good point. I failed to say this, Alan. You're right, because right at the beginning of the second quarter, when the Eagles are up by 4 touchdowns, that's the moment where I'm going to lit a cigar.
I hate to say it, but I think back to the 1986 Super Bowl between what I like to call the Boston Patriots and the Chicago Bears. I had high hopes. Boston was ahead 7-0, and then they lost 86-7.
Bill, could you please tell people what our expectation for the second quarter is?
I'm expecting, if the Eagles play to form, I think they were the highest scoring team in the NFL in the second quarter. That's when they usually put teams away and then put the run game to work in the second half and milk the clock and just ride it home. That's what I expect. They've done it every other game. Why not this one?
And they
did it last game.
And they have a ridiculously hard offensive line, so that this ankle sprained young man who likes the social media side so much will have big issues getting on Instagram in between his failures, and he'll be picked at least twice.
Yep, that's what I expect. I expect them to do the same thing they've done every other game. Run up a lead in the second quarter, and then just play keep away.
Well, Mahomes is going to win plenty of Super Bowls in his career.
No, he won't.
He will be pressured. Yes, he will. Come on, Axel. He'll be pressured in this game. He will be picked, but he has talent. Come on.
He has talent, but do you know in which division he's playing? He has superb competition in his division.
Yeah, but look, I get it. The NFL has always been the superior league, in my opinion.
You mean the AFC?
Yeah, the AFC's got more better teams. It's harder. It's a harder path. I'll admit that. There are more
No,
better quarterbacks in the AFC.
Come on, you have
today.
Josh Allen, you have Allen, you have Joe Cool, you have. If they get a good, proper, sensible defense, and not this ramshackle shite, they'll play them to bits. Mahomes doesn't have the. I mean, he just doesn't have that street smartness. He doesn't have it, or he doesn't have the arm. Even I'm sorry if you compare him to Allen. I'm not going to go that much further. But if if Allen actually plays well and he has a good team, that's the first time since the Kelly days that they have a chance.
the Kelly days.
Bill, Allen is old, you know.
Yeah. Well, which Kelly are you talking about?
The one that went to the Super Bowl 4 times.
And never called
Not
it.
Gene Kelly?
And lost. The Kelly from Buffalo.
Yes, that one. That's why I said it, you know? Now they have a real quarterback who actually is lucky generally, but he was just absolutely bloody unlucky with his stupid defense and these turnovers, which were not his. And that guy is good.
Yeah, well, he's not good enough to ever win a Super Bowl for Buffalo. I hate to say it. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm not a betting man. I'll bet you for the next 3 years, this guy is going to win a bowl.
I'll take that bet. But first of all, they'll have to dig out the stadium during regular season just to hold a game.
You mean dig it out from snow?
Yes.
All right. So
Well,
for everyone who's not in North America, who's not into football, Nancy, who are we in contact with and why do we love them so much?
Well, we are in contact with the NFL. And one of the reasons we love them so much is it gives me a chance to take us back from US football to Ukrainian football, but not soccer. We're still talking American football. On Friday, we had a wonderful interview with the producer and the director of the NFL 360 documentary, Who If Not Us, which is the story of soldiers, well, players from the Ukrainian League of American Football who got their families to safety at the beginning of the invasion, put up their cleats, left the gridiron, and went to war. And we had a great conversation. They will be back. So, you know, we have that effect on special guests, you know. They're hooked, they will be back, and we're working with them to see if we can have a couple of those players or soldiers join them when that happens. So I'm working on that behind scenes and more to come. But if you haven't seen that documentary, it is absolutely a must watch for those in the space and your friends and family who may not be paying as much attention as you are. It's well worth the watch. And I can't wait to have those guys come back and to hear more. So I'll keep you guys posted on that.
I can't wait. I watched that documentary. It's honestly one of the best documentaries I've ever seen. It's incredibly emotional. Be prepared. You can find links to it in Nancy's timeline here on Twitter. I was crying within 2 minutes. I mean, I just can't say enough about how well put together this documentary is, how real it is, and also just how devastating it is. That this is a documentary about Ukrainians losing their very, very best people. It's also inspiring. And so I encourage you all to watch it. It's better than any Super Bowl documentary you could possibly watch. It's better than any NFL Films game summary of the weekend games. Just watch it. Nancy, you should put the link back up into the nest tonight as well.
Sure, I will.
You know, we have been here without saying something really important for 8 hours, and that's because Thomas Theiner was here for 7 hours and 34 minutes. One of our spectacular guests who's here regularly. What haven't we said? We haven't said you're listening to MriyaReport.org. Maria Report. Retweet this space. Bring in your friends. Bring in your family. Bring in your work associates. Bring in anyone who needs to know more about Ukraine. And frankly, we all need to know more about Ukraine and what is happening. And when you learn just a few facts about what's happening in Ukrainian cities, please go to MariaAid.org, MriyaAid.org. Make a contribution. Take a look and see what your contribution can do. It can make a difference. So this is something we haven't said for 8 hours today. 8 long hours in which I haven't made this pitch. And so now it's time. Prince?
I was actually just looking at a tweet from Thomas about his cat. The cat is keeping him from getting in bed now.
Did he put the video up?
He hasn't sent it. He posted this on Twitter. Hang on, I'll put what I'm looking at up in the nest because it is cracking me up. This is what we do to poor Thomas's cat.
I had a friend who passed away unexpectedly a few years ago, and we inherited his now 14-year-old cat. She was 12 at the time, and her personality reminded me a lot of how Thomas was describing his cat. Set in her ways and darned and determined she runs the roost.
And this is why cats will be co-hosts here on Super Bowl Sunday. I don't know how many cats will be co-hosts. At least 2. There'll be many cats speaking. And I look forward
there won't
to
be
those
any
hours.
dogs and there won't be any eagles because the underdogs, dog masks, and the eagles will be there winning it.
Well, they
no.
have the puppy bowl. They have the puppy bowl every year. Maybe we should have the kitty bowl on the Maria Report.
Okay, I have a friend.
We can have everybody just. We can have everybody just come on the space and let their kitties meow, and it'll be great.
I have a friend who
the
signed.
halftime show should be performed by the Leopards.
I have a friend who signed a proper German Shepherd type mask by Nick Foles on the back of it. All right, I'll try to still steal that thing and get it here into the house and put it on a lamp, to light it up from time to time when the Eagles play. Just highlighting. Because
Axel, don't you need to wake up in like 2 hours?
Oh, sod off! Come on, you kept me up here for ages. Like as what's his face said early on. I mean, Thomas. There are things which are significantly more important. And if there's one thing which really bloody matters, it's the boys and girls in the trenches. It's the boys and girls who fight. It's everybody in Ukraine who survives all this shit. All right? So what we're doing here is nice and fine. It's important. It generates the buzz. We help to convey the notion to the rest of the world that Ukraine is alive, that Ukraine is right, that Ukraine does the right things, that Ukraine is willing to fight and will never, ever quit, no matter whether you drain it of any kind of support. Ukrainians will not give up. So you better think about whether you support them or not, because he will fight anyway. Give you an example. The Estonians, the Latvians, the Lithuanians, when the West, despite Patton advocating to fight onwards and take the battle against the next authoritarian regime, meaning the Soviets, knowing full well who was on the other side, because Patton knew he was briefed. All right? As soon as this stupid agreement was signed and the West had forgone Eastern Europe, the Estonians, the Latvians, and Lithuanians went into the woods and fought and never gave up. The last ones were caught in those three countries in the 1970s. Think it. The 1970s. They're called the Forest Brothers. And it's not 1,000 or 2,000 or 10,000 or 15, not 20, not 30. More than 75,000 men at that time went into the forests to fight as partisans. Nobody in the West would talk about it. Foreign Affairs wouldn't talk about it. CBS, NBC, ABC, nobody would report it. Even when CBS finally reported on the Baltic chain, where people, reached out and closed their hands to get that chain going. Nobody talked about it. Now, the funny part is that the CIA, MI6, DGSE, BND, everybody knew about it. The Estonians, the Latvians, the Lithuanians in the embassies in North America knew about it, talked about it. Nobody wanted to listen. Nobody wanted to talk about it. Today, what we're doing here is different. We are not allowing the Ukrainians to be left alone. We are not allowing that folk, these people, them, us, because Ukraine is us. Ukraine is Europe. Ukraine is at the core of Western civilization, as we all are. They are us, we are them. We are not allowing them to go quietly into the night because just some very leftist and very rightist, very populist and very stupid people are navel gazing and can't be asked to give their heads a wobble. Wake up, make the right decision, focus, work, support them, and fight. This is our time. If you think of 1939 and read your history book and think, how could they? Why did they fail? What did Chamberlain do? And why would he do that? Think again. This is our time. If you fail to stand up, rise up, and do things now, you're nothing but Chamberlain. You're nothing but someone who aids, abets, and facilitates those who pursue genocide because it helps them to consolidate their power. So please, do not give yourself that amount of leeway. Please do not fall into the trap of complacency. Please do not give up. So tomorrow morning, when you wake up, go out there, talk to at least 3 more people and tell them why it matters. 1 to 3, and the next day have at least one of them talk to another 3. This is how it works. That's social engagement. This is civil engagement. This is how it actually bloody works. This is why we're here, and this is why we're not going to go away. It's a few more days until Ramstein, and it's a few more days. Today is the 6th of February here in Europe. There's only 18 days left to the anniversary, and Ukraine still hasn't got everything which it needed. There's no excuse. We need F-16s for Ukraine. We need ATACMS for Ukraine. We need a war economy footing for Ukraine. Ukraine is us. Do not stop. Persevere. Fight. Good night.
Thank you. Thank you, Axel.
Good night, Axel.
Good night. Ukraine is not just us. Ukraine is fighting for us. And this is something we can never, ever forget. It's something we will remind everyone here listening, thinking about speaking. Ukraine is fighting for us. Ukraine is fighting for freedom, for democratic values, for the rule of law. And yes, Ukraine is fighting to save itself, and we are standing with every Ukrainian. Here at MriyaReport, Axel is right. Be here, stay here, bring others here. This is what will make a difference. And everything we can do here, excuse me, everything we can do here will make a difference for Ukraine. And you can make a difference by going to MriyaAid.org. Just take a look. See what you can do. One contribution will be matched by thousands of contributions from people you do not even know. Because these are the people listening here. These are the people that others have brought here to join into this fight. So please do that. Prince, we have a hand, MJ, and then I'm going to throw it back to you.
Okay.
MJ?
I don't know how I could follow Prime Minister Churchill's "We will never surrender" speech there. I don't want to take the conversation off track, but the Washington Post is reporting a 7.8 magnitude earthquake in southern Turkey near the NATO base that contains nuclear weapons. That may sort of deviate some of the conversations on Ukraine, but anybody have any from the region have any more information other than the limited that Washington Post has?
I'm just seeing a lot of Twitter posts about it, and actually the latest I see is that it was 7.9 at the epicenter. I'm seeing that buildings have collapsed. A gas line pipe has burst in southern Turkey. So yeah, I mean, it looks like they've taken a bunch of damage. I believe I saw even some damage in Syria related to the quake. So I'm sure it's going to take time for all that to come out and find out, all of what's happened. But I'm sure it'll pop up now and then. But it's easy to find stuff about it on Twitter from different OSINT accounts that I follow on Ukraine. They seem to have put aside Ukraine for a moment and are focusing on this, and being slow in Ukraine, that isn't really surprising either, but they will get back to Ukraine and cover both of them, I'm sure, in very short time. Nancy, did you have something?
I just wanted to let you know that I posted the links up in the nest as Ellen asked for. So I did a fresh post and included the links in the second part of that. So.
And these are links about this really worthwhile documentary, and you need to watch it. Who, if not us? It's a documentary that I watched, and I listened to the interview with the director and the producer. They will be back. I think we might also get some of the football players who played in the Ukrainian American Football League here with us on MriyaReport. It is just a remarkable documentary. I encourage you all to watch it. It's less than an hour long. All you have to do is give 55 minutes of your time to watch this documentary, and you will see what Ukraine is fighting for, what is at stake. And I think anyone who watches this will be moved to stand with Ukraine and to do whatever you can do to help. And again, it's less than 60 minutes of your time. I mean, most of us could hide in our offices, hide from our bosses or our supervisors for an hour and watch this documentary, and come out and say, "Wow, here's something I want to share with you." I don't think you'll get fired. I think you'll get a raise, and you can use that raise to send a contribution to help people in Ukraine. It is that spectacular a documentary, and it is because it doesn't pull any punches. It's the truth of what's happening. It's people's lives. It's their losses. You're going to see that because, as is said in this documentary, Ukraine is losing its best people. Thomas Theiner said that tonight. Chuck Farrer said that tonight. Axel says it every day. We say it every day here. Ukraine is losing its best people because of this goddamned war, which can be brought to an end if only we will send Ukraine the weapons it's asking for. Give us the tools, we will finish the job. Give Ukraine the tools, they will save lives. It's very, very simple. We can all make a difference. Ryan can tell us how we can make a difference. He's talked to his members of Congress here in the United States. We have other listeners who've talked to their members of parliament in the United Kingdom and throughout the European Union. We have all brought pressure onto our elected public officials to recognize what's happening and to stand up and do what they can do. Prince.
Yeah, standing up and doing what you can do. I try to, as I'm reading through Twitter throughout the day, make bookmarks and notes for things that would be worth sharing. And speaking about what you can do, Lithuania is only 3 million people, but this week it crowdfunded 6 million euros to buy an air defense system for Ukraine. Yeah, no sign of fatigue here. We will stand with Ukraine until victory is achieved. And that came from the foreign minister of Lithuania, Gabrielis Lens. I tried to pronounce this before to practice. Landsbergis. But you see what is happening. The countries who are giving away the money from these small countries, 6 million euros, 3 million people. I can't remember which country it was, but it was a smaller one. Months ago, earlier in the war, raised money like practically overnight, I believe within 24 hours, to buy a Bayraktar drone for Ukraine. You see some of these smaller countries with smaller militaries giving away almost, if not all, of some of their weapon systems to help Ukraine. So people all around the world are doing great things to help Ukraine, and we can do great things too, just by sharing what we know and donating what we can and spreading the word about what is really happening in Ukraine. It's a very, very important thing. You know, and it actually makes me think of the freaking football documentary again, because I don't think those guys realized what they were getting into after listening to the interview with the producer and the director. I don't think that they had any clue when they started that process of connecting with the soldiers in Ukraine. I don't think they had any clue how much it was going to affect them and how much it was going to impact their lives. There is one scene in the documentary where one of the soldiers just sends a short video saying, I want to send you a longer video, but I can't right now because we just lost, and I cannot remember who it was they lost. They lost a few people during the documentary. And, you know, saying, I will get back to you when I can, but I just need to absorb this. And you saw Kyle, the guy who was the host throughout the show, who I guess is like a big NFL morning sportscaster kind of guy, because you can tell I don't watch the NFL network. When he watched that video, he just, you could see the change in his face, because, you know, at first he was excited and happy to be getting a message from one of the soldiers in Ukraine, and then he opened that, and you could see the change, and you could see the impact on his face and in his words and how he was talking, that it hit him. And I think throughout the entire thing, these guys never realized what kind of an impact it would have on them. So to them, yes, it was their jobs, but the things that we can do sometimes are so random and different to be able to make an impact on the ground and help in Ukraine. You know, you wouldn't, they didn't think that what they were going to do with this documentary was going to make such a huge impact. But it has made a huge impact, and it continues to spread, and it continues to make an impact, and it continues to open people's eyes as to what's really going on in Ukraine. Because as you said, it's, you know, I first thought, oh, a football documentary. Oh, sometimes I like those, but it wasn't a football documentary. Football was almost a side story in some ways. It was a documentary about what's happening in Ukraine and what their citizens, a small group of citizens that played for the Ukrainian American Football League, but a group of citizens nonetheless, how they responded when Russia invaded by getting their families out and then going right back and taking up arms and becoming soldiers and fighting for Ukraine. So that's the blurb I had at the moment, because I just sort of took that train down a windy road. But I think it's all on subject, because no matter the impact we think we have, the impact can be much greater than we expect. You may be only able to donate a small amount of money, but when that small amount of money joins together with other people's small amount of money, you end up with things like 3 million people crowdfunding 6 million euros to buy an air defense. You end up with your dollar joining with the dollars or $20 or $10 or $50 or $100 donations with other people and buying a bunch of tourniquets or night vision goggles or any number of things, stretchers, that will help people in Ukraine. So it doesn't necessarily matter how big or small the impact is or what your contribution can be. It all matters.
Yeah, it sure does all matter, Prince. Actually, with Thomas Theiner tonight, at the very end of the marathon, or the Tyner-thon, as we like to say, we were talking about night vision optics, and a speaker was saying, how now, almost 1 year into this war, night vision optics have not been delivered to every single Ukrainian fighter who needs them. It is just, it's astonishing. And